to be held in this conference room. So every speaker, please control your speaking or reporting time strictly. Thank you. Now, let's start today's agenda. At first, I would like to invite the Director General of CBAS and also the organizer of this event, Excellency Professor Hua Dongguo, to make an opening speech. Professor, please. Can you hear us?
Thank you very much, Shannon. I still cannot open my camera. I don't know why. Anyway, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Director Abel Amani, Minister Councillor Xuesong Shen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the International Research Center for Big Data for Sustainable Development Goals, in short, CBARS, I warmly welcome you to participate in the Big Earth Data in support of groundwater sustainable management SUN event. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to thank the Division of Water Sciences, Science Sector of UNESCO, and the Chinese Permanent Delegation to UNESCO for their strong support for this meeting. Groundwater resources account for 22% of the total fresh water on Earth. It's based on irrigated agriculture and energy production, and is an important basic resources for maintaining food security and economic development. According to UNESCO assessment, groundwater provides drinking water for at least 50% of the world's population, and about 2.5 billion people in the world rely entirely on groundwater resources to meet their daily basic water needs. Therefore, the protection and regional development and utilization of groundwater resources are essential for the sustainable development of the Earth's ecosystem and biology. However, because of groundwater is buried on the ground, invisible, and difficult to be monitored and measured, it's difficult for policymakers and the public to understand the status of its occurrence, development, and utilization. According to the estimation of the USGS, 20% of aquifers in the world are overexploited, which resulting in serious consequences such as land subsidence and saltwater intrusion. But where are the regions with the groundwater overexploited worldwide? How about the sustainability of groundwater resources in these regions? What coping strategies and measures can be adopted? In order to answer these questions, accurate monitoring and measurement are indispensable. In recent years, the rapid development of the Big Earth data technology has greatly improved the monitoring and evaluation capability of regional groundwater. These technologies have realized higher spatial and temporal resolution monitoring of groundwater dynamic changes. In September this year, our center, that means CBARS, has released a report entitled Bigger Data in Support of the Sustainable Development Goals. In this report, we achieve 5 monitoring on the dynamic changes of groundwater storage in China from 2005 to 2020 based on the integrated gravity satellite data and hydrological model, and quantitatively depicted the recovering trend of groundwater level in the North China Plain What is the main distribution area of groundwater faunas in the world? I noticed that the following water species are all about this topic. I'm looking forward to the wonderful sharing from our distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, CBARS is an international research institution with the mission of monitoring and evaluating the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. It's a sharing platform dedicated to working with charities who have international aspirations to jointly promote the sustainable development of the United Nations. We are looking forward to cooperate and collaborate with you in the near future. Finally, I sincerely wish we have a very successful meeting. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Professor Guo for his statement and invitation for future cooperation. And we are sorry for that, the technical issue. We can't see you. We hope we can see you after late. And now I would like to invite the Director for Division for Water Sciences of UNESCO, Excellency Abu Amani, to make us a speech.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues. It's given me really a pleasure to welcome you at UNESCO, and feel free at home. And it's also an opportunity for me to thank the International Research Center of Big Data for Sustainable Development Goals for inviting me and also for organizing this very, very important side event. Why this side event is important? I think we all know that we cannot have meaningful management of water resources, and particularly groundwater resources, if we don't know what we have in quantity, in quality, where, when. So that knowledge base is fundamental, and we cannot have it without reliable data. So, and this side event, looking at big data, satellite data, in situ data, monitoring, is really an opportunity to fill the gap of knowledge. And this is why for me it's really very, very important side event, and we're looking forward for the outcome of these discussions. And also why from UNESCO side we're interested to this side event, for many reasons. The first reason is because if you look at the current IHP 9 document, IHP is the Intergovernmental Hydrological Program, which approved its 9-phase strategic plan last year for science, for evidence-based, for water secure world in the changing environment. You can see among the 5 priorities of the strategic plan of IHP 9, one of those 5 is entirely dedicated to data, bridging the data and knowledge gap. So, because we believe that this is extremely important. Now, in addition to the data and knowledge gap, we have the other 4 priority areas of IHP 9 are scientific research and innovation, which you cannot do without data. We have the education within the fourth industrial revolution, including sustainability. We have the integrated water resource management in a global change, and the water governance based on science for mitigation, adaptation, and resilience. So those are the 5 priorities of the program. So this is one of the motivation for us really to support this kind of side event. The second motivation is coming from the fact that those who are following the work within UNESCO, member states of UNESCO last year approved what we call the UNESCO recommendation on open science. What it means? Science which is produced should be accessible to all. It's a common goal, and it has to be accessible to provide evidence-based decision. So we are promoting within our program the evidence-based and also the accessibility of the knowledge generated, and also bringing on board citizens. So we are promoting also citizen science within our endeavor within the IHP9. Also, we believe that groundwater, which is of course invisible, as you know, the motto is making the invisible visible. We need to have variety of input, variety of data. And in that regard, we are looking forward really for the outcome, as I said, of this meeting. To conclude, I want to highlight the fact that within our program, we put in place working groups so that experts can come and provide their know-how, their knowledge. And we are looking forward for you as experts, and particularly the center, to join forces with UNESCO in order really to put in place meaningful enabling environment so that groundwater can be managed in a sustainable base based on evidence. That's really my last word. Sustainable management of groundwater based on evidence. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and we're looking forward, and UNESCO is really ready to continue engaging with the center. Thank you.
I thank Director Amani for his statement, and especially great appreciate for support us to host this session. Now I invite my colleague Professor Pan Yun to chair the following invited presentations. Please.
Thank you. We have 4 invited speakers who will talk about the use of big Earth data from remote sensing, modeling, and in-situ observation to in support of sustainable groundwater management. First speaker, Professor Jay Benetti from University of Saskatchewan. His presentation is global groundwater storage changes as viewed from space with implications for sustainable development.
Thanks very much. So I have some slides. Will they be shown up here?
Those are nice slides.
They're very nice slides. I can tell you all about them. There are many, many colors, and they're about groundwater, and they're about making the invisible visible.
Visible becoming invisible.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Ironically, the slides are invisible. Yeah. And I'd like to say that the presentation will fit in well with the other speakers. I think, IGRAC is critically important. Oh, here we go. All right. So thank you, first of all, for the invitation. I really appreciate it. And thank you also for the opening remarks. So yeah, I'm going to talk about some of the work that we've been doing, principally with the NASA GRACE, Gravity Recovery and Climate Experiment mission, which a lot of you have heard about by now, and its follow-on. Acknowledge my co-authors, Rishi Chandenperkers, Andrew Huggins, Tom Gleason, and Matt Rodell. Next slide, please. This is getting to be a theme. Yeah, I'll start off by talking about some of the success that we've had with remote sensing of groundwater, and then move to the need for more integration with other data sets to help make some of these remote sensing observations, which tend to be difficult to use and access, make them more accessible, make them more relevant to moving forward on SDG 6 and getting the inclusion of groundwater. And then want to finish up with a part that I call beyond big Earth data. We think about the other data sets beyond the physical Earth data that we need, maybe data from the social, ecological, and economic realms that are so important to understanding the full impacts of what's happening with groundwater. Next slide, please. So many of you are familiar with our work with the NASA GRACE mission. This is work that we pioneered, actually goes back to the mid-1990s with Matt Rodell, who was my graduate student at the University of Texas. And we've gone on to write a number of papers about different regions and global papers, and many of our colleagues have engaged in that research as well. These are some of the first big papers, the Northwestern India paper in 2009, the California paper in 2011, the Middle East paper in 2013, and the time series on the right show that this situation hasn't gotten any better in the time frame that we've been looking at these and monitoring these regions with GRACE. Next slide, please. Yeah, so that is an animation. I don't think that's going to show, again, in keeping with the theme of wanting to make the invisible visible, but not actually being able to. That's a nice animation. I will share it with the conveners. Really, it's really nice. I'll share it with the conveners. But if you look at the next slide, it's really some snapshots from this animation that show this is something we did for California and shows the colors going from green to yellow to red, almost like a traffic signal. We're having a fair amount of water to not having too much water to having no water. And of course, it's looking worse now. I just want to emphasize how important graphics like this can be. This graphic in particular went a long way. So there's a little anecdote that I tell. I was sitting at my kitchen table on a Thursday morning, pulling those panels out from the animation that I just showed you, putting them into this little graphic. And we posted it through the Jet Propulsion Laboratory where I was working at NASA. And the next day, it was in the Los Angeles Times in the morning, in the national news that evening in the United States. So, and having a big impact on policy issues like the passage of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act in California. So we know we need to do it. And this is one way, one pathway forward. Next slide, please. So we can also look at continental scales. I left the dates off of all these slides by accident, but they're all, the new ones are all 2002 to 2022. And so these are the YMAP aquifers. And the ones that are yellow and red and tan are ones that are being depleted. And this was an update from Sasha Ritchie's paper in 2015. Next slide, please. These are some of the time series. This was from a science paper that came out in 2021. So some of the time series from those aquifers. Next slide, please. So, there's a theme here that is not a particularly pretty picture. Some new research, this is putting this, looking at global water storage, looking at the main reservoirs for water on Earth, the ocean, the ice sheets, and the land. And so the top line there is showing the ocean mass. This is all from GRACE. Ocean mass increasing, of course, we know sea levels rising and it's driven by mass. Well, where's that water mass coming from? It's coming from the orange line, which is Greenland. It's coming from the purplish line, which is Antarctica. And it's coming from the green line, which is the land, okay? So the land trend, continental drying is now, the rate of drying is greater and the rate of contribution to sea level rise is greater than that of the ice sheets. That's the point that we're at now. So let's break that down, next slide, into some categories. Look at it in a bar chart like this. So on the left, we see the same thing, but just aggregated over the time period. So that's the amount of, and it's all in terms of contributions to sea level, normalized to sea level, so you can understand the relative contributions. So on the left, we've got the ocean mass increasing. On the right, on the left panel, then the red bars are Antarctica, Greenland, and the rest of the land, okay? And now if we take the land and split it up into further categories like we see in the right panel, what's happening on the land, the reds are drying, right? The reds are getting drier and the blues are getting wetter. Well, the glaciers and ice sheets are contributing an awful lot, but guess what? We're at a point now where the drying of the land, and that includes the groundwater depletion, is greater than the contribution of this is the alpine glacier, sorry, it's glaciers and ice caps. Okay, so that's a significant change. And then the right part is the stuff that's getting wetter. And then on the whole, of course, because the land is drying, the dry parts are outweighing the wetting parts. Next slide, please. We can break down this a little bit further Next slide, please. So now I'm going to take that, here we go. So all we did is change the rightmost panel, and we've got the glaciers and the ice caps on the left, but now we split the drying into groundwater and maybe things that are droughts or still possibly groundwater. So that groundwater signal is 2/3 of the glaciers and the ice caps. So that's huge. That's gotten worse. And part of that is also, part of the drying is probably groundwater. So anyway, we're working on getting this one out the door. Next slide, please. So we have a lot of data, and now we need to be able to integrate it, and in particular, take these satellite data and integrate them with other data sets to do things like downscaling and make them more accessible. Next slide. So many of you have seen this chart from our 2018 paper. It's a grace map of places that are getting wetter and drier. The reds are getting drier, the blues are getting wetter, but it's pretty low resolution. And so it'd be quite nice if we could get more resolution. So if you see the next slide, we've started to do some downscaling, and we'll see a little bit more resolution in the next slide. So this is about 1/4 degree resolution. One thing I do want to point out, one other change is, since we're here in Europe, there's a lot more red that's happening here across Europe. So a lot more water loss happening across this region than when we published that last map in 2018. So conditions have worsened here. Next slide. So we want to be able to go even further, and here's some work from Matt Rodell's team at NASA that's integrated this information into global drought monitoring, and this is a global groundwater indicator. So again, this is 1/4 degree resolution. Next slide. We have an awful lot of Earth satellite data, and this is just NASA data. And so I don't have a pointer, but I'll just point out, the SMAP mission is the soil moisture mission. We're talking about GRACE. This is sort of on the outer part here. The GPM is the precipitation mission. SMAP is soil moisture. GRACE we've been talking about. The SWAT mission actually launches next week. It's not at about maybe 8 o'clock on that, if we use a clock face. SWAT and NISAR is a NASA India synthetic aperture radar, which will also be very important for groundwater. Next slide, please. So we've got a lot of data to handle, and we need to be thinking about that. Finally, I want to finish up with moving beyond just the physical Earth data if we want to do a full systems approach to impact assessment. Next slide, please. So at this next slide, I'm not trying, we certainly don't have a half an hour to go through all this. I just want to show that if we look, next slide, we tend to focus on, this is a slide that's really showing the integration of water with, in this case, social ecological vulnerability. And so if we want to understand the links to social adaptability, economic growth, human development, governance, ecological issues like biodiversity, we need other data sets. Next slide, please. This next slide is on climate migration. It's from my colleague Li Shi, and we won't get into it except to say you can see there's lots of, I think it's indicative of a lot of underlying data that are not physical water data. Next slide, please. Also done a lot of work working with the nonprofit series. Oh, this slide didn't show up well. It's supposed to imagine that top half that looks like fireworks is reflected on the bottom. That's supposed to represent a network of about 3 million papers that we had to cluster. So use big data approaches. In this case, looking at industry impacts on fresh water in a global report we did for the nonprofit series. So just trying to show all the data that we had to pull together. Next slide, please. And we can use those data then to go from, this GRACE data that we have on the left, which is pretty much coarse resolution, to what we're showing on the right, paper from Xander Huggins, who's a student that I co-supervised with Tom Gleason, looking at hotspots for social and ecological impacts and vulnerability. Last slide, please. So in summary, I think remote sensing can provide valuable big picture information on groundwater storage changes. I think that these data need to be integrated with other observations, in situ models, other data types to enhance their utility for groundwater sustainability applications. And finally, I think we need even bigger data and associated analysis platforms like what we're going to hear about from IGRAC to fully assess the impacts of changes to complex groundwater interconnected systems. I do want to mention that I'm actually working now with the World Bank on trying to pull these three things together for its water assessment report that's due out in about a year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. We have a question for your presentation. So what are the key points in transforming groundwater storage changes to SDG-oriented decision-making?
Yeah, thank you. So I think it's really the downscaling issues that I was referring to. We know that we're losing groundwater in many places around the world, and we've been hearing this in different papers and reports. But I think the challenge, the burden, is on us to show what those impacts are, and really realize the potential of big data.
Our next speaker, Professor Yuan Li from General Institute of Water Resources and Hydropower Planning and Design, Ministry of Water Resources, China. His presentation title is Groundwater Management in China, Advances and Challenges.
Thank you, Professor Pan. It's been a pleasure to present some practice and lessons in groundwater management in China. So can I go to my slide? Yeah. So I just brief three aspects. Number one is what's the challenge we're facing in the groundwater. Next, please. For the groundwater management, and generally speaking, we are facing four big issues regarding to groundwater. Next one. Number one is during past 30 years, we have found significant groundwater reduction in most of the North China Plain because of the climate change and also the land use change, as well as the increase of the production in the land. So next one. So from that picture, next slide. So we can saw the change of the precipitation in most of those northern part of China. Some range about from 6 to 10%, but actually the groundwater depletion in the most serious place is about more than 20%. Some places is for scaled places even 30% because of this combination between climate, land, and productivities. Next, please. And the second is actually the groundwater circle is dramatically changed, like we can see from the groundwater exploitation. Actually, the natural and artificial recharge was also quite changing a lot, because like through the irrigation you can find you have more artificial recharge, and actually along with the time this structure was also changed. And more important is the drainage part of the groundwater actually is changed. Like in northern part of the China, actually the artificial discharge, that means exploitation, is accounting to about 60 to 70% of total groundwater discharge. So that's where we reduce a very serious problem. Is you find that you are lost your base flow of your runoff in many of the rivers. So you can saw, particularly in some of these areas, actually the reduction of the base flow is about nearly 100%. So you got to see dry up of your groundwater. So that is a long time over-exploitation results that. Next one. So with that over-exploitation and the change of the groundwater circle, you will find actually you have any resilience to dealing with extreme situations, particularly continuous drought and extreme situations. And next one, so we have estimate according to the observation data and some of the grids analyzed. Actually, the consumption of the groundwater reserve is about something about 300 billion cubic meters since 1980s. It's just 50 years. So actually, you have consumed the groundwater have been formulated since thousands of years ago. So that means you have consumed any drop of water for the futures. So that's quite serious issues. And next one is serious ecological and environmental issues have been happening, like land subsidence, dry up of the rivers and land, and also the reduction of the vegetations, those kind of things. So this is because of mismanagement of the groundwater. So what we are doing now in China regarding to groundwater management. Next, please. So recently we have issued our first groundwater regulations and to formulate national strategy of groundwater management. So next, please. So the basic principle or philosophy of the groundwater management, I think, is 4 major principles. Number 1 is to take the protection and conservation as a first priority. So you cannot treat this groundwater as a usual, normal, regular resources. You have to especially look at that. And second, like my friends just mentioned, the whole system and the whole groundwater process, systematic management. And third, because of groundwater varies from place to place, time to time, so you need a very precise management mechanism. And number 4 is enhance natural-based solution and to increase the resilience of the groundwater. So what is the direction we're dealing with the groundwater? Number 1 is to balance recharge and discharge. So you have to keep this balance and both the natural need and the human needs, and also to ensure the stability and the health of the groundwater systems. And number 3 is to increase the reserve, particularly to reserve some what we call is a strategic reserve for the futures, and also to increase the resilience. So that's the major philosophy of this. So for protector of the next, please. For protector and conserve the groundwater, so you needed to reserve and protect all the recharge and the path of the groundwaters, and also not only protect the recharge, but also protect the quality of the groundwater. You should reduce polluted water to get leaked into the recharge into the groundwaters. And number 2 is what we call the whole process and the systematic management. Next one, please. So that's what that means is we first need to look at the groundwater from the groundwater circle itself, but also need to be integrated into the whole global water circle. And also you have to look at all the aspects of the water quantity, water quality, and also the pressure of the groundwater. And also look at the sustainability of the groundwater itself, but also look at the ecological security and also economic securities. So the whole process. And the third one is precise management based on the different zonation, because next please, because a different place, different location, different layer of the water is different. So you got to look at it very carefully in the spatial distribution, layer distribution, and the different category of the water and also different category of the water use. So they have the policy and the pricing have to be regarding to different characteristics of the groundwater. So last one is what we call is enhance natural-based solution for resilience building, to try to next place try to recover your groundwater system, try to recover your groundwater circulation process, hydrodynamics, and to increase resilience of the groundwater. Next, please. So this is some of the idea and the philosophy we're conducting in China. And the last one is just some practice of the groundwater management. So as I mentioned, in last year, we have issued our first groundwater regulations. Is being set up the basic mechanism for groundwater management. So mainly is 9 kind of mechanism, including investigation, planning, allocation of groundwater, and the spatial management, as well as to set up the more important, the quota system for each specific region, and also for different government for their groundwater responsibilities. Next, please. So we have conducted actually 3 rounds of the nationwide groundwater investigation and assessment to hand over to know what is the change of the groundwater, what is the situation of the groundwater, what is the overexploitation, what is the quality of the groundwater, what is the sustainable yield of the groundwater, those kind of things. Next, please. And then we have formulate our national and regional groundwater planning, set up the cap for each specific regions. What is the amount you have to left? So each special region will give a cap for the amount, for the what table you need to reach, and if you didn't reach that, you will get punished. Those kind of things, and also the policy regarding the pricing. This will be also related to these things. And the last one is to conduct the artificial aquifer recharge. Next one. Next, please. Next one. So rehabilitation of the groundwater through reduce the consumption and increase the recharge. So particularly during the past 5 years, we have conducted a larger scale the practice in the northern China plan to use south-north water transfer, to use the Yellow River, and also to force the local river to release some water to the downstreams to recharge the groundwater. So that's some of practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Li. The question for your presentation is, what advances in sharing groundwater data were achieved by China in recent years?
Yeah, as just our friends Abu have mentioned, data and information is quite important, because without data, you don't know the situation of the groundwater. You cannot create the knowledge of the groundwater. You cannot create a framework of the groundwater. So the groundwater data used to be scanned in the different agencies and different ministries used to be. And recent years, we have quite a lot of improve that to try to set up a national groundwater monitoring platform to share these waters. Since groundwater, the scale of the country is still too big, and the water monitoring data still not sufficient enough. So we still have some of the data is handled by the central level government, some is handled by local government. Still some room to be improved from together with central government data and the local government data, because there's a map in my PowerPoint. The total groundwater extraction wells in China, I mean big one, is something about 8 million groundwater wells for exploitation, for big one, for the pumping, for irrigation, for the urban water supply. If you plus the total, it makes about 20 million groundwater wells. So all these data need to be actually integrated together, but also not only the groundwater data, but also you need to integrate into the land use, agricultural, water supply, and other data together. Like the topic of today is a big data to put together to make a comprehensive and systematical assessment of the groundwater.
Thank you for answer. Now our next speaker, Dr. Michael Lecture from Southern University of Science and Technology, China. His topic is about the development of a national scale groundwater model for China to facilitate sustainable groundwater management. You can hear.
Yes.
Okay, it's okay.
It's easier if you say next, so they can. Okay, just make a sound of this.
It's 8 minutes and I have a lot of slides, but because I have a lot of results. And groundwater models are strategic tools to facilitate the sustainable groundwater management, as provide the head distribution, the water level distribution in space and time. And groundwater models, the construction of a model starts defining a purpose, and then is followed by a hydrogeological conceptual model and a model design. We can design at any scale, from local to regional or to global. And global scale models, for example, are useful because provide a broad overview of the groundwater resources, the connection, the effects of climate change, for example, or the depletion related to the groundwater pumping. But to contrast the effect of the depletion, national to regional policies must be supported by national and regional groundwater models. And this is true, especially true for China. Then, as Professor Yuan Li said before, the groundwater demand, the pumping, is concentrated in the northern provinces. And these provinces are the ones that are dry, because the average rainfall rate goes from 100 millimeter a year to 600 millimeter a year. And as mentioned before, the North China Plain, that is a case study, of course, because this is a strategic area. It's included Tianjin and Beijing megacities, and also the Hebei province, that was recorded a large water level declines in the last decades. And of course, the government invested a lot of resources, a lot of money to divert the water from the southern catchment that are wet. The rainfall rate is about more than 1,000 millimeter a year, and diverted the water to the north. And this created some papers already said that there is a sub-regional recovery. So I would say it's effective. This, for example, the South to North Water Transfer Project. But in 2022, this year, the Yangtze River catchment start to show some sign of stress. Of course, it's related to the exceptional drought, but it's like a short blanket dilemma, because we should really put a lot of efforts in the management. This is taken from the screenshot from the national newspaper. So in order to facilitate the groundwater management, in 2017, the Professor Zheng, that is not here, came with this idea to start to build a national groundwater model, because just to try to attempt to forecast if there will be another new China plane inside China. If yes, where and when. So we build a GMS Aquaveo mode flow model. The cell size is 10 kilometers per 10 kilometers, and the model is based with a lot of hydrogeological conceptual models, more than one, and 5 layers, a total thickness of 1,700 meters, and this was extremely tricky, reconstruct the groundwater pumping in the last 75 years. And okay, yes, we started from the hydrogeology with a hydrogeological map from GGS, and we simplify everything, especially because we don't have so many data so far. And just 10 units, and these large, I would say, hydrogeological units were further discretized with 31 hydrogeological budgets. So to reconstruct all the hydraulic parameters like recharge and hydraulic conductivity or storage. For example, this is an example of the conceptual model. This is for the karst unit, on how the groundwater dynamics changes in function of the climate and the tectonics. You can imagine like a section of this karst fields moving from the Qinghai Tibet Plateau to the Guangxi. That is total, it is like a really change of climate from alpine to subtropical, because China is extremely heterogeneous in climate, and of course this one reflects on the model and on the hydrogeological model. Here, the curves of groundwater pumping from 1945 to 2020. And for the last years, we were lucky because we found the water bulletin. This is in the last 15 years. Instead, for the second half of the 20th century, we threw together some data. For example, in this case, it was a paper that estimated the total water consumption. And we started from this data, and we tried to arrive at the total groundwater pumping. This is an example of the model. This is an aerial image of the Sichuan Basin. We are in southwest China, and we spotted the area where the groundwater consumption, the groundwater pumping was likely. Of course, as Professor said before, we cannot implement 80 million, 20 million of water wells in this model because the scale is too large. So we simplified everything. And we turn on the cell with an equivalent water well, and we consider an average groundwater pumping rate each year for each cell. And this one is the model calibration, and the bigger data. We started only with the hydrogeological budgets, gave us first an hint on the recharge and hydraulic conductivity, but then the calibration was made with in situ observations. This one are the residual. The residual means what I observed minus what is simulated. For the national yearbooks, it's about 11,000 water levels records from 2005 to 2016. And then for validation, we use some other database that were available that we found. The total root mean square error is 18.9 meters. That is large, but we should consider that we are at the scale of the entire China. And for example, this one is the residual distribution of 2012. As you can see, most of the data are concentrated in the eastern part. But at the same time, I would say that in the northwest part is dry, and the aquifers are not so extended. For sure, this model can be improved in the future with more and more data as we collect more and more data. And okay, this one is the final result. On the left, the water table depth in meter below land surface. And this is consistent with the hydrogeological, morphological features of the domain. Instead, on the right, the groundwater drawdown that is concentrated only in the northern part of China, because the southern part of China is wet and mostly relies on shallow waters with system of dams. About the northern provinces, this one is the water table drawdown. And as you can see, Beijing, Hebei, and Tianjin are the three provinces that constitute the North China Plain, are the one that face most the aquifer depletion. Instead, about the total groundwater loss in kilometer cube per year, also some other regions like Xinjiang, Henan, Shandong show some high rate of depletion that are compensated by the large extent of the aquifers. So these aquifers are very large, so this loss of volume is really compensated by this. So the drawdown is small. So in total, the groundwater depletion total from 1945 to 2020 was 16.7 kilometer cube by year. And this one is how this is just for the model, a simulation, how the storage changed from 1945 to 2020. It's steady from 1975 to 2012, and then the storage, this depletion rate, slightly decreases just because the groundwater pumping is reduced thanks to the South to North Water Transfer Project. This is the last slide, and zooming out, as you can see, the Yellow River base flow decrease of 20%, and the north, this one is the red on up right. The North China Plain discharge, groundwater to seawater discharge roughly correspond to a minus 60%, and shown have no sign of recovery. So in conclusion, the estimated groundwater depletion is 16.7 kilometer cube by year. That is equivalent to 30% of the Yellow River annual flow, and is concentrated in the northern part of China. And this northern and northwestern China depletion rate are alarming, but really are compensated by the large extent of the aquifer. So in terms of water table drawdown, is not that high. It can be recovered fast. I'm done.
Thank you, Michael. Sorry, I have to move to the next speaker. Sorry. Okay. Our next speaker, Dr. Claudia Luz Vegas from International Groundwater Resources Assessment Center. Our topic is about towards an operational continuous service, a global gravity-based groundwater product, G3P.
Nice, there are my slides. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming. I'm very happy to be able to present our project to you. I will try to be fast so we have time to finish. Next slide, please. So I always start with a little introduction about why groundwater is important, but I'm sure all of you already know that it's extremely important for our society and ecosystems. And well, the groundwater is under pressure. In terms of quantity, this is mainly because of overexploitation and climate change. Next slide, please. If we want to manage these problems that we have with groundwater, we need to apply an informed groundwater management, which is based on good monitoring. But this is a problem we have. So groundwater monitoring is limited in many areas of the world. There are poor in situ capabilities, sparse and non-representative networks, etc., etc. So next, This is why we thought, okay, if we cannot rely completely in situ monitoring stations, perhaps we can look into other technologies, such as satellites. Next slide, please. So this is the motivation for our project, the Global Gravity-Based Groundwater Product. So the idea is to take the results from GRACE and GRACE Follow-On, so the satellites that Jay mentioned before, and also data from the Copernicus services, which is the monitoring network of Europe, and create a product that has global coverage, 0.5 degrees of spatial resolution. It will be from 2002 until the present. It will have monthly temporal resolution. And more importantly, the idea is that this is an operational product at the end, and it will be part of the Copernicus Climate Change Service. This is the idea we have. Next slide, please. So how does it work? Because many people wonder, well, how can you monitor groundwater from space? How can you see it? And we don't really see it with the satellites, but we derive it from them. So from GRACE, we are able to derive change in total water storage. And if you think about the total is made up of different parts. So change in groundwater, in glacier mass, snow water equivalent, root soil moisture, and surface water bodies. Next, please. So if we modify this equation a little bit, next, please, we can derive groundwater from the total. So the total, which is calculated using GRACE, we derive all the other components which are derived from Copernicus, and then we have the total groundwater storage change. Next slide, please. So these are our preliminary results, which show things that we already thought so, like we see the trend of depletion of groundwater in the west of the United States, the east of Brazil, north of Africa, in Europe, in India. So we were not surprised to see these results. This is like the 5th version of our product until now. We are still working on improving it. Next slide, please. And when we work with satellites, we think, well, we should also compare the result with in situ values, right? To be sure that we are showing something that makes sense. So we are making a validation of G3P using, well, data from many aquifers. And in this slide, I'm showing you 3. So for the Florida, the Paris Basin, and the High Plains, we extract values of G3P and we compare this with the same magnitude, so groundwater storage change, but using groundwater levels and storage, and other hydrogeological variables. Next slide, please. Specific yield, I wanted to say. So you see there the correlation with in situ and satellite is quite high, 0.8, 0.7. So the first two are comparing directly with groundwater levels because we didn't have specific yield values. And in the last one, we are comparing the actual magnitude. So when we see this, we feel very happy that the satellite is showing good things. But if we go to the next slide, you will see the uncertainty. So of course, nothing is perfect. And for example, in the Paris Basin, we see the uncertainty is really high. So we are also aware of this. And we are now in the process of understanding why in some areas of the world, the uncertainty is so high and trying to justify it from a groundwater perspective. Next slide, please. On a different note, during the project, we conducted a user survey because we wanted to know what people would think of this product, if it would be used or not, and also collect some information about spatial and temporal resolution and uncertainty. Next, please. And I wanted to show you one of the questions. We asked, do you think that you can use G3P in your current position to people from research institutes, geological surveys, intergovernmental entities, etc. And 82% say yes. So this is very promising to us. And then we asked, how would you use it? And this was an open question. And we could gather the answers in those 4 categories that you see there. And this is also very promising that the G3P can be used for advocacy, awareness raising, science policy interface, management, to combine it with models for monitoring, forecasting, etc. So this has a lot of uses. It will have. Next slide, please. If you go now to try to find the product, you won't find it because it will be available from January this year. But you will find it in these 2 places, so in the GGMN, the Global Groundwater Monitoring Network, and also in the Gravity Information Service. Those are the websites, and you can, of course, find information about the project in our website and some other products. And as a conclusion, well, G3P is an innovative tool. Of course, this approach has been done before, as Jay showed, but the idea is that this is an operational service, so this is new, and it contributes to a better understanding of groundwater storage change around the world. It has potential to support many activities, so water management, forecasting, risk assessments, and as well as raising awareness on the problems around the world that groundwater is facing. And at the end, well, G3P can contribute to increase the valuing of groundwater, especially in places where there is no other tool available. Yeah, so I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. So I would like to come into the comments and wrap up.
Okay. I think all the wonderful sharing from our four speakers. And also thanks to my colleagues, Professor Pan, for his chairing. Now I would like to invite the Chinese Counselor to UNESCO, Excellency Xue Songsen, to make her statement. Please.
I think we're running out of time, already past 10:30. So on behalf of the Chinese permanent delegation to UNESCO, I would like to thank especially UNESCO Division of Water Sciences for its full support for the wonderful presentation from the speakers. And I also want to thank Professor Lu and Pan for giving me such a privilege to attend this side event, which I've learned a lot from years of research of scientists, the dedicated efforts of Chinese government, the thoughtful considerations and challenges, including data challenges and potential of technology presented by the distinguished speakers. We know in order to achieve the goal of the safe drinking water for each individual in the world, which is SDG water-related goal, it's very crucial not only for us to master the scientific methods to measure these invisible precious resources around us, describe the health status of groundwater and to evaluate its social and ecological consequences, but also very important for the people like me, who is not a professional in groundwater, to understand these complicated but very important issues in a simple and understandable way, so we can take concerted action to protect and wisely use groundwater resources. And we need quality, open, and easily accessible data and data products to help improve management and governance of groundwater and to help people finally change their behaviors. Today's presentations allow us to see the capabilities of satellite remote sensing, ground observation network, numerical model, and big Earth data analysis technology in monitoring and assessing the distribution of groundwater resources and the impact of exploitation and utilization. I sincerely hope that these technical achievements can be further applied to the scientific protection, development, and utilization of regional global groundwater resources. And at the same time, in order to manage the groundwater resources sustainably and to address the groundwater issues comprehensively, I think we will need more professionals, especially in developing countries, who know how to collect, analyze, share, and apply data to help make better and wiser policy decisions. Could we provide more capacity development programs to help countries which greatly need such talents? How could we enhance international collaboration in the field of data and information to address common challenges and achieve water-related SDG goals worldwide? Anyway, I hope that we can jointly form a summary of proposals based on the ideas, views, tools, and data discussed today. So the stories and reflections can be shared wider during and after the summit and in relevant UN activities next year. Apparently, we will have more work to do together to secure a sustainable world with no one left behind. I thank you very much.
Okay, I thank the Chinese Counselor, Madam Shen, for her statement and suggestions for future work, because we have almost used up all of our time. But before we end this session, I want to invite our only online speaker, Professor Guo, to share some key messages or words to us for every participant to bring back as our closing remark. Please, Professor. It is very good to see you finally.
Dr. Lu. One sentence I want to say, Big Earth data is a powerful tool to make groundwater sustainable management and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I'm announced that our session is ended here. And after the meeting, we will writing a summary report, and I hope our secretary can share to all of you. And we're looking forward to future exchanges and cooperation with all of you. Thank you. See you, Professor Go. Have a nice day.
Bye-bye. Congratulations.
Bye-bye.
last session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the second session today, which is innovation contribution to solve groundwater challenges and accelerate transition. And we will have Dominique with us to be the moderator of the session. Dominique Damandrai, you have the floor.
Okay. So welcome everybody. I'm Dominique Darmondrel. I work for the French Geological Survey, where I'm the Water and Global Change Director. And I've been proposing this session with Elena. And we want you to inform about how research and innovation can contribute to really solve the UN SDGs, and in particular, what are the groundwater challenges there. Can you move to the next one, please? Just a brief introduction. Yeah, thank you. The next. What are the groundwater challenges here? We are usually said too little, too much, too polluted, too expensive, or even too wasted. But if you look to groundwater, as it's invisible, you don't know when you are missing water. You don't know when it's polluted. And in fact, what you see, the Tour Eiffel over there, it's because it's not a river flood. It was linked to flood in relation to saturated aquifers. And the water was coming from the soil. And so that's one of the challenges we have in front of us, again, and it's particularly true when we are discussing research and innovation. The next one, please. But you will see that water has been always at the core of innovation. And it started a couple of years ago with the Romans and the Mayans, with the aqueduct. And but you see that when you had the toilet discovered in the 19th, and then the tap, but very close from here, the first deep well that has been realized with several hundred meters to provide water from the groundwater resources to Paris when they had already a drought in the 1850s. I'm sorry you can't see the some of the new innovation with the smoke captures, but also what you see now with the Copernicus program in Europe. Then we are also discovering a new information about groundwater from the earth. Next one, please. Why we propose to have something about research innovation is that we started some discussion in Dakar in the World Water Forum. For the first time ever, research and innovation was at the official program. So we had a chance to have some discussion with the attendees and some of the speakers, which I'm happy to see that are around also the table today. And we had a couple of challenges already identified at the moment. And we already knew that we need to have synergies between research, technology, innovation, and education and training, because we need to train the new generation of scientists, but also the new generation of decision makers. And you will see why we need them. But we know also that we need to have joint efforts to fund research and innovation, and it's a constant task for everybody. And why we need that is to provide new solution or implement solutions that we have already in place, but they are unknown. And so for that, we have a couple of drivers like open science and open data, and we will discuss this later on. And because we are also there as ladies, we want to also to have something about equity, and not only gender, but every equity on earth to do with this. And so we had the baseline for today. We decided to organize this baseline about what we know about research and what we don't know about research. And so we will have a couple of examples to know what is known. We will have also some information about what is unknown and what it's known unknowns, because in some areas, other sectors have provided solutions and we don't know them. And then we have also what is totally ignored and what is the unknown unknown. And so this is why I will leave the floor first to Peter. Could you move to the next one, please? So Peter van der Keur from GEUS, and also he will introduce himself, so I will let him know, to set the scene and why groundwater is linked to some other natural resources challenges. Thank you, Peter.
Yes, thank you, Dominique, for the nice introduction. I'm Peter van der Keur. I'm from GEUS, Geological Survey of Denmark and Greenland, and you can see here some of my co-authors, Klaus Hinsby, who's the chair of the Water Resources Group in EGS. He's not here today. He's from the same department. Marco is here on the same table, and Kevin Parks has also contributed to this setting the scene, and also would like to because he was the chair of the Water Resources Working Group for the UNFC, has put a lot of effort in this, and I'm nominated to take over from him, but I'd like to thank him for his great effort to develop the UNFC for groundwater. Next slide, please. So what this is about knowledge and innovation and science, and this link from SDG targets to groundwater is very important. It has been researched. You can see the reference below. Karen, I don't know where she's here. She was one of the authors. And you can see how important the different SDGs link, how important they are for groundwater management. Some of them seemingly do not have any importance, but if you look deeper down, they still have some importance. You can see the SDGs, how they can reinforce sustainable groundwater management. Some of them have a mixed effect, and some of them are conflicting, and that stresses all the more the need to develop the science and innovation to make this to better connect the SDGs to groundwater research, and also to develop indicators for this. So this linkage from SDGs to sustainable groundwater management, and how it relates to the topic, to the theme of this session, is arising from this. So we need more relevant knowledge on linking the SDGs to groundwater management in order to obtain sustainable groundwater management. Next slide, please. And a way to do this on a global scene is to develop the UNFC. The UNFC is a project-centered tools. It originally was designed for commodities. It is now part, and even though it says UNFC, I would also like to mention the UN-RMS, the UN Resource Management System, of which the UNFC is a basic component. What we the UNFC has been developed for some time ago, and but now within the groundwater community, we have tried to adapt the specifications for groundwater, especially on the axis. You can maybe not read it from here, but it is the environmental, socio-economic axis, the focus, which is especially important for the SDGs and how they relate, as I was telling just a moment ago. So the UNFC is supporting the agenda 2030, and it is a step on our way to the UN RMS, which will be much broader. Which also will have another stakeholder group, and will in much higher degree support groundwater management, sustainable groundwater management. Will help policymakers, will help the investors to make knowledgeable decisions on where to put their money, and will help the communities. So SDGs from the previous slide, they link to the UNFC, and via the UNFC they also link to the UN RMS. Next slide, please. So this is just to summarize. You can see the weight, how the UNFC is used to balance different groundwater-related projects in relation to how to do this in a sustainable way. And on the right-hand side, you can see the supplemental specifications for groundwater for the UNFC, which are to be developed a little bit further before they can be presented as a final result next year. I'll keep it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. After this sit in the scenes, I will give the floor to Elena with the first results of what is known. And so she will have also very interesting messages to take.
Okay, thank you very much, Dominique. Okay, so I bring more the perspective really of how, I work for a small company, and in a way, we work directly in the front line with farmers, with cities, with regions and river basin agencies, because all this knowledge and information has to be turned into innovation. So then we actually have more equitable results in how we manage groundwater. Okay, next. Okay, so since I have 2 minutes, I'm going to give you one message and 2 examples. Next. Okay, so my key message is that, as we know, and we saw the examples from Dominique earlier, we do have a huge role for human ingenuity. Our capacity to innovate is inherent. We see it in children when they learn, if we have families. However, we also now understand that we have very, very clear natural boundaries, and that human ingenuity has got a limit in the sense of the resource base of ecosystems, that sustain, our living on this planet. Next. Okay, so I'm just bringing you two examples, and to me, I brought these two on purpose because I think they represent very much this idea of open science, open data for all to ensure we leave no one behind. This, for example, is a project where we're trying to really say, okay, we had COVID-19, we're now in the process of recovery and in a very difficult situation with current geopolitical situations. And this basically is trying to develop free stations that are low-cost sensors, that the data is available not just to the scientists, but to the farmers themselves. And in this case, what we're going to try and do is use these sensors, which have been put into farms in this case, actually, it's a case study in the Duero Basin in Spain, to take low-cost data by the farmers that then are going to be used to simulate if we actually turn the whole basin from traditional farming or not traditional farming, current intensive farming. And this area is very, at the moment has a very important, one of the largest aquifers in Europe, heavily exploited. It would change to regenerative agriculture. So then we manage the soil particularly differently. And what we're going to try and estimate is, how can we recover the groundwater storage in the soil? And I'm not even talking about aquifers. I'm talking about the first layer and we actually hope that we will be able to demonstrate and inform decisions, in this case, for example, the eco schemes of the common agricultural policy, to start to take different kind of policies to recover and maintain soil and water. Next. Okay, and this is another project, which is a PRIMA project funded by the EU. And so we interact also with Morocco and Tunisia, some of our case studies. We also have Spain and Portugal. And basically, we really bring in now the kind of new elements of science, which I think is very, very exciting, when we understand that science is not just the remit of scientists, that everyone, as I said, is capable of producing good data, particularly supported. So this idea of combining tools like, for example, citizen science, in this context, the project is trying to develop an app and also a number of tools. Here we just produce very simple citizen science cards to try, and they had two purposes. One is to try to help set up citizen science projects in different countries, but also in a way to help conceptualize the whole system. And as we heard in the previous session, if you were here, it's not just about the physical systems. You also have to incorporate the social and the economic to have the full picture. But also, you can also incorporate these other techniques, like, for example, foresight techniques like Delphi. Here, we actually had a questionnaire sent globally to try to really understand what are the big trends happening from the perspective of experts, tapping onto all that knowledge, for the groundwater fathers or the experts around, or groundwater mothers. So basically, this idea that we can combine both. And with this, you can actually check these projects, but it's just two examples. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. So now you have some concrete examples of what the results of, or what are results of research and innovation. I will now pass the floor again to Peter, and we will move to the known unknowns.
Yes, thank you. And I will continue with presenting you some of the two projects who were very much related to research, and because research is not possible without data. We had there was a project, a 5-year project on mapping groundwater data. And my co-author was coordinating this, and I will tell you about what will be what was the main interest. The main interest was to present the data in an findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable way. Next slide, please. And so to make the data available, so project and different stakeholders can benefit from having direct access to this data. Now, this project is followed up by another one who will go beyond this, so beyond the presentation and the making data available, towards a more system which can be used by an even broader range of stakeholders. So and both this and the previous project were including groundwater quantity and quality, and both have strong implications for the SDGs as mentioned before. And what we want to do is to see how this data, if you look at the European level, but it can easily be extended to the global level as well, how this data, if it's made available, how this can accelerate and how this can promote and help implement groundwater management on a pan-European level. Next, please. Next slide, please. So here you can see one of the main results from the previous project, which consisted of 4 different groundwater-related projects on quality, quantity, and also on how to map this in an information system. This is an example of how we on a pan-European level could map the groundwater recharge, which is of importance on how to develop a sustainable groundwater management to see where you can actually abstract water and where you absolutely cannot abstract water. And so this is on a website, and we will take a point of departure from this work done to even further develop this in another project on the European Service for Europe. And this is on the next slide. Here you can see how we move from data mapping towards data management, make it accessible for a broad range of users. So how we can make the data more open. Open data is of paramount importance to develop research and innovative solutions, and how to accelerate this and implement it. So you can see how we move from a data platform towards a more interactive knowledge infrastructure. So basically, to how do we move from data to knowledge, and how can this used in an interactive way for decision making. You can see some examples on intelligent search and on Internet of Things. How this can be coupled to devices, as just presented by Elena. I think I keep it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And now let's move to the known unknowns again, but with a different perspective. We'll give the floor to Agathe, my co-chair of a national program, One Water, to give this presentation, short one.
Thank you, Dominique. So, yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here and just to present this national program that it's a pleasure to co-lead it with Dominique and Thibaut Datry. As you know, water is a common good that is pivotal for life and socioeconomic development. Water is a resource, a living environment, a vital element for climate regulation, for the functioning of ecosystems and human development, and blah, blah, blah. But you know that the global is catching up with the local, and new questions are emerging. The multiple values of water must be reconsidered and allow us to place water at the heart of the socio-ecosystems, and not only consider the uses we make of it. These main challenges must be addressed by more integrated, systemic, multi-stakeholder approaches to co-construct solutions, adapt to contrasting realities, and to contribute to SDGs. We need more knowledge, and this is what we aim to develop through the French National Research and Innovation Programme. It is just the beginning of this 10 years program. We aim to accelerate transitions, measure impacts on socio-hydrosystems. It is for our community, from water community, academic and non-academic community, a real opportunity to respond to current and future challenges toward an acceleration phase. And then the amount of this program is 53 million for 10 years, and they are allocated for the production of new knowledge and the development of several actions and collaborations that you can see on this place, considering also co-construction, relation with different stakeholders, education, and integration of the whole community of water to involve everybody on these big challenges. Yes, because we will try to develop a new concept. Next slide. With 6 scientific challenges. The first one consists on anticipate. Anticipate the evolution of water resources, surface or groundwater resource, to allow the adaptation of territories according to their singularities. We will switch from global to local, and we consider the universal to singular aspect. The second one concerns the development of water footprint, and to revisit this concept of environmental processes and human activities, considering not only water quantity, but also its quality, and to cross all of this data regarding this approach. The third challenge consists on the use water as a sentinel of the health, of the environment, and human societies along the long sea continuum, and in between the different compartments of surface and groundwater level, and the interaction of that. The fourth proposed solutions to promote the adaptability and resilience of socio-hydrosystems. And then the 5 is transversal of these precedent challenges, and we try to support the socio-ecological transition towards a new governance of resources for a sustainable and resilient society. We were focusing in France, more metropole and ultramarine approach, and then we'll try to have some other actions for everywhere, and to disseminate this approach. And of course, well, the question of the data. It's just 6 challenges. We will share, make accessible and understandable by all the water data for knowledge and actions. And then we will have a platform specifically focusing on data. So the 6 major challenges constitute the One Water concept, necessary to involve all academics and non-academics, and to accompany and accelerate the transitions. Thank you.
Thank you, Agathe. And after this national program, we will move to the European scale. You may know that Horizon Europe is one of the largest research and innovation framework program. And I will give the floor to Ariane Blum, which is the CEO of the Water for All Partnership, which is a new initiative funded by the member states and the European Commission. Ariane.
Thank you very much, Dominique. I'm very pleased to be here. It's exactly this. We can move to the European level with a similar partnership to One Water. So maybe next slide. A few words to explain what is Water for All. Water for All is a European partnership, as Dominique has just said, under the framework program for research named Horizon Europe. You all know the challenge we have to face regarding water, and I won't tell you too much about this, but just to highlight that at the European level, unfortunately, 20 years after the Water Framework Directive publication, we still have 60% of surface water which are in poor status and 30% for groundwater. Of course, we have carried a lot of research projects with important results, measures to implement it to protect our waters, but it means that it's not enough, and that we have to have a new ambition. and to give a fresh boost to research at the European level. And this is why Water for All has been designed as selected, and why water has been selected by the European Commission as a priority. And Water for All is one of the 45 partnerships under Horizon Europe. Just a few words also that this partnership will contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Objectives and to the EU Green Deal. And an important thing is that we now have to go through a holistic approach regarding research. It has been said already this morning, I think, by doing research on water, but considering the links with agriculture, food, cities, and so on. Another big issue in this partnership is to put together researchers, but also policymakers and companies, especially SMEs, and to make sure the results will be transferred to stakeholders and to the economical sectors. Next. So our partnership is made of 79 partners from 23 member states and 8 non-EU countries. It's not just about member states. It's mainly made of national and regional research funders and policymakers, but not only. We also have research institutes and economic actors. As an example, GEUS, BRGM, and CNRS are part of the partnership. And the partnership was launched on the 1st of June and will last until 2029 and beyond. And to give you an idea, the total expected budget during the 10 years will be 420 million euros, including more than 100 million euros from the Commission, the European Commission. Next slide, please. Yeah, just to tell you that our partnership and our priorities are defined in what we call a strategic research innovation agenda. It means that during the last 2 years, we organized a large consultation to researchers, stakeholders, and so on, to set priorities and to set the main topics of our partnership. And they are written here. I don't have the time to go too much in details, but maybe to say that you can read this and you can find this 3R on our website. And of course, groundwater is everywhere here, and groundwater is a part of all topics. And next slide. Thank you. Just an overview of the different activities. And once again, this is just the starting point of this partnership. Yeah, so maybe I would say that there is an important part dedicated to research and innovation development, which is Pillar B, with annual joint transnational calls. There will be each year an open call, but we also have internal scientific activities. First, as in Pillar C, to make sure that the results will be transferred to the policymakers and to the companies and SMEs to support as an example, PhD, to support the startups and so on. Another important activity, Pillar D, is dedicated to the demonstration of our research results with water-oriented living labs and market uptake support. Pillar E will be dedicated to international cooperation, which is a very important part of the partnership. So once again, it's not just about European activities, and for us, it is very important to have collaborations with other countries and to develop common tools. And next and last one, I know. Yeah, that's it. So a last slide, maybe to tell you maybe a few words to set how can you collaborate with Water for All partnerships. The first thing is to apply to calls for projects. As I mentioned before, there will be a call every year with fundings. So once again, the idea is that we have a common, we put the money together in a way to boost research. The first call is ongoing, and the first step is closed from the 1st of November. And you have here the topic of the first call dealing with the management of water in the context of hydroclimatic extreme events for a total budget of 34 million euros. The next one will be in September or October 2023. So this is mainly for SMEs or research organization. For funding institute, you can join the consortium if you want to support research in your country, and there will be a new grant agreement in 2024. So don't hesitate to contact us if for funding agencies. And in order to welcome new partners, we will set next year what we call an observing partner status, meaning that some institutes can start working with us without a contribution for the European Commission, but you can come and look at the progress of the partnership and contribute also to the work program. And as I don't have too much time, I think that's all, and don't hesitate to come back to us.
Yeah, but there was some question online about what you are proposing, Ariane. So just we have some time to exchange with you. I don't know if you want to send question to some of the specific speakers while you are thinking about the first question in the room. I may start with what I've seen on the WUWA. I have some in front of me. So there were one, at least, I don't know if you can follow the last one, I don't know. But what I had for this session was about, after monitoring and data collection of groundwater, actual on-ground actions are required to solve the real issue. Do you agree? I think that Elena say yes. I think that Ariane say how. Or almost. Elena, do you want to comment on that while I'm looking at the room?
Yeah, I mean, I think that to me, this is actually, thinking of recent meetings like at COP27, they talk about the age of implementation. And I think that's precisely what we saw in the side event earlier. Is pretty disturbing about what's happening with groundwater. So I think indeed, this is actually going to be the real challenge, that all this knowledge and information has to be put to good use by the decision makers. And in the case of groundwater, it's such a complex topic that we're going to be talking about. For example, we heard in China 20 million wells. That's the challenge. And we have a similar story in Spain, not 20 million, but we have also quite a few million, thousands.
I'm sure. Ariane, do you want to develop about the demonstration with the living labs, for example, or it could be also Agathe, because it's also part of the national one? How to put demonstration?
You know, we are lucky to have in France a different infrastructure, which are zone atelier or big seats where a lot of scientists are studying the complexity of the socio-hydro system. And then it's organized and there is a relation with the different stakeholders, and they are in between. They consider all of this knowledge to better understand the complexity and the dynamic and the trajectories of these hydrosystems. And then we will try to use this kind of infrastructure just to involve all of the scientific community who are invest in this place, and to benefit of the different measures that we have, because it's a long-term analysis, and then we will be able to have a better view about the question. And then we have some of experimental seats which are more fundamental or more in link with socio-system connection.
Yeah, maybe in addition, a demonstration activity of Water for All will be dedicated to what we call living labs. I didn't have time to explain this, but the idea is to put together the end user of a technology, of a tool, with the researcher, and to think about, before thinking about your solutions, to think about who will use your solution. And there are different water-oriented living labs across Europe. So it's very interesting to put together different case studies and countries and to share experience to really make sure that we will have this transfer of research activities and demonstrations. So we can bring international cooperation.
Yeah, maybe I can also add that the current call is on how to deal with the climate extremes, and it is highly anticipated that water for all projects are benefiting from other projects, and that's exactly what we are doing. I mentioned this Geological Service for Europe call, which is also devoted to developing early warning systems, for instance, with regard to groundwater. So to see how can we actually see from the data where there's an exceedance of abstraction, and how can we what can we do about that? Can we from the groundwater level data, for instance, can we see where we should not where we cannot develop sustainable groundwater projects to stay within the terminology of the UNFC? This is also related to the UNFC and to the UN resource management system, the UN RMS. So this is very important that we make best possible use of already ongoing or previous projects to make this happen. So yes, so the synergy is very important also.
Thank you, Peter. Is there a question from the room? I see you very silent. I don't know. Are you just scientists in the room, or are you also users of science? Yes, please. Yes, because for the you can come here if you want. And if you can introduce yourself also. Thank you.
No. Ooh. Thank you, Kerstin Dannert from Ask for Water in Switzerland. There's another session on innovation tomorrow. Are you connected? Are you talking to each other? Are there interlinkages that could be done around innovation? Yeah, thanks.
I think, Marco, do you want to answer? Yes, please.
Yes, of course, there is a relationship and some links, and we are based our session side event today on the research project in general with orientation on innovation, both from the technological and societal point of view. Tomorrow, the innovation session organized by IEH will be dedicated to the different approach to innovation, including the need to be inclusive, also developing low-cost tools and so on. And we will talk about, yes, of course, the interlinkage between the societal innovation, the technological innovation, and also the how can say the scholar innovation on in general educational innovation. That will be the main themes tomorrow, and of course there are direct linkage between them. Thank you.
Yes, we have been exchanging, just to mention that, a lot, and we decided to focus on to really showcase about what innovation can bring to the achievement of the UN SDGs with concrete examples, and to show you that there are some programs at the moment. You have seen for France and for Europe. We are looking also what is done in other countries in order to see if you have seen that we need a lot of funds in order to produce this new knowledge, or even to demonstrate their efficiency, to implement them, to provide the solution at the ground. And so the idea is to how we can join forces for that, and what we can tackle for the short, the mid, and the long term. Because for the research, we are also looking to the new challenges which are coming. You might remember when the IPCC started to say, well, we have a problem with the climate. It was a couple of years ago, and now we have the figures are there. It was prediction, now there are facts. And so the researchers are also there to highlight the future challenges. So that's one of the things we wanted to highlight. Just because Marco mentioned something important, inclusiveness, and that's where also innovation is here. There was a question about what can we do for making the results available for all communities, and in particular for the researchers in the developing countries. Because what we are presenting here is that we have the chance to have some states supporting us, which is less the case for the developing countries. And so we also need to see how we can bring some of the funders to address what we are seeing over there and how we can do that. So there is a first start with Water for All. Ariane just mentioned there are a couple of countries outside of the EU inside. For example, there is South Africa. But there are also some collaboration with other countries, but it's always quite difficult to bring and to bring some funds for doing research in those countries. So I see that there were some people highlighting that also in their presentation. Is there, yes, please. Can you take one of the microphones in front of you and introduce yourself, please?
Thank you. My name is Fanny Frick from the Institute for Social Ecological Research in Germany. And I took from the panel discussion and the presentations that there's a strong focus from bringing together the sort of the hard fact science, hydrogeology, and citizens' participatory approaches. And what I was wondering is, what is the role of social science? What can we learn from the social sciences about implementation and governance aspects? And if you can maybe say something on that.
I won't say anything on that. My co-chair of OneWater is an anthropologist, so from social science. So I will leave her the floor and just try to keep her in 2 minutes, because that's always the challenge when you launch the discussion, but definitely we are in.
No, of course, it's very important. So we have to consider all disciplinary, and from hydrologists to jurists, to anthropologists and psychologists and economists and so on. We need to have all of this view, all of this methodology and data to be able to understand the complexity of the socio-ideal systems. And then generally we are in silo. So we have also to cross and to interlink the disciplinary and interlink the compartment and the different state of state of water in time, from past to future, and in space, from local and global, and in the interaction. And then this program is one of the challenge of this program is just to involve everybody and to push them a new research, just to able to develop maybe a sustainable sciences. That is probably one of the key to give some response and to involve all of the discipline and also all of the stakeholders in the process. So it's a new challenge, and we have to test and to experiment, and we are very motivated to do that.
Yes, Peter.
Yes, yes, I fully agree. This is very, very important. I'm not a social science person, but I have been, as I presented the UNSC as a first block towards a more universal UN RMS system. Actually, for the UNFC system, we included, so we adapted the specifications to make it applicable for the groundwater community, for the groundwater science. And so one of the additions for these supplemental specifications was how to define socially accepted projects, because sometimes even when you look at the environment, and if you look at the economic implications, some people, they just need the water, and sometimes groundwater is the only option. And so what we looked at were cases on indigenous people. We also looked at the First Nation communities in Canada. And so this was a very important consideration. So sometimes if you climb across this cube, maybe you can use you can qualify groundwater projects according to these different axes socially, and one of these axes is actually is it socially acceptable for indigenous people, for instance, to have groundwater project, even though it cannot fill all the other specifications. So maybe it is not 100% environmentally or economically viable, but then still you can define such projects for certain social groups.
I'm sure that somebody would like to react on acceptability, but I will give the floor to Elena. I think that it's also about ways for doing research differently. It's not only involving them, but doing differently.
Yes, I think, yeah, I think, I mean, thanks for the question. I mean, I think the problems are so complex that we really need all the sciences. And I think I, again, bring also about rethinking what science is and who has science. You know, I think we have to be much more open in what we consider is important knowledge. And I think, for example, with the IPCC, put a lot of effort on the local and indigenous knowledge. And when, for example, when we look at values, you know, understanding why we value whatever, you know, I think this cultural approach is going to be absolutely critical to understand that, because often, you know, technical projects don't work, and the answer is definitely not in the technology, it's definitely in the users, you know. So if we don't understand the users, what hope do we have that even if we put it in bold, black letters, this is not the way, we will not see any, you know, any changes. And I think we're now really starting to grasp, you know, behavioral sciences, and the problem with social sciences is a lot messier, it's not so exact. You know, and if there's uncertainty in physical systems, you cannot even imagine in social systems. And I think we have to be comfortable with that, you know, that it's going to be messy. But we're talking about having to transform the whole system, you know. And for example, if you don't bring social sciences in, how will you understand political economy? How will you understand power? You know, and when you're trying to do a change, you will have opposition, and you need to understand that. Otherwise, again, the data itself will not give you the answer. It's that data, you know, in the context of where you're trying to implement those changes. So I think absolutely, I mean, obviously I'm biased, I'm a social scientist, but at the same time, I mean, actually, Peter knows we've worked together in many projects, and I think this is exactly how it has to be. You know, all these sciences working on complex systems, because we created those silos. You know, in the world itself, you know, there's no silos. You know, these are just complex problems. Yeah.
Okay, let's take one of the questions that we have online that you can see on the screen. Is to change the over-exploitation of groundwater. It's a challenge to extend comprehensively to the stakeholders. It's not important not only to research, but also to finance this communication. Is this also possible in the EU program? So the answer is yes. Right now, it's not only on the partnership. I would give the floor to Ariane for that. But there is also now a new mechanisms under the Horizon Europe framework program for the dissemination of the knowledge and coming from the program. It's Knowledge for Europe. That's very important. It's even more important in Horizon Europe because they want to increase the impact of the funding of this program. So, but Ariane, do you want to complete for the partnership?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, the answer is yes, definitely. There is an important part dedicated to communication of the results from the projects funded by the partnership, but also communication about general information and challenge regarding water. So we still have to build this. This is once again the starting point, but we will give some communication about water at the EU level or at the global level. It's we are here also to send key message and an important message to politicians, citizens, stakeholders, and so on. So don't hesitate. There is a Twitter and a LinkedIn account, so don't hesitate also to look at it and to contribute and to share your communication also, I would say.
And there will be also a couple of other websites where you can find information about specific results. There is the one from the European Commission where you can find all the results of the projects for sure. If you can find your way in the different thousands of projects and the outputs of these projects. Just to finish okay, there is one question. This is for Water for All. And then I see Lars, is that you? But I will take the question online. Ivory Coast can apply for upcoming grant for Water for All. I'm guessing no, as the country is not involved in the partnership. But there are other sources of funding for Africa. But we will keep this question for later on. Lars, a quick one because we need to conclude.
An example of EU support to the question on overexploitation of groundwater is the China-Europe water platform, which we are completing this year. And there we have had a very intensive discussion with the Chinese on the overexploitation of groundwater on the North China Plain, where water has dwindled or decreased by 1 meter per year over the past 60 years. And that has actually resulted in a complete program that for restoring the groundwater resources on the North China Plain as much as possible, of course. And this you will be able to find very soon. We are compiling all our experience, all our policy dialogues, and we are compiling them at a special website, and which you can write me or you can write Björn, so you can get the link. And basically, the Chinese have done an extreme effort to restore the groundwater on the North China Plain by switching all the agricultural systems, the farming systems, towards systems that do not use so much groundwater. But please have a look at our website, which actually is existing, but I still haven't got the address yet. But
I'm sure we can find it. I'm looking at the table, but it's time now to conclude. So could we move back? And I will give the floor to Marco Petita for the conclusion. If the slide is coming in, yeah, just to push a button.
Yes, I only remarked that it was a very interactive side event, and our intention was to promote interaction today and for the future in general. What has been highlighted is that research innovation are not only related to the improving knowledge, but they are strongly related to the communication and to give data and results accessible to everyone. Of course, we need also some translation effort in communication and also in making data available for solution. So solution has to be transferred to the not only to the stakeholders, but also the citizen has to be aware of what kind of improvement in their lives can be provided by this innovative solution. And so, just to remark the take-home messages, research innovation are the key for accelerating reaching the UN SDGs, and encouraging investment in research innovation and digital data access will support solution development and implementation. To increase impacts, we need water-related public policies to be based on knowledge to support innovation, create and build the capacities of all categories of stakeholders. Better linkages between research, innovation and policy via an effective research innovation policy interface to water-related stakeholders. And synergies through connecting and combining existing initiatives for better access to innovation and decreasing the gaps between knowns and unknowns. We also have the idea to have some follow-up exchange to discuss some action plan or research and development infrastructure to put together all the efforts that we discussed today and other efforts that for sure have been developed during last year. And a future event can be possible to organize. It can be a proposal for a future event. And in this case, of course, we will share all the information to make more comprehensive and inclusive also this future event.
Thank you, Marco. And so if you are interested, for sure, just send us an email or give us your business cards. We will include you in the next discussion phase. I think that's quite important. As you have seen, we are trying to really put synergies in all these actions in order to ensure that we address the targets that we are looking at in front of us, and the unknown one in particular. So thank you for your contribution. And as we are scientists, and in the last years we had some important person passing away, we wanted to finish with a tribute to some big scientists. And I hope that you will have a look at what they did in the past. A selection from this group. You will see, don't touch anything, it should change if I made it well. So Professor Mike Edmonds. And you see it's what he produced in the past. Yes, an Italian now, Carlo Felice Boni, with different activities. And from very important resources, the fractures aquifers, an anthropologist, an economist, an ecologist, an activist, as he was known, so Jacques Weber, a French. And I think that's in El Mundo No Falta Agua, is there for the next one? Thank you, Elena, for contributing to that one. But yes, a Swiss, Professor Lusley. And then the final wrote by Elena, Professor Llamas. And El Mundo No Falta Agua, Falta Imaginación. I think that's the right conclusion. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy it, and let's continue the discussion.
Good morning, Danelia. Can you hear us from online?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Can you please try to open your video to see if we can also see you? All right, I can see you. Thank you very much. Steve, I can see you. Can you please try to say a few words to make sure we can hear you clearly?
Yeah, hello. Nice to see you all. Hi, Kerstin.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
Aline, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Thank you.
We can hear you, but from really far. Can you please try to speak closer to the microphone, please?
Okay, sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now. Do you want to try your camera? All right, I can see it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third session for today. We are welcoming the session Groundwater for Rural Water Supply, and I will hand over the floor to Giorgino Ciuna. Giorgino, you have the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our section on groundwater for rural water supply. I am Ciuna Giorgino, an environmental engineer from Cameroon, and again, a steering committee member of UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network. I will be moderating this section. It's okay, from online. So before we start, I would like to thank our rapporteur, Mr. Shen, who have the duty to present the final funding and the take-home message of this section. Now, the main aim of this our section is to raise awareness on the severity of hand pump quality, performance, and also have an open discussion to talk about the opportunity of safe water supply in rural area. Before we start the event, I would like to tell the participant that if you have a question or a remark, you can send to our weather platform. This question will be answered during the open discussion or can be subsequently answered in case there's no time. In the first part of our event, we will have presentation from Dr. Kaitin, water specialist, researcher with more than 25 years of experience, followed by that of Mr. Tim from Malawi, who is a water hydrologist at Base Flu. The state discussion will be from Dr. Tim, that is a research director at the Institute for Sustainable Future with more than 10 years of experience. And lastly, we have a presentation from Ranyan, who is a program manager at Meta Social Enterprise. Without any further delay, let us go to the presentation of Dr. Kaitin. Dr. Kaitin, over to you.
Thank you very much. Next slide, please. This is an opening slide for the presentation. And if you could just move to the next slide. Thank you. So just as a reminder, as a global community, we're striving to ensure that everyone has access to drinking water that's available, accessible and affordable. It's not just being nice, it's not charity, it's not goodwill, but it's a human right. So this is the context that we're talking about. Next slide, please. Yeah, it just takes time, I think, with the online. Yeah, no problem at all. As long as you can understand me, that's the main thing. So this session is called Groundwater for Rural Water Supplies. And I don't know what you think when you think about rural, but often rural is defined as what is not urban officially. And both within countries and between countries, there are many types of rural, as the figure here shows. The term rural can mean a small town, village, remote settlements, or even very remote scattered communities. And in this event, we're really using the national definition of rural, of which there are many. Next slide, please. So over 30 years have passed since the UN water decade of the 1980s. And in that time, there has been tremendous progress in terms of access to basic and improved services. Nevertheless, in sub-Saharan Africa, there's still a considerable gap between rural and urban dwellers when it comes to accessing at least a basic supply. And meanwhile, in East Asia, overall service levels are higher, but still 11% of the rural population remains without at least a basic service and are being left behind. Next slide, please. So there are many aspects of groundwater for rural water supplies that deserve attention. But this session, we're focusing really on two aspects. The first is borehole and hand pump quality, and the second is self-supply. Household self-supply generally refers to water sources in the forms of wells, boreholes, rainwater collection that are privately owned and which have been financed and are managed by individual households or families. Owing to the private nature of self-supply, it's often overlooked in policy and regulation. And consistently assuring hand pump and borehole quality, the second aspect, and the reality of self-supply are both aspects that are really often overlooked politically and are basically neglected. So part of the reason is the lack of a political voice by rural dwellers. And I argue that sector specialists, many sector specialists still actually have a rural, still have an urban bias. So if there are two messages to take away from this side event, it's one, that boreholes and hand pumps should always be properly designed and constructed, and we'll hear all about that from Steve. And the second point is that self-supply can unlock household investments in water supply and should be acknowledged, supported, and enabled. Next slide, please. So borehole drilling is the primary way in which groundwater is developed for its subsequent use. And there's a spectrum of drilling technologies used. Most drilling equipment, I would say, is now in the hands of the private sector since the wave of privatization that swept from the 1990s. And on the left in this slide here, you see mechanized equipment, both large and small. On the right are two examples of manual drilling technologies. And actually, manual drilling, combined with relatively soft formations and shallow groundwater, is one of the reasons for such high levels of drinking water, improved drinking water, in parts of Bangladesh, India. And it's really firmly within the private sector. Manual drilling has also become very popular in Nigeria and Chad, for example, and it's being introduced into other sub-Saharan African countries, with hundreds, if not thousands, of drillers operating in Lagos, for example. So let me turn back to self-supply. Thanks to detailed analysis, next slide, thanks, of household survey data and census data by Tim Foster and his team, we know that in fact, about a third of households in Asia and the Pacific self-supply their own drinking water. And the prevalence is actually highest in rural areas. And Tim will explain more about this in his presentation after Rainier, who's going to talk about self-supply in sub-Saharan Africa. Next slide, please. So groundwater is extremely important for sub-Saharan Africa. And the map that's coming to your screen shortly, on the left, this one here, it shows the proportion of the rural population that rely on groundwater point sources. So that's springs, boreholes, wells, whether they're improved or not. And that's from data that's collated by the Joint Monitoring Programme. And if we remain on the figure on the left, you can see just how high that reliance is. Burkina Faso, Central African Republic, Guinea, all 80% or more. Looking at the figure on the right shows the hand pump reliance, manual hand pumps for the total population in sub-Saharan Africa. And the borehole with a hand pump has become really important. And while interest in solar pumping is growing and is important, hand pumps will continue to play a really important role over the next decade and a half, maybe 2 decades. And we still have in Africa 200 million people relying on hand pump boreholes. I estimate there are about 700,000 hand pumps in the subcontinent. But unfortunately, and as you will hear shortly from Steve, boreholes and hand pumps are failing prematurely. They're failing within 1 or 2 years because of poor technical quality. And that underperforms, it causes people to have poor access, inadequate access, and even return to their surface water, contaminated sources. That has huge implications. So Steve's going to talk about that. And this is now my last slide, really. The 2 messages. Boreholes and hand pumps should always be properly designed, sited, constructed, and self-supply can unlock household investments in water. And we'll hear about that from our next speaker. Next slide, please. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Excellent presentation. We look forward to hear from Mr. Steve. Yes, I think he's online. That's the video.
Hello.
Yeah, Mr. Steve.
Play his video now, please. Yeah.
May I share the slide? Okay.
We're going to play your presentation, Steve, so you're fine.
All right, no problem. Thank you.
Are best for in Malawi. Today I'll be making a presentation on stopping the rot, taking action to ensure borehole and hand pump quality. And by the end of this presentation, we should be able to galvanize ourselves into action into stopping this rot so that we can achieve the key aspect of SDG 6.1. First of all, let me share with you some of the practical experiences that I have with my organization working in Malawi. We have a process which we call borehole forensics. This is a detailed diagnosis of borehole and hand pump performance, where we identify problems to do with borehole and hand pump, as well as we use methodological way of collecting surveys using M-Water customized surveys. Some of the key findings include unsuitable well designs and poor construction, for instance, manually cut casings, yield being insufficient, and also poor siting due to lack of hydrogeological understanding. The corrosion of AfriDev pump with galvanized iron components is rampant in areas where there is high electrical conductivity, for instance, high salinity. Some of the key findings on borehole forensics include pumping tests, which we conducted on 128 wells, and we found that 15% of these wells had low yielding boreholes below the national standard, and these boreholes were commissioned for use. Also, we checked on the verticality of boreholes, and we found that over half of 23 wells that we surveyed had no straight boreholes. That is, this has a big problem of causing fast wearing parts to actually wear out fast. One of the striking aspects of water point failure is that many points fail in the first year or two, and we call this premature failure. And this premature failure was actually one of the drivers for UNICEF and WaterAid to strive to improve the quality of drilling programs in the region. In the figure on the right, which shows data from Nigeria, it has been estimated that the probability of failure in the first year or second year could be more than 35%. Therefore, we argue that this premature failure most likely was due to something technically wrong with the borehole or the pump. Now, let's look at hand pump performance. If wells and boreholes are properly designed and constructed, they should be able to last for their lifetime, and this should exceed more than 25 years. For instance, India Mark II and AfriDev hand pumps, they are designed so that the fast wearing parts can be replaced. And over a period of 10 years or 15 years, the whole pump actually should be replaced. But we have seen pumps stop working earlier and also performing poorly. A hand pump normally breaks down for a very specific technical reason, such as the breakage of a chain, rising main pipes, and also other parts like O-rings, centralizers, if you know borehole parts. The repair, however, of these boreholes depends on the ability of the community or governments to raise funds and organize an area mechanic or source spare parts. However, with this premature failure, should we continue to burden communities and governments to continue fixing such premature wells? Now, coming to rapid corrosion of hand pumps. Corrosion is the attack of surface materials by chemical processes, and it can affect concrete, glass, plastic, as well as materials that contain iron. From the studies in the early 1980s and 1990s, it was observed that total iron concentration in natural groundwater is rarely greater than 1 milligrams per liter. The red water, which is a problem in hand pump equipped wells, is usually caused by corrosion. However, galvanization also is observed does not protect rising mains and pump rods from corrosion if the water pH is less than 6.5. And also, corrosion has been known about for over 30 years. Yet, these simple mistakes are being repeated over and over again. Except for in 2018 in Uganda, the government actually made a directive to prevent further use of galvanized iron riser pipes throughout the country. Now, when hand pumps corrode rapidly, the sources are often abandoned due to poor taste of the water and color, and they are prone to frequent failure as well as rapid breakdown. Although the problem has been known since in the 80s and there have been some actions taken, rapid corrosion of hand pumps is still taking place in over 20 countries in the sub-Saharan region, as you can see from this map, which we developed from a research as well as a knowledge exchange with professionals, and also through the online surveys hosted on the Rural Water Supply Network. Despite this prevalence, which you can see from the map, and the widespread use of the hand pumps, rapid corrosion of hand pumps has remained on the margins in many countries on the water policies and programs being implemented. Apart from the rapid corrosion, there are also problems with hand pump component quality, as we'll see. We have observed specific concerns over hand pump components quality in several countries, and these include the components or pump parts being too light, very thin galvanizing, and also some parts are not genuine and also not according to standards of material composition that include defective materials and also non-conformant of dimensions, specifications, and in general lack of durability. All these can lead to premature failure of the hand pump parts. Now, after observing all this fraud, what do we do? Well, we have a call to action. Firstly, we need to build the capacity, knowledge, and skills of consultants, drillers, managers to be able to site, procure, manage contracts, and drill, and install, and be able to supervise the construction of boreholes professionally. We also need to stop using underground hand pump parts components or pump rods, riser pumps that are made of galvanized iron. We need to ensure that all pump parts and pipe materials meet the quality standards. This could be done by incentivizing pump manufacturers and installers to be able to deliver quality and regulate imports of hand pump components. We also need to map areas with low pH and high salinity. And alternatively, we should be able to use technologies in areas with high pH and high salinity. We should also find out the reasons for failure before rehabilitating other boreholes in rehabilitation programs. This will prevent actually recycling this over and over, having boreholes that have premature failure. We need to ensure that donors, policies, and financing conditions consider the risk and supervision requirements and post-construction inspection that is required in borehole drilling as well as borehole construction. We need to address challenges in the enabling environment, including corruption and managing of drilling programs. Lastly, we have a question. Can we hold the service providers, donors, and implementers accountable for this discovered fraud? Well, join us to stop this fraud by contacting us. And also, you can read more on Stop the Fraud Work through those references and also visiting the website. Thank you very much.
So over the next 10 minutes or so, my colleague Rainier and I are going to, over here, provide an overview of self-supply in Africa and the Asia Pacific, specifically in relation to rural areas. So to kick things off, I'm going to take you on a whirlwind tour of self-supply in the Asia Pacific region. And so self-supply, as Kirsten alluded to, in rural areas of the Asia Pacific region is widespread. So here are the numbers. For rural areas, around 570 million people in rural areas rely on wells, whether tube wells, boreholes, protected wells, unprotected dug wells, for their drinking water. So importantly, 96% of those self-suppliers are using improved sources, particularly tube wells across the region. So about 480 million people relying on premises tube wells for their drinking water. In all likelihood, that number's probably north of 600 million for a couple of reasons. One, we don't have any data for China there, which is likely to be a big contributor. Secondly, this doesn't include use of self-supply for other domestic purposes, as is often the case in Southeast Asia, where packaged water is used for drinking and groundwater self-supply is used for domestic purposes. But suffice to say, this represents billions of dollars of household investment across the region. Next slide, please. So this map here gives you an indication of the prevalence of groundwater self-supply across parts of Asia. So you can see there are a number of countries, a band of countries from west to east that have more than 30% of the rural population relying on self-supply. So from Pakistan through to India, Bangladesh, with a lofty 76% of the rural population relying on premises tube wells, through to Myanmar, Cambodia, Vietnam, and then down to Indonesia. Now, when you look at it at a subnational level, so for some of those big countries, if we go to the next slide, please, you can see that there's huge variation within countries particularly India, Indonesia. So a thing to point out there is that very high prevalence in the Indo-Gangetic Plain and also down in South Sumatra. So there are a number of factors that are driving this. So one is in many parts of Asia, there's ease of access to groundwater through low-cost drilling methods. Next slide, please. In addition to that, there's widespread availability of low-cost pumps, particularly suction pumps, such as the number 6 you see here. Next, please. There's also really strong supply chains, both for the pumps themselves and the parts. The other thing about that low-cost technology is that all the moving parts are above ground, meaning households are readily able to have them repaired, meaning the functionality levels are often very, very high. The fourth point here is more of an emerging factor, I guess, is that increasingly rural households have access to electricity. So about 30 million rural people are gaining access to electricity every year in Asia, and that's translating into uptake of electric pumps, as you can see here, often replacing the low-cost suction pumps. Next slide, please. So one of the key questions that is asked about self-supply is how equitable is it? Is it mainly for wealthier households who can afford to invest in their own system? Is it mainly for poorer households who are marginalised from mainstream services? So in Asia and the Pacific, it's a complicated story in that respect. So there are some countries such as India, Kiribati, Thailand, where it's largely the poorer quintiles in rural areas that are using self-supply. There are some countries where it's really the middle income quintiles, so Cambodia, Laos, Philippines, Indonesia, Bangladesh. And then there are some countries where self-supply is most common in the urban areas, Myanmar, Mongolia, Timor-Leste, Afghanistan and Nepal. Next slide, please. So the other question that's often asked about self-supply is around the service levels. To what extent does it provide a service of an adequate standard? So these graphs present data on availability of water from self-supply versus piped water to the premises. And on the right-hand side, we have data on water quality for self-supply versus water that's piped to the premises. So starting with availability, the blue dot is self-supply, the brown dot is piped to the premises. And you can see in most countries, the blue dot is above the brown dot. So essentially, self-supply is providing a more reliable service in rural areas than piped water. The story on the right-hand side in terms of water quality is more mixed. Of those 8 countries with available data, for 3 of them, self-supply has better water quality, microbial water quality, than piped water, and the converse is true in 5 countries. There's also arsenic to consider in this region, and in the 3 countries with available data, the risk of elevated arsenic is higher for self-supply than piped water. But when you put all those metrics or indicators together to get a sense of safely managed water, self-supply in Asia and the Pacific is actually more likely to provide a safely managed service in rural areas than a piped supply is. And overall, for every 1 household receiving a safely managed service through a pipe system, there are 4 households receiving a safely managed service through self-supply. Next slide, please. Interestingly, despite it being really prevalent in Asia and the Pacific region, there's actually very few documented examples of support or even policy acknowledgement for self-supply. There are a few examples here, for example, microfinance in South Asia for households to buy a tube well or to buy a pump and invest in a tube well. Evidence or examples of technical support with development of low-cost pumps in the Pacific, and also private sector development in Southeast Asia. Next slide, please. So to conclude, self-supply is really common in Southeast Asia. It's widespread, increasing, used by households across the wealth spectrum, and a major contributor to SDG 6, but it's rarely acknowledged in policy. But with 236 million people still lacking a basic water service, it has an important role to play going forwards. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Tim, for introducing. I think we can go forward 1 slide now. Thank you for the rich data you've shown from the Asia and the Pacific context. And then I'll try to show a bit from the context in Africa, where unfortunately we don't have the same level of data, but I think there's still encouraging examples to show. So just to start off, what is the current situation in Africa, which of course is a large continent with a lot of different countries for rural water supply. What we see is with the conventional technologies being mechanized drilling and then an important hand pump, it's too expensive to currently for 70% of the target group for SDG 1.6, which are often remote small communities. And the reason it is expensive or too expensive is because people live very scattered generally. And if you want to reach everyone with maybe a 2,500 or 7,500 well with a hand pump, the per capita cost can go as high as $150 per person, which is an incredible investment. If you look at the graph on the left, it compares the red line for community water supply and the green line for self-supply options. You can see the cost per capita is quite a bit lower. One also challenge we see a lot with, we can go to the next slide with the picture, with water supply in general is that maintenance, it's always an issue. And if you can go 2 clicks, in this picture you see 2 examples of ownership. In the front you can see a communal water well. Under the shed with nice grass you can see an ox cart. There's a few differences and they are very crucial. If we go 2 more clicks, so the text appears. The well, it's community owned, community managed and community used. It's also for domestic use only, so only for drinking water, maybe washing and cooking. And it's dependent on important spares, and most importantly, it's not functional at the moment. If you look at the ox cart, it's privately owned, it's used to generate income, and it's also built locally. And because it is used for productive use, the owner will make sure it is working. And the same, I think, model of privately owned, but community served, you can also use for water supply. We can go to the next slide. So what we see is something we call the water ladder. Basically, people having options to choose from, and with every step they improve their source of supply, starting from an open well, maybe ending up with a solar pump, or eventually maybe also a piped water supply. But it's important that with every step they can generate a little bit more income with their source of water, which allows them to pay for the next step or the next improvement in their life. And it's really our belief that if a family has access to 5 to 1,000 liters of water per day, they can slowly climb out of poverty. Maybe not fully on their own, there will always be a need for some support or subsidy, but there is a way out, so to say. We can go to the next slide. So one solution, it's not the solution, it's one solution, is what we call the SMART approach. SMART being an abbreviation for simple, market-based, affordable, repairable technologies. And it has a focus on innovative low-cost technologies. So also the manual drilling, which Kirsten talked about, and also yes, Tim talked about in the Asia context. Training of local private sector, which are very crucial in providing the services and installing the technologies, also for business skills. So they know how to run their small company on a profit basis and support their own family, and also self-supply. So having access to water at your household or at your small group of houses. And we do believe it requires targeted subsidies to reach the rural poor, which are now often left out and not being reached yet. We can go to the next slide. So just to show a few of these technologies, there's several manual drilling options. There are several hand pump options, which are mainly locally produced. There's several storage options, and also infiltration is really crucial to maintain groundwater supply towards the future, infiltration of rainwater, and there's household water filters to ensure that the water which is used in the homes is of the right quality. There's an example of a water filter. If you want to taste it, you're welcome. Taste the water. Next is, on the next slide, is 2 examples of where this self-supply approach, the SMART approach, has been applied and practiced. One being Zambia, where the Smart Center, the Yakana Smart Center, started with subsidizing wells. there's a basis of 400 wells, and this has led to self-supply in the sense that people are able to invest in their own source of water and pay the full cost. The condition for the subsidized wells is that it's always used to generate income, maybe from small vegetables, maybe from a nursery, car washing. From the graph, you can see that also the dark blue, the self-supply, it grows together with the sponsored. But if the sponsored wells stop at some point, the self-supply will keep growing. That's experience also from Tanzania, which is the next example, where the basis was a fund being available to cover 700 wells, subsidized communal wells, and the situation is now that there's 15,000 row pumps on either a hand-dug well or a manually drilled well, fully, or 80% of them fully paid by the users. Yes, and then an interesting effect is that there's copycat welders who copy the design, not very properly, but it shows that there's a demand for the type of pump. Maybe to wrap up, is one slide with a few impacts of this approach. And although we are talking about SDG 6.1, the water, we believe that with this approach, there's a number of other SDGs you can contribute to. Being food and income. If people have a well close to their home, they can grow vegetables. It's good for their nutrition and they can have some income. Also gender, because there's shorter distance of walking and fetching the water for the women and the men as well. And employment. People use the water to generate income. There's some employment, but also in the companies who are offering the services for the construction and also for the maintenance. And one more slide. These are some numbers you can read yourself. Basically, the estimate is that to reach the target group in sub-Saharan Africa, according to the World Health Organization, an investment of $140 billion is needed if you use the conventional approach of communal wells, but also reaching everyone with piped water. Our proposition is that if you apply the self-supply concept, which we just explained, you can click ahead one, the cost to reach these people can be reduced with 70%. It's still a lot of money, but we think the goal can be much more within reach. And what is important is that the well is combined with a water filter to ensure the quality. And even if, I think in all cases, a water filter, it's always a good idea to ensure the quality of water at the home.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We have reached the end of our presentation. That is the first phase. We now go to the second phase, and the second phase will have an open discussion. I will just introduce to you the panelists who will join us, those people that have already presented, so that we can open the discussion. Our first panelist is Dr. Sinzi Raidi, Assistant Professor from the University of Indonesia, with more than 15 years of research experience in WATCH. The second one will be Sabina Kaitrin, hydrologist and environmental professionals at the Ministry of Energy, Water Resources and Irrigation in Nepal. Okay, without any further delay, let us go to our first question. Our first question will go to our first presenter, Dr. Kati. Then the question is, what has WaterAid been doing to stop the rot?
Thank you very much for the question. And this is really on behalf of Vincent Casey, who unfortunately can't be with us on the panel today because he has COVID and he can't travel. Three things. And maybe Aline online, if you could paste the link to the testimonies video of the online course so people can get the link. But WaterAid's done a lot to try and improve the quality of their drilling and contracting. They've really, in a number of countries, I think about 10 countries, have overhauled their procurement and contract management procedures. And they've also introduced full-time drilling supervision in a number of countries. And they've seen that really change the performance. For those of you who are here, we can maybe exchange contacts. I can send you the link to the video of testimonies of what people from WaterAid have done from an online course, actually, that they took on drilling professionalism. The third thing is that WaterAid is working on a project called the Hand Pump Improvement Project, trying to find alternatives, really robust alternatives to using galvanized iron pumps, riser pipes and rods in the India Mark II and III pump. So they're doing a lot of work on that area as well. So thanks for giving Vinny a chance to speak, and I hope I said it right, Vinny, wherever you are. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this question. So I guess financing, as we've seen before, we see a lot of finance going to the infrastructure, mostly by external support agencies or NGOs. But I think we miss the part where financing is also on making sure that it's, because we talk about safely managed drinking water. So making sure on the monitoring and evaluation and household water treatments. So what we see through our research in Indonesia is that there are virtually no water quality monitoring, and without water quality monitoring, we don't know if it's safely managed or not. So I feel that finance should also be going to that part, and also ensuring household behavior regarding their water treatment and storage is also in accordance to safely managed. We've seen how you can actually have fairly good groundwater quality, but then it deteriorates because of poor household water and treatment. So we should not only think about financing the infrastructure, but also how the household manages the drinking water itself. And translating that into policy is also important, meaning how could the government support policy where household can take some responsibility for household water quality monitoring and water treatment, but also where does the government play part? Because at the moment it's 100% the household's responsibility for the water quality in the household.
I just sorry for this question. Dr. Talame is not online due to internet connection. So we go to the question that will follow. And the question that will follow goes to Sabina. And the question is, what role can youth play in terms of rural water supply using groundwater? Sabina, you have to follow.
Thank you, Georgino. So just to meet the 3-minute deadline, I have 3 points. So what we youth can do in terms of rural water supply using groundwater. So first thing is, as a youth, we have a role of innovating ideas and technology to go further ahead. So if possible, using the local resources like just Rainer showed in the presentation. So we should be as innovative as possible in terms of ideas and technology. And next is we should have this intergenerational knowledge transfer, which could be a key strategy because there is a bank of knowledge that this room or the senior professionals have. So we need to learn and to be open to what the ideas are there already, and we need to channelize that idea into innovation as well, and also being based on those ideas and the knowledge transfer from the generation that has already worked so much already in this groundwater sector. Next thing is we need to advocate and speak on our groundwater issues and have a voice or have a combined voice. For example, what we are doing with UNESCO Groundwater Youth Network. Also, yes, and we should be very open to participating and be open to ideas of the having this platform and open to the mentorship by the seniors, and if anything that we can learn from the generation that has work in the sector for a long time. For example, how we do in rural water supply network. So yeah, that is all from our side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sabina. Thank you, Sabina. Since the beginning, I said this is an open discussion. I'll now give the floor to the audience, and we are online and also in presence. The first thing is that I'll take one question from present and one question from online. We can start with the present, and please, if anyone have a question, can go ahead. Okay. Yeah.
Hi, and thank you for those presentations. So my question is mainly, we are focusing on the infrastructure, the increase of number of hand pumps, etc. here. But my question is regarding the resource itself. So how can we ensure that those communities are not over-exploiting the resource, and how can we ensure that they are also taking into account, so I guess it's difficult, but how can we technically make sure that they are not using like the water that is needed for other users, like the groundwater dependent ecosystems and so on. So this combination of technical and on the ground work at the same time, how can we ensure it with your work? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Michael. The question will go to the presenters. I think Dr. Katin, can you answer the question?
No, thanks a lot for the really, really important question. I think one thing that's important to recognize is that hand pumps withdraw very low quantities of water. So compared to agriculture, compared to some industries, the water that's being withdrawn for domestic use, particularly in the context that we're talking about, is very low. However, what's absolutely essential, thinking about domestic water, agricultural water, and water for industry, and of course ecosystems, is really understanding the water balance, understanding how these aquifers work. And that's also to do with really good data collection, data from monitoring wells, which we've heard about in the one previous session, but also data that's being collected by drillers and those for siting boreholes to really start to understand properly what is happening underground and how that groundwater resource works. And then once it's understood, it can be properly managed and regulated. So that's my response to your question. I hope it's satisfactory. And there are others who are bigger experts in water resources than me. So thank you.
Thank you for your straightforward answer. Now we look forward to hear from Aline online, to take one question from online. Are you, Aline, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Okay, we are hearing you, Aline. Go ahead.
Fantastic. So we have a few questions already online. So far, the most upvoted question is, do you have experience of poor quality boreholes and pumps and solar pumps? If so, what action could you take to ensure that all groundwater infrastructure is of high technical quality from the outset? I would suggest maybe that Steve online could also give a try to this question, and then others from the room could also address it.
All right. Hello?
Yes, Steve, we are hearing you.
All right, thank you very much. That's quite a pertinent question. And as I indicated in my presentation, what can we do to improve the hand pump performance and also the construction of wells? The critical thing is to build the capacity of those who are responsible in drilling as well as managing the development of groundwater. Some of the drillers which we have seen on site, really we have observed that they lack the technical skills in terms of understanding why should they follow the procedures that matter. Why should we use the pump parts that are of good quality? So this has to do with capacity building, and we need actually in the sub-Saharan region in particular, we need to invest more into technical expertise at the level of technicians who can be on site. We have quite a number of people, experts who understand hydrogeology, but when it comes to the level of technicians who could be on site to guide the construction, to guide the drilling, these are very lacking, such that we see a lot of boreholes being done prematurely and also with a lot of shortcuts. In the end, that's the result that we're observing. So I would say the first thing is let's invest in the capacity building of the cadre of technicians who can actually understand in terms of supervising the drilling, as well as ensuring that the quality and standards of spare parts is that of required materials. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Now we'll go to take our second question from the audience on site. Please, anyone have a question? Okay, you can go ahead.
Thanks very much for some wonderful talks and for bringing all these subjects to the conference here. It's a question about self-supply. One of the issues about self-supply over the years and decades when people have been looking at it is the coexistence of self-supply with on-site sanitation. And I was just wondering if the panel has any thoughts on that, of the contamination that does exist between on-site sanitation and self-supply, the well in the front garden and the latrine in the back garden. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. I've just this question to Dr. Tim.
I'll try and tackle that one, Alan. It's a great question. I mean, it's something we're trying to unpack in urban areas, in urban Indonesia, where it's really dense, a lot of private wells, a lot of septic tanks, or poorly constructed septic tanks, and even in that context, it's methodologically really we find it very difficult. So I guess from that context, I don't have a good answer from you. I would say, from other studies that have been done, I guess from Bangladesh is one country that springs to mind. There's evidence that it's the primary source of contamination isn't sort of sanitation. It's from poorly constructed or poorly designed tube wells and water flowing back into those or priming. But obviously it's an important consideration. I guess in rural areas probably less acute than urban areas. But it's something hopefully from our research we'll be able to give you a better answer in the Indonesian context. But certainly something to keep in mind.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tim. I'll go again to the online people and call upon Aline to go to the second question. Aline, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, go on.
Okay. A second most upvoted question by Vinny Arshall is how can we integrate technology, climate resilient infrastructure for sustainable groundwater management in rural water supplies?
Okay, thank you, Aline. I'll give this question to Ranyan. Ranyan, can you afford this?
Okay, so I think the question was how to integrate climate resilient technologies. I think one aspect which is very important is for anyone using the water or the technician to understand the water balance. I think which Kerstin also mentioned, because you have to know that what goes out has to come in at some point. And secondly, I think it's important to offer a range of technologies on different levels and in different cost ranges. So at the household, people can invest in maybe infiltration back into the aquifer, or at least the underground, and also on a larger levels that there's options available. So it's about awareness and having options available, I would say.
The sorry once again. With your permission and the time constraint, I'll give 1 minute of each of our presenters and panelists to give their words of conclusion. Follow that, I'll give the floor to Shen for the closing remark. Okay, you can go ahead, Dr. Kaiting.
I think I have just one thing to say, and it's less than a minute, and it's don't take the construction quality for granted. In any project, any funder, really think about the construction quality. So I'm not saying that the long-term management issues are not important. They are. They're extremely important. But if we don't get the construction quality right at the beginning, we're giving a burden to users, actually, and a burden to managers. So that's my one message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We go forward to Ranyan.
Okay. I'll spend a few sentences. I think it's important to not neglect what households are already doing and to acknowledge it and to be serious about water quality, but also to be aware that also for communal supplies of piped water, water quality is an issue as well. Not saying it's not an issue at household level, but I think it can be managed if you have the right options. And secondly, to give yourself some freedom to think away from the conventional approach, which we also explained a little bit, and to to see for other options which can help contribute to the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranian. Steve, can you say something? Just 30 seconds.
Well, I think Kirsten, hello, Kirsten hammered it. Let's underestimate, let's say, take interest in supervising the construction of wells seriously at all levels.
Thank you very much. Sabina, you said something?
Yeah, the key message would be, as a youth, now is the time we have to speak up on the groundwater issues, and aligned with what Christine just said, as we are working on site as a youth, we should do whatever the lessons has been learned in the past couple of decades, and just to not compromise on quality, even though when we have to argue with the contractors or anything when it comes to on-site. So yes, let's bring the change, and the time is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Tim.
Yeah, I'll echo Rania here, and I guess my takeaway message is don't underestimate the power of rural households to chart their own pathway forward and invest in their own water supply improvements.
Okay.
Okay, and I guess I'll try to complete by saying the households are important as an actor, but how can governments support with policy and finance, and not giving 100% of the responsibility to the households only?
Thank you very much, Dr. Sandy. We now look forward to hear from our rapporteur, Mr. Shen. Go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. I'm struggling to add any more to that. That was a fantastic, I think each of those points that we've just heard were superb. We started off with the two main points around construction quality and household investment, and I think it's really been expanded on through those presentations and then summed up very nicely with those points. I think the one of the things that maybe I'd just draw attention to is the point that was made in one of the presentations around household incomes, the fact that rather than just seeing rural water supply as just a public service that is delivered to customers, that through self-supply there is the opportunity for households to generate income, to actually turn a negative spiral into a positive feedback loop that can help lift people out of poverty, which is what this is all about. So I'll just leave it with that, and just finally to say, yeah, quality, quality, quality. I think the how do we incentivize that? Because the reason that good quality infrastructure isn't being delivered is happening for a reason, and we need to unpack what those reasons are, and the perverse incentives that are currently leading to bad quality infrastructure being implemented. And that's where I think one of the points made, I would just bring back to it, is around accountability of donors, accountability of implementers for doing a good job. So thank you very much for everyone that's attended the session online and here in the room. Please, from the perspective of the Rural Water Supply Network, this is what we discuss every day, and we really want to have as many people in this conversation and to collaborate and to come up with the evidence-based that can help move this discussion forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Can I have one commercial?
Okay, go ahead, Shane.
You know about self-supply? We have a few books here. This is the Bible of self-supply. You want to know about self-supply? Read this book. This is free, downloadable, written by Sally Sutton and John Butterworth. And we have a few copies. So the first one can grab one. Any other information, you're welcome to ask her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our brilliant presentation and discussion. I wish everyone the best and better collaboration in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. The next session will be... All right.
Hello? Can someone hear me? I see. Hi, I just want to try see if you can hear me, and also if I can if I will be able to share the slides.
Bonjour Carole. Carole Dalin, pouvez-vous nous entendre?
Oui, bonjour, oui, je vous entends. Et vous m'entendez?
Très bien, on vous entend. Est-ce que vous avez votre vidéo d'allumer, votre caméra?
Je viens d'allumer là. Vous la voyez? Vous me voyez?
Non, pas encore.
Ah. Moi, je vous vois, je vois Eduardo aussi. Je vais faire on-off pour voir si ça fait. Vous ne voyez toujours pas?
Bonjour Carole, c'est parfait. On peut vous voir. Est-ce que vous pouvez dire quelques mots en plus pour tester le son?
Ok. Oui, donc voilà, c'est Carole Dalin, bonjour. Est-ce que vous m'entendez bien?
Le son est un peu sourd. Est-ce que par hasard vous auriez un micro ou des écouteurs avec micro? Parce que le son est un peu sourd.
D'accord. Chercher.
Eduardo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, can you say a few more words so that we can make sure the sound is okay, please?
Okay, good morning. Nice to meet you. Nice to participate in this session.
All right, same question as Carol. If by any chance you can have some earset with microphone, the sound will be better in the room and for the online participants. If you don't have, we will go without, but if you have, that would be better.
Yeah, no, I don't, sorry.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start in about 1 minute. If you can please all take a seat and we will prepare the session.
Voilà, alors, je vais voir si ça a changé déjà de source.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I welcome you to the next session of today's side event, which is adaptation and flexibility in the context of groundwater governance and the SDGs, the case study of food security. I give the floor to Anita Milman. Anita, you have the floor.
Terrific. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the International Water Resources Association, the United Nations, UNDP Seaweed Water Governance Facility, IDB Learn, the Government of Slovenia, and the International Water Management Institute, I'd like to welcome you to the side event on adaptation and governance in the context of food security. The purpose of our discussion today is to reflect on some of the conundrums associated with balancing when and where to draw upon groundwater with the need to protect it from depletion. The past few years have demonstrated the vulnerability of many regions to climate disasters, to supply chain disruptions, to health emergencies, and to political unrest. In some, it hasn't quite been that much fun. So these experiences and the resulting effects they've had on both water use and food security highlight the need to develop groundwater governance and management strategies that are resilient and capable of responding to stressors. Unfortunately, there are no easy solutions. Enacting change requires building public support, navigating trade-offs, and addressing differences in underlying worldviews. Thus, our side today debates the questions of how to best navigate groundwater and groundwater governance for food and water security. The structure of our session is as follows. Next slide, please. Maybe next one after that. Oh, I don't know. You can put them all up. Keep clicking. Great, perfect, thank you. So to set the stage, we'll begin with a short primer on the intersection between groundwater, food production, and food trade. Dr. Carol Dalen will summarize global trends on groundwater withdrawals for agriculture, the effects of agriculture on groundwater systems, and the virtual transfer of water through food trade. With that information as background, we then turn to a panel discussion to hear thoughts from 3 esteemed experts about the challenges and potential actions that can be taken to develop sustainable and adaptive groundwater management practices. So each of our experts stems from a different continent and holds a differing professional role, ranging from global development, agricultural economics, and policy research. And as such, their comments will indicate areas of convergence and difference in relationship to what steps are needed to best govern groundwater for food and water security. Following a formal response by our panelists to 3 moderated questions, we'll open the floor to the greater audience, including those of you here in present and those of you virtually attending, so that we can have an opportunity to pose questions of the panelists as well as for broader discussion. Lastly, Dr. Henning Bajorlin will provide a synthesis of our session and highlight the key takeaway messages. So our session today is moderated by Raya Stefan, who's an international consultant, water law expert, and has a strong focus on groundwater across the globe. You can tell where I'm from. She's also deputy chief editor of the journal Water International, which is the key publication of the International Water Resources Association. So special thanks also to our session's rapporteur, Dr. Renee Martin-Engel. And with no further ado, I will turn the screen over to Dr. Carol Dalen, who is an associate professor in sustainable food systems at University College London, and also a senior researcher at École Normale Supérieure in Paris. Thank you. So now, Carol, we'll turn to your presentation.
Okay, should I share the screen then for my side to show it?
No, someone here is about to put those on for you.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much. So good morning, my name is Carol Dalla. As has been just introduced, I'm based now in Paris as well as London, and I've been working on research on sustainable food systems more generally, and in particular studying the effects of food production and trade on groundwater depletion. So next slide, please. Thank you. So we are in a groundwater crisis. That's not a surprise to any of you. And I just want to remind some of the key numbers. So first, there is a water scarcity issue more generally, in particular because of the use of water for agricultural production and irrigation. There is more than 2/3 of the world population who lives in area that experience water scarcity at least for some time in the year. And in terms of water withdrawal, agriculture is globally the most water consuming sector. 70% of the fresh water that we withdraw from the environment is used for irrigation, and actually for groundwater, and particularly for the unsustainable groundwater withdrawal, meaning the withdrawal that leads to groundwater depletion. Irrigation is even more dominant. It drives 85% of those unsustainable abstraction. And this abstraction has also been quickly increasing in the past decades. It's been multiplied by 3 from the 60s to 2000. And now this unsustainable abstraction of groundwater for irrigation represent 20% of the irrigation globally. So 20% of the irrigation we use is highly at risk, and that leads to aquifers that are quickly depleting in many key regions in terms of food production across the world. And this is an issue, again, you might be very familiar with this, but this is an issue both in terms of the impact on the ecosystem, land subsidence, groundwater quality, and climate change adaptation, which is very important for agriculture, which is a very vulnerable sector to climate change. And groundwater is less valuable over time than surface water or precipitation. And so it can be a really precious resource for adaptation. So it's important to basically secure it. Next slide, please. Thanks. So as I mentioned, there is, I will focus this on quantity, but there is a quality issue as well that is really important. And agriculture here again is the main source of threat for groundwater contamination, not just the depletion. And that's mainly through two ways. One, the use of nitrogen in fertilizers, which can lead to eutrophication, so algal bloom, as you can see on the bottom right. And also the use of potential pollutants like pesticides, which are then a threat for both the quality of ecosystem and also drinking water quality. Next slide. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we need to mitigate this crisis, and one of the ways is first to evaluate, understand that, and also in particular not just look at what happens on the production side, but also on the consumption side, on the consumption of food, and who is driving ultimately this use of water via their demand for food products from regions that are experiencing depletion. So we are been interested in this concept of virtual water trade. So basically the trade of food itself required water resources to be produced in general, because of course fresh water is plentiful globally, but it's really highly variable in terms of when and where it's available. And so trade has been seen as a potential way to alleviate scarcity in those dry regions by importing food made in more water abundant region. So we've seen globally in the food system the increasing role of trade, which now represents about 20% of food supply on average. And so here we are looking at the trade of food that is made from unsustainably managed aquifers. Next slide, please. So you can see on this map two layers. So the bottom one, which has this blue and orange colors, is showing the groundwater stress index. So anything orange is showing that the groundwater in this location is under stressed. So it's overused compared to the natural renewal rates. And then on top, you can see those pie charts which are showing the groundwater depletion for irrigation in different countries. So we can see two things. One is that this issue of groundwater depletion is quite concentrated in key regions like North America, Middle East and North Africa, as well as Pakistan, India, and China. And another thing is that this issue has been quickly increasing in the recent past. So in only 10 years, from 2000 to 2010, the volume of groundwater depletion has increased by 22%. And this is much stronger in some regions. So for example, China, groundwater depletion has doubled in this 10-year period. And the other thing important here is that we can see the different crops that this groundwater depletion is associated with. And you can see that wheat, which is a dark blue, and rice in brown, which are staple crops, are really concerned by this issue. So this is a food security issue. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, maybe there is a lag on my side, but thanks for whoever is doing this. So then from those key regions, there are the food, those crops that are produced with depleting aquifers are exported around the world. And what we see first, it was really different, this kind of network of virtual groundwater trade was really different from the one with all water resources involved, because obviously this issue is very localized in some particular regions. And what you see on those maybe complex graphic is around the circle, you have different countries with a color for each country. And then the ribbon is of the same color as the exporter. So for example, the purple ribbons are exports from the USA on the top left, and then goes to other countries, Mexico, China, etc. So as I said, this groundwater depletion issue is increasing, but also the trade of food produced with groundwater, with unsustainable groundwater, is increasing even faster. So we see from the 2000 on the right to 2010 on the left, an increase of 44% in this volume of trade overall. And next slide, please. I'm going to zoom just on that 2010 circle. So what we find is that, thank you, more than 2/3 of this groundwater depletion trade is from just 3 countries, which are Pakistan, USA, and India. So importantly, the point of this work is to show that most other countries, and that's what we found, most other countries' food supply is exposed to the risk associated with groundwater depletion via those trade links, because those regions are exporting around the world. Next slide, please. Thank you. So on this slide, you can see 2 similar graphs. Again, 2000 is on the right and year 2010 on the left. And these are showing the top exporting countries in terms of groundwater depletion involved in their food exports or their food production on the blue, which are the left sidebar, or food consumption on the red, on the right side, which is in red. And what you can see, so let's look at 2010. So the top in terms of production-based depletion is India, and then Iran, Pakistan, China. And what we see as well is we have some countries that are net importer or net exporter. So for example, India's production bar is higher than the consumption. So it's actually a net exporter of this type of groundwater risk, at-risk food supply. And you can see on the other end of the graph, the UK only has is only exposed via their consumption, so via their imports, because they don't experience this domestically, but they do have their food supply exposed via imports. And another finding here is that some countries are both among the top exporters, which are underlined, and top importers, which are bold font. So for example, the US, Mexico, China, Iran, Saudi Arabia are both top exporter and top importer. So they are kind of exposed in 2 ways to the risk associated with groundwater depletion for food. Next slide, please. Thank you. So to summarize this, we found that groundwater depletion associated with irrigation, so associated with food production, is concentrated in some key region and has been increasing quickly. It occurs in all continents, and it affects mainly the main staple crops worldwide, which are wheat and rice. It's been increasing by 20% in 10 years and even doubling in China, so even rising more quickly in some regions. Can you click next, please? Thank you. So it's a really dominated system by 2/3 of the flows being corresponding to just 3 countries. So Pakistan, which represents 33% of the total groundwater depletion trade, groundwater depletion embedded in trade, then US and India. China is the largest net importer of groundwater depletion in food, so its supply is significantly exposed to potential risks. We also find some clusters, so countries that are both large importers of food that is exposed to this and large exporters. And these exchanges of unsustainable food, in a way, has increased by 44% in just 10 years, and with larger rates in some particular countries. Next, please. And yeah, finally, so most other countries are exposed to this risk because of the trade links. And just one last slide. Next slide. So I just wanted to list some potential policy implications of that. So the idea of quantifying this is to help identify particular crops, particular region, or even a trade relationship. We've heard today about the European Union coming up with this new legislation to stop importing for deforestation associated food. So it's similar, except that we don't want to completely stop using groundwater. We just want to use it more sustainably. So the idea is to help target efforts toward more sustainable water use, groundwater use in particular. And obviously, possible solutions are the general or groundwater specific water saving solutions like measuring, regulating, using general water conservation measures, and also on the demand side, managing diets or food waste just to reduce the demand for those groundwater intensive food. And finally, in particular, looking at those trade links, there is a role, I think, of importing countries in supporting more sustainable irrigation practices in their trade partners. So with that, I will wrap. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Now I'll turn the microphone over to Raya Stefan.
Okay, thank you, Anita. And I have now the pleasure to take you to the second part of our event, to the panel discussion. So I have three experts here with me in the panel. François Berton. François, who is a groundwater specialist at the World Bank. He has primary responsibilities for leading groundwater-related activities in analytics, policy dialogue, and investments. His current focus of work is on strengthening the sound use of the groundwater resources worldwide, and he is also working on the quality of groundwater infrastructures. Next to me also is Shilp Verma, a senior researcher, water, energy, food policies with the International Water Management Institute, and he leads the IWMI Data Water Policy Program in India. With us, Eduardo Zecara is a senior researcher at the Group for the Analysis of Development in Peru. He is an agricultural economist who has been working on water and irrigation issues in Peru and other Latin American and Caribbean countries during the last 2 decades. So I have questions for the panelists, and I will give them 3 minutes each to answer, and then we will open up for you to ask questions and also to our online participants. So after Dr. Dallin's presentation, who has clearly elicited how the agricultural sector is a major user of groundwater, and that in many locations, intensive and unsustainable agricultural practices are leading to pollution and depletion of aquifers. Yet at the same time, groundwater is essential for food production, providing a reliable source of supply, particularly for areas in which rainfall can be intermittent or surface water inaccessible. This leads us to the following conundrum. More than 30% of the world's population faces moderate or severe food insecurity, and we are in an era where this might increase. Food trade both helps importing countries to meet their population's need and provides an important economic activity for exporting countries. But yet, both local food production and global supply chains can be disrupted by weather events, energy crisis, and other socio-political factors. These complexities present challenges for ensuring sustainable groundwater management as per SDG 6, while also addressing food security, SDG 2, and ending poverty, SDG 1. My first question to the panelists is the following. Based on your experience, to what extent do policymakers and society recognize these interrelated challenges? Where and how are potential trade-offs or interactions across water and food needs and SDG goals being addressed? And where are they most being overlooked? And what steps could be taken at the international, national, or subnational level to balance between building climate resilient domestic production versus reliance on virtual water through trade? François, you can open the floor, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. 3 minutes for this long list of questions. Everyone. Well, I will remain on the water resource management side, and just tell you about my experience, I'm mainly on Africa, and we have seen in the presentation that Africa is not part of most of these trades, because most of the agricultural production there is not based on groundwater. The irrigated land in Africa is very limited, and even within the irrigated land, only 15%, even less than 9% in the Sahel is from groundwater. So the main question here for us is how to bring groundwater as a resilient water source for supporting the food security. And well, today the World Bank don't have yet established or set strategy. I know that on other funding agency might have strategy not to finance groundwater-based irrigation because of this risk of overexploitation. I would say that for us, we are more working in no-regret investment. There are options to use groundwater in a safe side, and especially if we focus on shallow groundwater. If we focus on shallow groundwater, this groundwater which is accessible from surface pump, motor pump, or even solar, but from surface with a suction with a limit of 8 meters, then we know that the risk of overexploitation is limited. Obviously, you might have impact on the groundwater dependent ecosystems, but it's still limited. And you know that every flooding event, every recharge, you will recover fully and be able to continue the stage. So I would say for us, if we have to focus, the main focus will have to be there. Then when we look at major alluvial aquifer, we were talking about Indus, California, all these overexploited major alluvial aquifers. If we look at there, we'll say, well, we still need to work. But probably the World Bank will not work in investment project, investment in the infrastructure, will work more in water resource management solution, knowing that every change in groundwater level there will definitely impact the poorest of the farmers. We know that those who are going to lose the assets because of the drying or the descending water level and the dry wells will be the poorest, and they will not afford drilling deeper. They have to sell the land and will increase this thing. So we'll solve, on one side, we can solve the water security issue, but on the other side, we continue to aliment or to feed these other security issues, and especially when talking to Sahel, this security that we all have in mind. So I would say this, and probably when thinking of that, let's not forget the water quality, groundwater quality, because of the irrigation. We were talking, and the presentation was clear on that, but it's not only this contamination of the groundwater from the agriculture, but it's also waterlogging. It's one of the issues in Pakistan. So managing the irrigation, and even with surface water, can impact the groundwater quality, and all the entrants it has been said yet. I'll stop here. Yes, 3 minutes.
Please. Okay, thanks. Well, I come from India, and I'm going to talk about, because India is the world's largest user of groundwater by far. I think India uses more groundwater than the next two users, China and the United States combined. And in the presentation, we saw that India is, although it shows that one of the top 3 countries, as a proportion of India's own groundwater use, the international trade part is very small. There is research that IMI has conducted which shows that even though the virtual water argument is intuitively very appealing, in practice, actually trade is not driven by water resource endowments. There are other factors which drive trade to a much larger extent. And we've seen this not only in the international context, but also domestically. We've looked at virtual water trade within India because it's a large country. And there is huge diversity in terms of water availability. And we find that Northwest India, which was also highlighted in that map, which is groundwater scarce,
it's actually exporting virtual groundwater to the rest of the country. And that is primarily because of 2 or 3 main reasons. One is the policy of the country for food self-sufficiency. And that's the reason why that region of the country was basically encouraged to produce so much food, more wheat and rice than it needs to consume on its own, because the idea was that this region would feed the rest of the country. There were policies such as farmers are given free power, farmers are all their wheat and rice production is procured by the government at lucrative prices. Now, all of these were done because India wanted to achieve food self-sufficiency in the shortest time period. Similarly, if you look at countries like Saudi Arabia, there is some literature which suggests that between 1984 and 2000, Saudi Arabia invested something like $83 billion to produce food domestically, which could have been bought from the international market for about $40 billion. Again, food self-sufficiency was the concern. Now, since then, Saudi Arabia has tried to reverse this policy, but there are political constraints. Once you set these incentives in place, they're very sticky and they're very difficult to remove. That's what's happening in India. That's what's happening in Saudi Arabia, as well as in Iran. Iran is procuring 85% of the food food grains that farmers produce because it wants to build its food reserves. It could easily import it, but there are geopolitical reasons which basically prevent it from doing so. So as long as we are talking about preventing groundwater depletion through trade, I think we have to ensure that we not only look at the physical water scarcity, but also the economic water scarcity, which really drives the farmers and the government's decisions. And we need to find solutions which may be coming from outside the water sector. So the virtual water trade argument needs to be expanded and to look at policies and variables which may exist outside the water sector. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Shilp. I would like to move to Eduardo now, please.
Good morning, Ryan, everyone. Thanks for having me. Yes, I just want to say a couple of things, of ideas about Professor Derlin's interesting presentation. I come from Peru, in South America. Peru doesn't appear as an important player in the groundwater trade. However, some countries in Latin America, and Peru is in those, are facing an important challenge because we have this called agro-export booms, in which fruits and vegetables are starting to be exported by large corporations in specific areas of our countries. In the case of Peru, we have an important aquifer that has 40% of total groundwater of Peru, in which we have a case of very, very strong growth in exports of fruits and vegetables. We have measured that the level of depletion of this aquifer is very, very heavy. Every year they're extracting about 3 times the recharge needed for the aquifer to replenish. And in this case, we think it's important to discuss is if really international food trade is really tackling the food security issue. That's the question asked. Kind of the question goes basically to some sort of supply problem. I find that there are really a problem of increasing demand, very exponentially growing demand for specific foods. In the Peruvian case, we have this dilemma in a very particular way because we are exporting these very, expensive fruits and vegetables. This is not really something that contributes to food security in Peru. And I'm not sure if this is also tackling the food security issue at the international level. So our trade-off is complicated because these are very powerful actors in the food trade. They control the Ministry of Agriculture that basically goes and have the normative issue in water. And so for us, it's an issue of how to control the increasing power and exponential demand that we have for these fruits and vegetables. And in this case, without any constraint or restraint in the amount of water that is extracted. And additionally, that many small farmers are being excluded of this growth process. Mostly this is coming from very capitalized and powerful large corporations, even transnational corporations, that goes where water is more valuable. And in this case, groundwater in the Eco Valley in which we did this study is very highly valuable. So we have really an economic problem that is triggering that's unsustainability problem, and maybe we can discuss later which kind of measures or policies can be useful for the cases of countries like Peru, Chile, Mexico, even Ecuador, some of the countries that in the map that Professor Telling was showing basically appear Argentina and Brazil, that are large exporters of foods. But we have these specific cases for countries that are more specialized in fruits and vegetables that I think might face different issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Eduardo. Now I'll move to our second question. Meanwhile, I invite the online participants and the participants here to start thinking about a question that you might have for our panelists. So the second question for the panelists is, new affordable technologies and practices are being developed that can facilitate access to groundwater. Widespread deployment of such technologies could serve to promote economic development, SDGs 1 and 7, to improve food security, SDG 2, and to provide resilience to climate variability, SDG 13. However, with improved access to groundwater comes increased use, which affect access to water for non-agricultural uses such as domestic use, drinking water. Thus, these technologies may both support and negatively affect SDG 6. My questions are, what policies and mechanisms have you seen for making groundwater available while also controlling its use and avoiding any conflicts? Such as, for example, with domestic use or for surface water users. Can you give examples of successful and unsuccessful approaches for governing the use of new affordable technologies? And what recommendations can you provide to policymakers as to how to best govern the deployment of new technologies? I will start with Eduardo. Eduardo, please.
Yes, thank you. I think the question about technology is very important, very interesting. We are aware of previously we have heard about that technologies can solve the sustainability problem, but at the end we found that that's not always the case. In the case of agro experts in Peru, for example, experts were saying that because these large corporations are using drip irrigation, that's what's going to save water and make use of water more efficient. And that's especially true, but the problem is that it makes water extraction much more profitable. And drip irrigation has the other side, which doesn't contribute to the replenishment of the aquifer. At the side, you have the small farmers that basically use surface water. Then they, because of the traditional way of farming or irrigating, they contribute to the replenishment of the aquifer. So this adoption of drip irrigation by large farms basically have reinforced the crisis of over-extraction, over-exploitation of the aquifer. So not always the adoption of the new technology is something good for sustainability. In the specific case of Peru and other Latin American countries, I think the main problem is finding technologies that help the small farmers to access water. And that's a very difficult task. And in some cases, the problem is not only the energy or the equipment to extract water, but that the aquifer is really deep and basically is inaccessible for small farmers. So in many cases, there is no technological solution to that problem. And basically, it's more a political and a policy issue in which how do we deal with overextraction using very powerful technologies and capitalized farms that has a lot of flexibility for changing technologies when they face an aquifer that is being depleted. So really, I will put the question in the other way, that basically how to find not only technologies, but regulations and institutional settings that tackle this problem really in this main cause. Thank you.
Shil, please.
Thanks. Now, in the case of countries like India, most of the depletion is not driven by technologies per se. Depletion of groundwater is driven by the need of farmers to sustain their livelihoods. But like in the case of drip irrigation, one new technology which is very promising is solar irrigation. We've seen that, especially in South Asia, governments in India, Bangladesh, Nepal are quite aggressively promoting solar irrigation pumps. Of course, in most parts of the country, especially in the eastern part where groundwater depletion is not such a big issue, and farmers are using expensive and highly polluting diesel pumps, replacing them with solar pumps is a no-brainer. It's great. I think it's very useful for the farmers. But in the rest of the country, in Western and Peninsular India, replacing ration-free power supply with solar pumps can actually lead to even more groundwater depletion because all these solar pumps are installed in remote farms where the only thing you can do with all the energy that the panels are producing is to pump groundwater, and there's no lack of sunlight in that part of the country. So in EMI, we tried one small experiment with 9 farmers in one village where we gave the farmers solar pumps, but also organized them into the world's first solar irrigators cooperative. And we connected these solar pumps through a microgrid to the main grid. And this cooperative got into a power purchase agreement with the local electricity utility that agreed to buy any surplus power that these farmers did not want to use themselves for a price. We called this SPARK, or solar power as a remunerative crop. We basically argued that just like farmers use the sun's power through photosynthesis to grow crops and earn income from that, they can directly generate solar energy as a crop and sell it back to the grid. The thinking was that if the farmers can earn some money directly by exporting power to the grid, then that is much better than using that power to pump water, to grow crop with all the production and market risks and earn some income. What we found in our small experiment is that 2/3 of the energy that these farmers are generating on their field is exported to the grid. They can manage their irrigation with just 1/3 of the energy. Now, if they were not grid connected, then probably they would have used more of this energy to pump groundwater. That experiment has achieved some traction. Inspired by that, the government of Gujarat has now scaled it up to 4,500 farmers. It's also one of the 3 components in PM Kusum, the government of India's ambitious solarization program, where the plan is to set up similar 1.5 million grid-connected solar farmers. Now, this will not solve all the problems. And this is not something that can be done everywhere. To export surplus power to the grid, you need the kind of grid stability that may not be available in different parts of the world. But we do feel that this can become one component of a groundwater demand management policy. Everywhere we go, we find that researchers and NGOs go and lecture farmers to reduce their groundwater use, which can negatively affect their groundwater income. So where it's working, it's only because they are worried about future. But their immediate losses is what prevents them and frustrates such efforts. Now, but in this case, it's the first time where farmers' income can actually increase if they conserve groundwater. And we feel that is why this can hopefully scale up and become one of the solutions to groundwater depletion. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe I will continue on what you just say on how to prevent the people to overuse the groundwater. And I will repeat something that you will hear probably hundreds of times during this 3-day summit. The groundwater is a common pool resource, meaning rival and non-excludable. You cannot prevent people to pump groundwater, especially if they already invest in a groundwater asset. So that being said, we know that we have some tips. Eleonore Ostrom gave us some tips on how to deal with this type of resource. And there are two basics on that. First is knowledge. And when we are talking about knowledge, is well understood and shared by all stakeholders, knowledge about the groundwater resource that is to be shared between the users. And that's the very important thing. The first one in the list, knowledge. And then the second point is how to transfer decentralized control of the groundwater to the users themselves. If we keep it at the state level, we know that it does not work. Again, it has too much to see with coercion. How can we prevent someone to pump groundwater from the backyard? There is no way. And whatever the country, and I just discussed with a colleague that told me that even in China, where we were expecting that control were much more easier, the people, they continue to drill during the night for pumping the water which is not authorized. So then will come examples where it works. There are very few, we all know that. So there is this example, well-known example of the Geneva aquifer, where but it was only few users, the same category of users, drinking water supply for utilities, and then they managed to control their abstraction together. You have some few positive examples in Spain, and it's sometimes questionable, but Mancha del Este, it works, and something going on in Morocco. And we'll come back to Morocco very soon, because first, let's keep in mind that whatever the solution, the management solution you put in place, you still have this need for knowledge, for information. And then it's where the technology can help. Well, sure, we can still have remote sensing, intelligence, artificial, whatever technology that would help. And coming back to the Moroccan example, for instance, they are thinking of using the remote sensing to measure or to evaluate the illegal use of groundwater. But again, it will come to the question: are we really? Do you really want to go to these farmers and let them stop using the groundwater and lose the tree that they planted 30 years ago? Well, and when it comes to India, it's exactly that. So I would say remote sensing, whatever the new technologies, well, why not? It's tools, they are most welcome, but I would say, and this is a tendency we all have, to try to rely maybe too much on this new technology. Let's come back to the basics. Groundwater management is about science. It's about knowing the groundwater resource before we share it together. It's knowing it and share this knowledge with all the users, and how to have the ownership of the knowledge by the users. And this is the important thing. Then the knowledge is it's geoscience, it's on the ground. So new technology, they are welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Francois. Now I would like to open the floor for questions. So if you have questions, please raise your hand. Yes, Sharon?
Is Carol still on to answer questions? Okay. I sent it also by messaging. I'm Sharon Magdal from University of Arizona. I had a very specific question of Carol, and Saudi Arabia's come up. I thought Saudi Arabia used up most of its groundwater. And so I'm wondering how they're both an exporter and an importer. They happen to be importing non-renewable groundwater from my home state of Arizona. It's very, they're notorious for it. That's an appropriate word. So I just wondered about that. It's a very specific question, if you can answer it. Otherwise, you can email me. Thank you.
I'll take perhaps a couple, three questions. If there is more questions from the participants, no. Okay, online, we have online, yes. Okay, I will read the question online. I don't know if Carol and Eduardo see the question online. I will read it. In the US, in the state of Wisconsin, they are using too much road salt in the winter to de-ice roads, and already the road salt is showing up in measurable levels in groundwater. How would you suggest policymakers get on the same page to stop contamination when there are multiple issues at hand? And how could filmmakers amplify your suggested solutions? So, Carol, perhaps you would like to answer Sharon's question, but if one of you, the panelists, would like to answer the questions, please feel free. We'll start by Carol and then we'll see.
Thank you. So Sharon's question was on the trade between US and Saudi Arabia, but I didn't get the exact, can you please repeat the question, please?
My question really is how Saudi Arabia is exporting depleted groundwater when I thought they used up most of their groundwater. Where are they exporting to, or who's importing from there? What are they exporting?
Okay. So the kind of crops that we consider are like let me check. Apparently wheat is at least a quarter of the food leading to groundwater depletion in Saudi Arabia. So they still produce wheat using groundwater. So in a sense that there is still groundwater left because they are irrigating wheat with it. And we are evaluating that it's unsustainable, meaning that it's exceeding the recharge. So it's contributing to further depletion. And so it can be any products processed based from wheat that is exporting and that is exported from Saudi Arabia, and they also import. I don't have but I can, I'm happy to chat later and go get in the detail in the data if you're interested in that.
Shilpi, you want to add something, please?
No, I think the example I gave on Saudi Arabia, in 2000, they did reverse that policy. So between 1984 and 2000, they basically exported 2.5 billion cubic meters of groundwater every year. But then they reversed the policy, realizing the folly in it. But the reversal has been very slow to come because once the farmers were used to government procuring wheat at prices higher than market prices, it's very difficult for the government to remove that kind of concession given to the farmers. Same thing is happening in Iran. Iran wants to reduce, even India. In India, we started procuring wheat and rice because we wanted to build food security, food self-sufficiency. Right now, we have food stocks which are rotting, but the government is unable to, stop procurement because the farmers are so used to, having no market risk at all. Whatever they produce, the government is going to procure it. I think so that political economy around these food policies, that's what's playing a role.
Yeah, maybe if I can add one word on that. Yeah, we all remember that on Saudi Arabia, the program is a national program to tap a transboundary aquifer and to overexploit this transboundary aquifer. So it's a choice to work on this non-renewable groundwater to tap on the stock, not the water resource. And so it was done in a transboundary context. So, and here, let's keep in mind that there is no energy issue. Usually when we are talking about overexploitation, say, well, it becomes too expensive for the farmers, the water level will become lower and lower and so on. Here we don't have energy issue. The energy is still cheap. So what will be the driver of reducing this overexploitation? And let's hope that it can be a better groundwater management of the share groundwater resource than only looking at the local constraints.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone of our panelists has an answer to the question on the icing roads with salt?
I think this question very much relates to some of the issues that our other panelists have been raising, which is the question about policy integration and managing across multiple objectives. And I think that this is an issue that we haven't quite settled, but that us as part of the groundwater community need to start reaching out to people that are part of the other sectors that don't necessarily interact with and communicate frequently with the groundwater community so that they can begin to take our needs and the groundwater resources into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Anita. One last question. Oh, yes, please. Last question, and then we will need to conclude.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask, so we had several times that often it's the decision of the farmers who are switching on or off the pump of groundwater, and so the decision, the core decision of groundwater abstraction is with farmers that are hard to control. So from your point of view, what does it mean for groundwater resources management if the decision of whether to abstract or not is based on agricultural, on the rationale of agricultural economics and farmers' social and economic position and so on. So what does this mean for the policies and practice of groundwater management?
I'd like to ask Eduardo if he likes to answer, and then I'll give you the floor.
Yes, I think it's an interesting question about different objectives and the difficulty that we have in developing countries when we have these very strong forces coming from international trade that basically shape the use of land and water according to exogenous demands and exogenous growth, and basically without any sort of constraints or limits to what how the resources uses for that trade is are going to be tackled. So I think that's a very, very difficult policy trade-off, and our countries basically are not imposing any restrictions of this kind of development. I think we are paying very high cost in terms of water and sustainability. In the case of the Ica Valley, for example, we're probably going to the desertification of that very important area, losing even a city that of 300,000 people. And so in many cases, these specific processes are not really calling attention from governments and societies, and basically also without no much attention from the international markets. So I think we need to rethink how to control these forces, how to put some restraint, and also domestic regulation and frameworks that basically put some limits on the water extraction or water over extraction.
Okay, thank you. Philip, you wanted to add a word?
Yeah, actually, even though the decision to pump is in the hands of the farmers, in most states of India, the government does have some control because farmers get free power or highly subsidized power, but it's not unlimited power. So power supply to farms is rationed. Most farmers get only 6 to 8 hours of power. And that is, well, in some states, that is done very intelligently to match that rationing with the demands of agriculture, because agriculture demand for water is also not, you don't need the same amount of water throughout the year, right? So some states have managed to do it. In Gujarat, they completely rewired the entire countryside and separated agricultural feeders from non-agricultural feeders so that they could supply 24/7 power to non-agriculture feeders and only 8 hours ration supply. But with solar pumps, that will again change because farmers will generate energy on their farms and then again, it's unrationed, unlimited supply available.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. I would like now to give the floor to Henning, who will conclude our event. Henning is the Vice President of the International Water Resources Association. He's a research professor in water policy and management. He has come all over from South Australia. Henning, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak at this important event.
Indeed, the International Water Resources Association has a very strong and ongoing interest in groundwater governance, and we are therefore very pleased to be here at the summit to provide input into this very important debate. I would like to congratulate the organizers on organizing this session. I think it has provided some interesting insight into these issues and food security and potential policy solutions. Having listened to this today, I have the following key messages or key take-home messages that I would like to stress. Virtual water trade has great opportunities. However, the logic of it seems not always to come through. So that because water endowments do not consistently move water in the anticipated direction, as it is influenced by government policies such as subsidized irrigation and subsidized electricity, and hence it has moved food from water scarce to water surplus regions, which is kind of counter to what should be expected. There's reluctance to rely on food imports, as this makes nations vulnerable to events such as fluctuating commodity prices, COVID, or the war in Ukraine, issues that have been clearly highlighted very recently. This has led countries like Saudi Arabia and Iran to support unsustainable and expensive use of artesian groundwater for food production rather than importing food. Hence, there's a need for global governance structures to help nations manage these vulnerabilities and risks. There is concern over the use of groundwater for production of export crops. In Latin America, this has caused exponential growth in groundwater extraction without governments imposing any constraints to ensure sustainable extraction or consider domestic food security. Hence, there is a need to control groundwater extraction for export production. This is a critical issue, but it concerns serious global governance issues, which are indeed very tricky. As WTO trade and IMF structural adjustment policies prevent many global South nations from introducing policies to protect their agricultural sectors. The very same policies that global nations' policies have used to protect their economies while they climb the development ladder. And this is a very difficult issue to do anything about. In places such as in Africa, there are still untapped groundwater resources, which might be a significant potential for increasing food security using shallow groundwater at low risk of long-term impact. Whereas if the extraction is from deeper aquifers, we are in need of strong regulations to prevent the depletion and degradation experienced in places like India and Pakistan. It was pointed out that the focus needs to be on groundwater management rather than hardware. And we heard that the World Bank is starting to take this approach. I am absolutely delighted to hear that. It has been long in coming, if that is really I would like to see that change in paradigm very, very much. With regard to affordable technologies, I think this is critical. And I would add to affordable technologies adapted to the socioeconomic and biophysical conditions with which they will be used, and in collaboration with these people, and not just by global North people. Many aspects of the design, implementation, and use of technologies raises governance issues. I would here like to quote the head of OECD's Water Governance Unit, as he recently put it at a conference in Grenada. Technical solutions exist. The problem is setting the enabling environment to implement. I think that was very wise words. And I was glad to hear it from somebody like her. And I would add, so they have the intended positive impact while avoiding negative externalities. To do that, we often need behavioral change rather than technologies again. The development of groundwater technologies should be directed towards smallholders, and they are critical for food security. I totally agree, and think the global effort for food security have underestimated this reality. Initiatives like the New Green Revolution in Africa focus on creating capital-intensive large farms, often by dispossessing smallholders. These big farms do not generate local food security, but produce for export. And the police overlooks that about 80% of the population ages out their livelihood and food security from largely self-provision in farming and off-farm activities. Dispossessing them without creating alternative livelihoods has created food insecurity and malnutrition in places like Mexico and India, and is now going on in Africa under the new Green Revolution. In fact, very cheap and simple to operate pumps suitable for smallholders exist. Getting it to the people needing them is the issue, and even more critical to ensure their sustained use, not just getting it to them, but actually getting the enabling environment in place to secure that they will continue to use. You very often see NGOs dump technologies in villages and then they leave, and then, of course, they don't work. Solar energy has significant potential to address cost and climate change issues and provide incentives for more sustainable extraction. My issue with solar energy is, again, governance structures that secure their sustained use after project implementation. Let me give you an example of that from Malawi, from a little scheme I visited some years ago. The scheme had received a groundwater pump with a solar system on it, and it was run by a solar system.
Henning, we are having the time out, so we need to.
Okay, I haven't spent the 8 minutes though.
Wrap up, please. Sorry for.
Sorry, I will wrap. But I was given 8 minutes, but I haven't used it. So when I was there, you turned the switch and the pump started. So I looked at the pump and it looked like it needed a bit of maintenance. And then I asked, so do the farmers pay for maintenance? Yeah, they certainly do. So I said, I really congratulate you. This is the first scheme I ever visited, but that's the case. He said, conceded that it wasn't actually the case. So I asked a follow-up question. What will happen the day you push that switch that the pump don't start? And he did not hesitate and said, then there is no scheme, meaning there's no way it's going to be fixed, right? So that NGO did not leave in place any enabling environment to allow that scheme to continue. And in essence, these farmers will be worse off the day the pump breaks down because they've invested years of their labor and capital in getting that land suitable for irrigation. I will now stop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the participants, and thank you for the panelists and Eduardo and Carol for joining us online. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amanda Lutheran from Human Rights Water, and welcome to our side event on groundwater and the right to a healthy environment, improving water security in humanitarian crises. We have a rich panel today with groundwater, humanitarian, and human rights experts from several organizations that care about this topic, including representatives from the Ministry of Water from Uganda, Deltares, Action contre la Femme, Solidarité, the Swiss Development Corporation, UNHCR, the Turkish Water Institute, and the European Federation of Geologists. Whew, it's a complicated topic. You need a lot of different people. And I'm myself from Human Rights Water. So groundwater is central to the right to a healthy environment and the right to clean drinking water. But the understanding of groundwater resources is often overlooked in planning and regulatory processes. During humanitarian crises, institutional systems are weakened, environmental monitoring programs are suspended or terminated, and groundwater evaluation and management are often neglected. The event will provide an opportunity to engage in a dialogue discussing the link between groundwater surveillance and humanitarian crises, how the potential of groundwater can be harnessed, and how groundwater management can be included within strategies for fragile situations. So the main objective is to create a dialogue between the humanitarian sector, governments, and groundwater professionals by presenting the unique challenges of groundwater management in these crises. The event will bring together our stakeholders and stimulate a discussion about the needed knowledge, tools, and information to access groundwater potential. Groundwater availability, quality, and quantity becomes a driver of displacement and migration, and how groundwater can be part of the human rights-based policy and action to create resilience and prosperity in regions experiencing migrations. So today we hope to improve the understanding of the link between the right to a healthy environment and the right to groundwater, to strengthen policy and standards that improve crisis management for vulnerable people. It will give us an increased understanding of the needs of the humanitarian sector and the socio-economic policy development in relation to groundwater policy recommendations to support the inclusion of groundwater strategies and improve access to water and SDG 6. So I'd first of all like to introduce you to Olcay Unba, who is a professor at Arizona State University and an expert in environmental law. And he's involved in many initiatives to improve water governance, starting from his time at FAO and UNESCO and leading to his current activities with the Water Policy Group, Human Rights Water, and the UNESCO Water Future Task Force. And Olcay is going to talk to you about the link between the healthy environment and the right to water based on some recent research that we've been conducting. Olcay.
Thank you, Amanda, and good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to present you the links between environment, drinking water, and groundwater, and specifically in the context of an ongoing study. And I will present some early findings from the study. As the preamble to the presentation of the study, the linkage between the three elements that we are looking at comes from the fact that more than half of our drinking water comes from groundwater, and like the motto of this conference indicates, it's invisible. And there is an absence of concern about protecting our groundwaters, whereas governments have a duty to protect and respect the human right to water in general, of which groundwater is a part. Next, please. So Human Right to Water is conducting a study in 16 countries, and we don't have all of the country results yet, but I would like to give you a glimpse of what the study is and what the results seem to be looking like. The study involves multiple levels of examination and interpretation. It looks at the national water laws in the 16 countries, makes an assessment specifically with respect to human right to water, human right to sanitation, and human right to a healthy environment. So human right to water regarding if it's in the constitution, if there is a unified law for governing water resources, what laws, including multiplicity of legal elements, instruments relating to access, affordability, and other aspects, and whether or not sanitation as a separate human right is explicitly or implicitly covered by the law, and then a healthy environment, the right to a healthy environment, is if it's covered, and how it links to that for water resources. This is a list of the countries in the study. Again, as I said, the reports are still developing, and the study is supported by White and Case as an in-kind contribution from their legal team to human right to water. Next, please. Okay, so the methodology is explained in the document, I think, that accompanied the invitation to this meeting, and I'm not going to go into that, but the methodology involves data and information obtained through a robust questionnaire and an examination of national and international laws applicable in the 16 countries that we are looking at. The questionnaire includes water and environmental laws, Sustainable Development Goal number 6, human right to water, human right to sanitation, and then framework principles of the right to a healthy environment. On the right-hand side, you are seeing the template or the generic structure of the report that is based on the questionnaire and the examination through the methodology. It has 5 chapters, starting with an overview of water governance in the country, the multilateral agreements, international, regional, and other bilateral treaties applicable, then domestic legislation on water, water law, environmental law, and then it looks in chapter 4 the human rights to water and sanitation and the targets of SDG 6. And then there is an assessment of the judiciary system as a separate chapter. Next, please. There is a dashboard to summarize the country findings, the interpretation of the results, the responses to the questionnaire, and you are seeing color codes. It's color coded, ranging from if an aspect is mostly included, it's dark blue, and if it's more than half, it's light blue, partially included, and deficient or insufficient. So those are the 4 classifications, and it looks at multiple aspects through this coding system. Next, please. Okay. So some early results, again, nothing conclusive, but the early results are telling us that water and sanitation are explicitly included in 1 out of 3 cases, whereas the right to a healthy environment is included 3 out of 4 cases. So it seems like, yes, water and sanitation might have a lower political visibility than the environment. We will be seeing this when we have all the reports in, and we are beginning to see that not necessarily most national governments understand the importance of protecting these human rights and how we can use the linkages between environmental protection, water and sanitation in order to promote all of them in a mutually strengthening manner. This is an example of benchmarking with the color coding implemented, showing the percentage to which these individual elements have been included in the legislation for the respective country. I'm not going to go into the figures here. And then this is an extract from one of the reports that is showing how the report covers the laws applicable to water, sanitation, and how SDG 6 targets are included. Next, please. And so the link to environmental protection, we are hoping that these reports will tell us again, healthy natural water bodies and the link to a healthy environment can be established or promoted, or the gaps can be demonstrated for downstream purposes, advocacy and other purposes. And next, please. And the information will result into a collation of reference laws, gap analyses, and hopefully guidelines and subsequent country initiatives. An expert committee review will follow. The expert committee will be meeting later today, and to develop a program, a consortium is being established. And with this, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jose. So that gives us a little bit of a perspective on some of the research we've done, but it's quite different from some of the practices on the ground. And so we're going to hear now from Dr. Caliste Tindemugaya, who is the Uganda Commissioner for Water Resources Planning and Regulation at the Ministry of Water Environment. He's been a water resource specialist for almost 30 years, a groundwater specialist, and is called upon for many international technical committees, such as the Nile Basin Initiative.
Thank you very much, moderator. Let me request that you hold my presentation. I would like to thank the organizers of this session for inviting me to share our perspectives. And I will be talking about groundwater services for informed decision-making, prevent migration and improve water security in humanitarian crisis. And I'm making this presentation on behalf of UNHCR, the TEAS, and Ministry of Water and Environment. Next. Next. When we talk about migration, of course, we also can't forget about human rights and groundwater. The figure you see there on the left is a map showing displacement due to conflicts. What you see in orange are those areas where people are being displaced because of conflicts. The figure below are displacements due to natural disasters. So when you see what is happening, for example, in Africa, you see a lot of orange and a lot of blue. So again, we are having a lot of displacements, and indeed we have many refugees within the countries and across the borders. But what you see on the right side again is people lining up to get water. This is one of the refugee settlements in Uganda. And again, we are trying to see how does groundwater actually influence the way people move. We note that if we don't have water, people will move to go and look for the water. Sometimes too much water will cause problems, displace people. Too dirty water will displace people. Too little water will displace people. Go back. Amen. So again, we are trying to see how do we get people to actually limit their movements because of availability of groundwater. We note that refugee settlements are set up just because there is available land. Oftentimes they don't consider issues of water, and yet water is the key in addressing the challenges refugees or people are moving are facing. So we note that a lot of groundwater is being developed, leading to overexploitation. In the same settlements, they construct pit latrines. Again, you pollute the same amount of water. So there is a need to identify sites where these settlements are set so that people can actually remain there, and then you protect the resource. We are talking about bringing people to water and not moving water to the people. In our refugee settlements, we depend on collecting water from surface water sources and bringing it to the people. But now we would want to make sure that people are settled in those areas where there is adequate water of good quality, and also make sure that the settlements are put in places where we are not going to pollute the water. So we have done assessments to identify the sites and guide where refugee settlements are set. We look at the issues that are faced with, the problems, the causes, we identify what needs to be done, and also get to know the resource distribution and availability. Next. As we do this work, again, the map you see here is the refugee population in Uganda, and what you see, the circles there, are areas where we have a lot of refugees concentrated. What you see in yellow is one of the local governments where we have the population of refugees and the population of host communities. And you can see the population of refugees is almost as big as the population of the people hosting them. So when we are looking at groundwater availability, we are talking about water for both refugees and host communities. Again, if you don't do that, it will cause conflicts. But how do you make sure that the refugee settlements are set up in those locations where the water is available so that we limit their movement? If they go to areas where there is no water, certainly they will keep moving. So this is the work we have been doing in Uganda. Next. And we are, next. So we are developing a master plan for each of the refugee settlements where the refugee settlements exist, so that we can help actually to guide on those areas which need to be protected and where the water can be got. But we are also using the various models. We're also using remote sensing data to guide and select those locations where new settlements can be set up. And by doing that, we'll be ensuring that we actually bring people where the water is rather than bringing water where the refugee settlements are. I will now hand over to my colleague to pick on from here. Next.
I'd like to just introduce Marta first. Marta Faneca Sanchez is a senior hydrogeologist at Deltares with vast experience in groundwater assessment and management, and she has a focus on availability and security.
Thank you. So yeah, I think also with this session, we want to bring together science and the government or organizations like UNHCR, IOM, and see how science can support the decision-making that they have to do, especially in these situations that demand like really fast reaction and also very good decisions to not have to rethink and change the decision you've taken earlier. And here we are just showing one of the tools that we are working on together also with Utrecht University. This morning it was shown a global groundwater model. We have a new version that is 1 by 1 kilometer that can run really fast in parallel. So that's a tool that allows you to clip some parts of the world, refine it, enrich it with new data, with groundwater knowledge, and then use it for the different decisions you need to take, either at global scale to identify hotspots, or maybe more at a national scale, also to decide where, for example, a refugee settlement could be set, how the groundwater is moving. And of course, it's a model, and of course, it's in development, so it needs to be enriched with local data. But here, for example, on the right, we have this map from Africa, and we have highlighted the Sahel region. These are results also from this global groundwater model that show the trend in the groundwater head. And then you see that in the last many more years, the groundwater has been declining. So it is an area where population is actually exposed to a hazard, that it's like groundwater availability will be less. It's being less already the last years and will be probably less in the future. So these tools can either help to identify where migration can happen because of a lack of groundwater availability, or, for example, where to settle refugee camps, or how to organize a master plan of those camps. Next slide, please. And actually, the question we have here cannot be read so well, but what is it needed so that these tools are actually used for decision making? So what do our colleagues need so that they can use these tools and this knowledge? And it's a very broad question. Here I'm showing a dashboard that it's being created for another project called Water, Peace and Security, where we overlay information about droughts with information about conflicts. But the question is, which information is needed to take decisions, and at which timescale or resolution? Do you want to see trends? Do you want to see absolute values? Do you want to work together with scientists? How are we collaborating so that what we are creating in research institutes and at universities is actually taken up in the decision-making processes in the humanitarian sector? Thank you.
Thank you, Marta. And I think it's good to hear that the planning from the data management side can be used to make life better, I suppose, for people in those type of situations. And we're going to move now to how to look at it when you're already there and you have your migrant camps and you need to manage it. So we'll move to Tom Heath now, who's a technical WASH advisor at Action Contre la Faim. And Tom has over 10 years of experience in water supply, sanitation and hygiene in humanitarian and development contexts. Sorry, it's not Tom? Oh, okay, and I'll introduce at the same time Baptiste Lecuyoy, who's a senior WASH advisor at Solidarity International. He's worked in the private sector and sanitation sectors in France and in development organizations in South Sudan and the Middle East. And he currently coordinates the WASH strategy for Solidarity. I believe they're going to share the presentation.
Sure, we are. Thank you very much. So echoing on what my colleagues have started to say, we are going to have a look at the most impacted humanitarian crisis. Can you go to the next slide, please? So the issue of crisis are often associated with the notion of risks and fragility, as crises often represent the concretization of risks on a state of fragility. These notions, of course, are multifactorial and often cumulative for a given context. The contexts we are speaking of are particularly sensitive and subject to the impacts of climate changes, extreme weather, drought and depletion of water resources. Humanitarian crises generally occur in fragile countries that are prey to one-off or recurrent shocks. Next year, we'll set another unfortunate record with 339 million of people in need of humanitarian assistance in 69 countries. The cost of the humanitarian response is estimated to $51.5 billion US, and we know that WASH is generally underfunded. So crises last long and become more complex, and humanitarian access is more and more restricted. And one last note on SDG to illustrate that achieving universal access to safely managed water services will require a 23 times increase in current rates of progress in fragile contexts. So if we want to leave no one behind, we need to invest there too. Next slide, please. Let's now focus a little bit more on the specific constraint of groundwater intervention in humanitarian context. Obstacles related to security and access due to operations in volatile contexts, but also, of course, logistical difficulties. Weak governance, many different reasons for that, but including sometimes just the lack of institution in some areas that can be, for example, controlled by opposition group. A lack of expertise and capacity, whether in terms of public or institutional capacity, the private sector, or organizations. There is generally insufficient technical capacity and regulatory framework to ensure the implementation of minimum requirements in terms of groundwater studies and monitoring. Poor data management, lack of coordinated planning, and multi-stakeholder cooperation lead to little or no groundwater management. And in addition, specific difficulties may be due to limited funding, lack of innovation, or weak capacity building mechanisms. Next slide, please. However, some initiatives have attempted to address these issues. In Yemen was one of the worst humanitarian crises, a country subject to a long-term multifaceted conflict with significant pre-existing vulnerabilities in terms of groundwater resources. We have saline intrusion on the west coast and the continued depletion of some aquifer. The needs are high, both in terms of humanitarian assistance. As you may see, it's almost 18 million of people in need, but also to address long-term fragilities and structural issues. In this context, we have been working on a 3-year resilience project targeting 60,000 people and funded by the Swiss Corporation and the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next slide, please. Thank you. A key element of this project was to conduct a groundwater resource survey of the intervention area. For this, we work with Groundwater Relief, a partner organization based in the UK. This included a depth study, a survey of the water supply infrastructure on the ground, and the recovery of a large national water resource management information system database that had been lost since the war. All of this allowed Groundwater Relief to build the first geological and water quality model that confirmed and refined the impact of saline intrusions and aquifer depletion, and helped us identify critical areas for salinity and a significant area of fresh water that could be used. In addition, an initial monitoring plan has been established, and the data collected will be used to refine the models and help the water authorities to develop an appropriate resource management plan despite the crisis and considering the strong existing constraint. I'm now handing over to my colleague Toms.
Okay, the next slide. So Baptiste has spoken about some of the technical challenges, and I'm going to look at some of the more groundwater management challenges in terms of the system. So we're going to focus on northeast Nigeria, which is a humanitarian crisis which has been running for over 10 years. And some of the contextual features here, when we look at it specifically for groundwater, there's a lack of data in terms of who collects the data, who shares the data, who analyzes the data, and how is the data used. This graphic highlights the point. We have a 50-year data gap, and when we go back, there's only one data point. How can you make informed decision-making when we have water levels going down by 20 meters? Baptiste mentioned this issue on the wash sector hydrological capacity. How do you, groundwater management is a long-term goal, long-term game. To set up the groundwater systems, there's a lot of things that need to happen, but how do you actually have the individuals who can look at the data and make informed decision-making that will change your practices now? It's a gap. This project was funded by the USA government, and it was funded because of questions of sustainable yield. What is the safe amount of water that can be abstracted from all of these boreholes that are being built by so many different NGOs and actors? Next slide. So within this, in the groundwater system in northeast Nigeria, what we tried to do was to take all of the data we could find, consolidate it into a GIS system, and then use this to identify where could we install groundwater surveillance points. We planned to install them in places that made the most hydrological sense, but because of the security issues in northeast Nigeria, we ended up just focusing around humanitarian hubs where the government would have access. We produced a bulletin for the sharing of this information, and then we used this data system to update the hydrological model and to prepare a drilling brief focused on how do you improve drilling now? Please use more bentonite seals as an example. We're now working with an online platform to share people's borehole logs so that people have more information. So if we go on to the next slide, in terms of the system management, so this is some of the technical, this next slide, looking at the system strengthening components. I'm not going to go through all of this, but in particular, I want to draw your attention to the slide on the left. This is the director of the Regional Bureau of Hydrological Studies in Nigeria, and he used to be based in the capital of Nigeria, and he's moved 300 kilometers to be in Maiduguri because of the project to be closer. And we've been supporting with planning at the institutional, at the policy level, advocacy at the governmental state, making groundwater important, then looking at coordination with the technical working groups, with the clusters, with the humanitarian system, but also the borehole associations, and then doing a range of capacity building projects to sort of get people talking about these issues. Our role is to facilitate, but that means it's a long-term goal in terms of actually, this has been going on for 2-3 years, in terms of actually seeing change. I'm not sure we're yet there. As I move on to just looking at the recommendations, just to conclude, on the next slide, we focused on 3. One, for the operators, is capturing data, is ensuring that we're investing in both groundwater monitoring, but also specifically ensuring you're sharing your groundwater borehole logs and ensuring that they are available to inform decision-making. For planning for the government, we're looking at how can the government ensure that the data is publicly available. One of the things we are facing in Nigeria is that the government has a political pressure to monetize their data, which makes it difficult for them for it to be available. And then for donors, we've been pushing for more studies, trying to understand the sustainable abstraction. What is the state of the groundwater now? And as a final point, to demonstrate, these are 3 borehole logs. If we had had better data, potentially the 2 on the left, which potentially have a higher yielding aquifer underneath them, which could provide a higher yielding borehole and provide a better service, could be available if we had this type of information. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. So making groundwater important, and so that it seems a long way away from the law behind the rights to water and sanitation and the environment and the groundwater data analysis. But what we're trying to do, both of us, is to get traction with the governments to give it the importance it needs, to get funding to do this kind of work. And so what we're coming at it from the angle of the link with the environment is really important to access drinking water, and can we use that as an advocacy tool? And here we have people working on the ground who are actually trying to get the funding to do projects where they can monitor the groundwater data. So I'm now going to pass over to Jan Nitsen, I didn't check how to say it, Nitsen, yeah, who is going to facilitate a roundtable discussion in the second half of this session. Git is a hydrogeologist with more than 25 years of experience in groundwater exploration, development, management, and governance at Deltares and previously at EGRAC. His career spans areas from specialized groundwater studies to integrated projects and policy development. Please.
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, presenters. We just heard different stories stressing the importance of groundwater in relation to the humanitarian sector from 3 different perspectives. First, Olcay addressed legal and policy aspects, discussing the role of groundwater in the human right to water, to sanitation and a healthy environment, and to what extent these rights are addressed in national laws. Then we had Kalista Marta talk about the more technical and planning aspects as they discussed the need to include groundwater knowledge and innovative groundwater services into the equation as a potential driver for migration, and also as critical factors when planning for settlements for migration and refugees. And then we concluded thirdly with Thomas Baptiste addressing the more operational level by discussing more hands-on approaches of improving groundwater management in humanitarian crisis situations, and the importance of proper groundwater management in connection with data surveillance. And I would now like to invite our panelists to share with us from their own perspective some key recommendations on these topics. And we will address these same 3 different perspectives from the reversed order I just mentioned. So starting from the more operational and more local level, and then zooming out to the technical and planning level, finally to the legal and policy aspects of the fundamental rights of access to groundwater. So first, I want to invite my neighbor, André Werli, who is a senior water policy advisor of SDC, the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation, And I would like to ask you, how do we ensure sustainable exploitation of groundwater resources in a water scarcity context?
Thank you very much. That's a tricky one. Well, we have already heard certainly a lot from the speakers, so thank you very much for all these valuable inputs. And I think one very important point is that when we are in a humanitarian context, the system as we know it is mostly dysfunctional, so it doesn't really work, so we don't have the institutional, the law frame, etc., etc. That puts quite a bit of responsibility on the shoulders of the external partners. And you might want to think about some guiding principles, how to tackle the issue when you just come in. There is a humanitarian crisis, and we've learned that there are some elements here. So one thing that is very important certainly is that we have to know first. So we have to explore in detail. We have to try to gather as much data as we can. And just let me try to highlight that I just learned about a new rapid groundwater mapping methodology that was developed during a PhD, and it was applied in a certain context, and it yielded that with as little as 8 boreholes, you could basically produce as much water as was done in another region which did not use that methodology with 92 boreholes. So really already there is quite some gains in efficiency if only you take the time and have a closer look. Then you have to tailor the system rightly to the context. So that means that you have to bring in engineering, you have to bring in good knowledge here again to highlight it with an example that I have come across. There was in a refugee camp in Chad, the hydraulic calculation showed that the consumption of energy was 730% too high because of undersized pipe in the main supply network. So again, here there is certainly what we call marge de manœuvre in French. We could do better if only we take the time to do the job properly. And then once you're there, you have to manage it properly. And I don't know, that sounds probably too broad, but it might be worth thinking about developing some guiding principles around that.
Thank you, André. That was a clear example of how science can really be used and should be used to improve efficiency. Next, I was going to invite Simon Odong, but I'm looking at the technician, but unfortunately, Simon was going to join us from Uganda. He's a WASH coordinator at UNHCR, but there seem to be technical issues. So in his place, I want to invite Caliste to reflect briefly again on, in planning for refugee camps, whether you can provide some key recommendations from a national perspective on what we should take into account.
Thank you very much. Again, we needed to make sure that we involve the users, and here we are talking about the refugees and host communities, because they are the ones who are involved in using the water, they are the ones who are polluting the water. So we needed to ensure that they are part and parcel of the planning process. But of course, also needed to develop the master plans we are talking about. And this is where we need to assess the resource, know the distribution of the resource, use models to help us predict what is going to happen in the future, but also we're aware that in many situations, data is limited. We need to take advantage of the available data, or remote sense data, data that we can actually manage to get even on the ground, working with the people, so that we can guide them on where to go and where not to go, so that the resource can actually be exploited in a sustainable manner. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a very important way to how you stated it in your presentation. We need to bring the people to water, in this case of migration and refugees, rather than transporting the water to the people. Thank you. So now we're zooming out again to the first level we addressed in Olcay's presentation. And for this, I would like to invite Tugba Evrin Madden from the Turkish Water Institute to reflect on, or to give us some key recommendations on how we ensure sustainable exploitation of groundwater resources in that context.
Yeah, frankly, thank you very much. Frankly, as a hydrogeological engineer, it's not that easy to ensure sustainable exploration of groundwater under this mindset. I'm sorry to tell that, because despite of the domestic, half of the domestic water are coming from the groundwater in my region and neighborhood region. Most of the groundwater used for the agriculture in not efficient way, and I think water governance is another problem, especially in the region that I live, because it's a water scarce region, and the people who couldn't reach the surface water, they try to use the groundwater, sometimes digging a shallow well, or with their financial and the technical capacity, they can use boreholes. But the important thing, I think, one of the important thing in my region is the illegal wells. And the water governance, especially legislation, also enforcement is very important if we try to, because half of the wells are illegal in the region. This is another problem for the sustainability of the groundwater use, sustainable use of the groundwater. Also, monitoring, investigating the potential of the water, because from my side, this is my personal opinion, but I think we don't know what is the real potential of the groundwater that we have. The quality and with the quantity expect. This is my personal opinion. And the monitoring and the investigation of the potential of the groundwater is very important for not only for the refugee areas or the camps, I think most of the world, I think it's very important. And data, we discussed with Amanda in June, especially about the water governance. For the data collected is another problem, because most of the countries have different organizations who are responsible for the collecting data, and their collection type, the techniques, sometimes the coordination of the different ministries, different organizations are the problematic. In some countries, they don't want to share the data among each other, and also they have different kind of techniques. As I said, not the collaboration, but the collaboration of the data is also important. This is from my side. And the awareness, because groundwater has a complex structure and is a hidden problem. We don't understand what's going on under the ground. We have no idea. If we couldn't monitoring if we didn't monitor the groundwater and the boreholes. Also about the wells, which are open for the refugee camps and the other things. I think the digging wells is not only the solution, also following the situation of the wells, also maintenance and the monitoring of the dams. I'm not talking about the sustainable yield of the groundwater. I'm also talking about the sustainability of the well situation is also very important. So we digging the wells, we have boreholes, but we are not following the future situation of these wells. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tuba. You touched on many aspects here, really taking us from the importance of the legal instruments and the importance of enforcement, because laws are paper and paper is worthless without enforcement, right down to the practical level of indeed the sustainability of the actual infrastructure to use groundwater. Thank you for that intervention. Then I would like to invite Pavlos Tirologou from the European Federation of Geologists to hear your thoughts on this. How to ensure sustainable exploitation, or you could also discuss on how we can improve awareness on the connecting link between the human right to water and groundwater.
Okay, I will try to address both.
Thank you.
I will be very focused because we have time limitation. And thank you very much for all this. One thing also on the limited governance and how to consider the sustainability issue. I think it's already been discussed here, and actually what we should do is should divert more money on projects like WAS. This is a well spent money. We need more on that. What also we need is more scientists deployed on the field, especially in places like that. And these scientists, apart from providing data, that should be also be open and accessible by anyone. They should also make links with the societies there, the local populations that they are in need, and these people that they are in need, actually they tend to self-organize because they are in need and they have to somehow to survive. So they are more eager to solutions, and the scientists can actually they provide the link that we communicate with them, and actually they take ownership of the problem, and they become also part of the solution because they're taking ownership, and they will provide a robust solution to all this. So basically we need, what we need really is the communication link between science, people in the field, and people communicating the science to the people that they need it most. So that's one part, certainly when you find yourself in a place that is in a fragile situation. Going to the higher level problem, we need ambassadors. We need people that they can communicate groundwater problems and solutions to every policy making representative. Governments, usually they have different layers of governance. We need to go from local to central to district. We need people there to communicate with them. Perhaps there might be scientists or people that they are sensitive to this issue, especially these days with the climate change. This is an important issue. We need these people. And these people actually, they can set up also citizens observatories. We need, we as a society, we need to take ownership of these things. Policy making, actually, we may reach a plateau there. And even if we push for policy making changes, implementation is a huge problem. We as a citizens, by communicating with science, we can push for all these things and actually bring real change in the field and make sustainability become a reality. So that's us.
Thank you, Pavlos. You introduced some other very important components, I think. You addressed many aspects, but starting also in financing. It's always the big elephant in the room, but we hadn't heard that from the other speakers yet. But of course, that's critical. And I think what is also very important, need you stress the communication between different stakeholders, maybe also between different sectors, between different levels.
One of the things is that we heard so many wonderful things even today and in previous sessions, but also here. And one of the things that we have forgotten, but we now to introduce again, is nature-based solutions or green infrastructure that can be coupled with technology and deployed scientists in the field. They can actually communicate these methods of managed aquifer recharge in places that they have problems. These kind of solutions, they are decentralized and they can actually be part of the problem.
Yep. Thank you. Then I also want to invite Olcay to also reflect a little bit more. You've heard some recommendations of the other panelists, and I would like you to also reflect on this legal level, how we can create this important connection between groundwater and the right to water sanitation and a healthy environment.
Yes. I think we heard enough evidence that there is a need for bridging across multiple issues and multiple tools. The three separate human rights going in their own accord will not do that, and the synergies and mutually strengthening aspects should be not only put in the field, but also should be reflected at the institutions that govern these resources, and those are usually compartmental. In doing this, an important aspect that is also coming out is not the governance or the legal aspects themselves, but also the compliance and the enabling environments that are necessary for compliance with the legislation, rules, and regulations. And I think there is also a discrete need to understand that SDG 6 specifically and SDGs in general are supportive and inclusive of human rights, but that is not well understood by politicians and policymakers and practitioners alike.
Thank you, Olcay, for these additional comments. My phone again. We still have some time, which was planned for. We're right on track, actually, in terms of timing. And I would also like to invite the audience. Unfortunately, we cannot have access at the moment to the questions from the online, but we have a room full of people. So I would also like to invite the audience to provide some inputs. And because time is still limited, I would like to invite you to not ask questions to our panelists, because they've already been speaking a lot, but to actually ask you, what do you think we as a community could be doing to practically improve groundwater management in humanitarian situations? Or what could we be doing to intensify or further enhance the much needed dialogue and cooperation between the humanitarian sector, governments and groundwater professionals? So anybody from the audience, some recommendations to the community? Yep, please. Very quickly introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Pauline Poi. I'm from DRC, which is Democratic Republic of Congo, but I live here. So, talking about your first question, you said how we can improve groundwater management due to humanitarian. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, I will just go straight forward for my country, Democratic Republic of Congo. This country is known to be a rich country in Africa. We have pretty much everything. Coming to the mining, which is needed today for transition to the CDC goal, it is in Congo. But this country has been terrified by the water for so many years, and nobody talk about it. They're killing people, doing whatever they want, nobody's talking about it. Before I came here a few days ago, I got a call because my people, they see me how I'm trying myself to get involved in the water sector. They saw me, and then I got a call from an NGO in Goma, where so many refugees are displaced from North Kivu and Sud Kivu, where there is a war by the M23, which is supported by the Rwanda government, Paul Kagame. So they called me, they were crying. They said they have displaced so many people from the region, and they are there, and nobody is taking care of those people. So Goma is one of the cities that is known in Congo that that city doesn't have resources. So those people are living in terrible conditions. So I just followed the Congolese ministers who was, I'm sorry, I'm right. So he was talking about how they are trying to make an effort on how to collect the money in order to help the people, those people. So I don't know how we're gonna resolve that issue right now. People are suffering there. So I don't know if anybody knows about that issue right now that's going in Goma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think this is, if we take this to the water perspective and the groundwater perspective, I think this is a clear example of what Caliste also addressed and Marta in their presentation of where there is no choice for the people to go. So eventually to create a proper setting with access to the human right of water, that you're in a situation again where you have to bring water to the people. And as we have been discussing this before, ideally, we want to turn this situation around, and knowing where there is suitable locations for people to go to. But maybe some of the panelists also want to react to this pressing matter. Anybody from the panel?
Yeah, I haven't raised hand with that. No. It's one of those things that...
You have a rich country like yours, that has suffered so much, and perhaps the whole system now has collapsed in certain parts of the area. I don't know what the situation is in your country, but it definitely needs more support from the world, from the global community, and we need to speak further about it. I mean, that's what you're doing here today, actually, bringing this into attention. And actually, as far as I'm concerned, and if people around here that are involved with the Europe Horizon projects, I think more money actually should be directed in collaboration with African countries, institutions, especially groundwater. That's what will be one way of bringing visibility and perhaps some specific tasks that will provide solutions. It's just going to be the beginning. But certainly you need to speak more about it, because I know Congo, actually, it's more also on the energy issue, because here in the European Union, at least, we build our future energy grid based on renewables. And renewables, most of the minerals actually coming from Congo. So we want to be energy dependent, but we are not mineral independent, and that mostly comes from Congo. So we need actually to fight for a just global society that understands everything and appreciates that we cannot live on our own. We have European Union, perhaps we should ask ourselves what we want from our society, and we need to communicate more with countries from Africa that provide for us to have this quality of living that we have.
Thank you. I just want to give time for one more observation from Gabriel.
Thank you. Gabriel Eckstein, I'm a law professor, dealt with water issues for many years. On the issue of human rights, I think we have to think about what does a human right mean, whether it's human right to shelter, to food, to water, to anything. It's an obligation that a government has to its people. And so 2 points. One, if the government is not fulfilling that obligation, I think you have to have accountability. And it has to be domestic accountability. So the people have to request or demand that there is accountability from a government that is not fulfilling a human right to water, if that right exists in that country. Secondly, I think we have to start thinking a little bit more broadly about human rights, human right to water and other human rights, whether it's just the government to its citizens. Is there a cross-border or international human right obligation, meaning other nations, should they have any obligation, responsibility to try to work with that government to fulfill that human right obligation? So this is something that is really controversial. For example, I live in the United States. The US will say, we have absolutely no responsibility for people in your country for their human rights. And the US doesn't want to get involved. And other countries have that same perception. I fully understand, but that's the point. It's accountability, and do we want to also hold not just the government but the international community?
Please, we don't have space for a debate like this, unfortunately, also without microphones. But thank you, Gabriel, for this very pressing point that you really stress that the human right is actually an obligation. I think wants to reflect on this.
Well, obviously, I'm coming from the human rights end as well, and I think the reason we did this study was to really try and bring it down to something quite simple, with the right to a healthy environment, which is a new human right. And I think a lot of people can recognize that a healthy environment is going to be good for everybody. It's good for drinking water, it's good for groundwater. And it may be a less controversial way of getting more interest in protecting our water and our groundwater. And actually, we need to give more visibility to our groundwater. So this is a way of getting people interested in the environment, looking after our groundwater, providing drinking water. And it may be one route that would maybe help the situation a little bit.
Thank you. And with that, I think we're also coming to the end of this session. As always, time is far too short, especially when you discuss very important and critical aspects like this very basic human right to water. I want to thank you all as an audience, but I also want to thank our panelists and our presenters on these enlightening discussions. And for those of you who are new to this topic, I hope we've planted a small new seed for you to get engaged in this important aspect of groundwater and the humanitarian sector. And if that's the case, we really invite you to get in touch with us. And with that, I would like to conclude this session, and I thank you all.
Si les interprètes m'entendent, je vais procéder à un petit test. Je vais leur demander de parler d'abord dans le canal anglais. Alors, je vois que le canal anglais module. Attendez 2 secondes. Ouais, je vous entends, c'est bon. Passons au canal espagnol. Spanish channel, perfect. Muchas gracias. C'est bon, merci. Ouais, c'est bon. Merci beaucoup.
Why do I can you give to the gentleman? They don't have on the computer. Can you come for a second?
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. For the next session of this afternoon, we will be in the session Transboundary Aquifers in the World, which will be interpreted with both English and Spanish language. Our moderator will be Miguel Doria from UNESCO. Miguel, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. So welcome to this side event on the transboundary aquifers of the world that will have several parts and different speakers. First of all, thank you very much for the speakers to be here with us today, and also for your presence. It's a very rich topic, very little time, but the idea is to give different perspectives around the issues affecting transboundary aquifers, but also the solutions, what is being done. And also at the end of the session, we'll have a few words from another program of UNESCO Graphic that I think it will complement. Is not so much on the topic that was initially planned for this side event, but it will also bring additional perspectives on issues affecting groundwater, in the specific case in Latin America and the Caribbean, and in particular in the Caribbean islands. But we'll have a great pleasure of starting with Mrs. Inga Retike. She's a researcher from the University of Latvia that will be speaking to us on the transboundary groundwater resources, a joint treasure and responsibility. So, Mrs. Retike, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I welcome you all. Good afternoon. And today I'm going to tell you about our developed solution aimed for various stakeholders that will improve the ways how we manage transboundary aquifers. And the solution, or the map portal, has been already tested in 2 pilots. So the next, please. The solution, or the map portal I will talk about, is developed during the EU Waterers project. And the project has been financed by the Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway grants. And on the map, you can see the location of the 5 partnering countries that are Poland, Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, and our advisor partner, the Norway. And the project is almost in its final year, so majority of tasks has been already accomplished. However, there are still some issues we have to solve. Next, please. The biggest challenge when developing the map portal was to develop something that, let's say, fits all. And our chosen 2 pilot areas are quite different, starting from their size, their hydrogeological and climatic conditions, economical development, and even now political situation. So initially, as we thought, the biggest challenge was the fact that Ukraine was not in the European Union. So Ukraine managed the groundwater resources quite differently. But moreover, the Polish, Ukrainian transboundary area had already a lot of issues, such as over-abstraction and already formed depression cones, illegal groundwater pumping, and variety of polluting sites. On the contrary, if we look at the second pilot area, it is almost 3 times smaller. It is sparsely populated. There is not a lot of economical activities happening, and it is mostly covered by forests and nature areas, and that is all has been the complex reason why it has been for a long time neglected. So we basically don't have a lot of monitoring stations in there. The conceptual understanding is quite low, and this also is the reason why the attention should be drawn to the area that is still quite prone to groundwater vulnerability due to climate change. Next, please. EU Waterers project aims are quite ambitious. Of course, is to promote sustainable management of transboundary aquifers, but I would like to more concentrate on the 4 tasks which we decided to carry out to actually accomplish the aim. The first one was the harmonization, and the process was very challenging. It was harmonization of the data sets, of the methodologies, how we monitor and assess the groundwater resources. And without that, it was impossible to actually compare the results. And what I would like to highlight that the harmonization was necessary not only between EU.
Okay, so we apologize for this. Please follow me. The fire alarm. Miguel, cadê o Miguel? Don't worry. Don't worry.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the meeting, there is a fire test here in UNESCO, so we are going outside for a few minutes and we will be back in later on. Thank you for your understanding.
So we apologize for this inconvenience. Apparently it's a false alarm, according to the fireman officer that told us that we could go back. I think we lost our interpreters. Não. Uma vez por ano, não é? So we'll wait a few minutes for the interpreters to come and to allow the adequate sound conditions. Do you think you can present in this condition? Well, thank you for your patience. We'll wait until there's the adequate sound conditions so that we can listen to our speakers. Apologies again. We'll restart. And I suppose there may not be interpretation for the next 2 or 3 minutes. If no one sees any inconvenience, in the interest of time, we'll probably start. And I hope that there will be interpretation as soon as possible. So please, if possible. Slide 3, right?
Can you switch to the slide 3? Yes, the next one and the next. Yeah, this one. Thank you. So at least we stretched a bit our legs and hopefully have more energy now. So I will continue and let's hope that it will continue like that. So basically, yes, I was telling about our 2 pilot areas between Poland, Ukraine, and Estonia, Latvia, and our EU Waters project, and basically the 4 major tasks we were carrying out to accomplish the aim to improve and promote sustainable groundwater management in transboundary areas. So I started and completed about the harmonization needs that were very necessary, not only between EU and non-EU countries, but also between European Union countries. And even though some of the piloting countries has been implementing Water Framework Directive for more than 20 years, there was still a lot of harmonization needed because, well, the Framework Directive actually doesn't give you very clear guidelines how to carry out the assessments. The second task was the simulation of scenarios, and this was also a very important task because not only to understand the current situation, such as, for example, if there are depression cones existing in the territory, but also to forecast future scenarios. And if you look at the pilot between Poland and Ukraine, then it is very likely that in near future there will be increased groundwater demand because after the war there will be a lot of water needed to rebuild the country, and also it is expected that there will be new polluting sites. So in some cases there might be need to know where the most vulnerable areas and to reallocate the aquifers we actually use. And our proposed solution, the map portal, is the place where, let's say, we consider majority of the information present and developed is available for the target groups to actually carry out the assessment of transboundary aquifers. And that is the way how to raise the awareness and provide the tool for the stakeholders so they actually could do that. Next, please. And here you can see a screenshot from our developed map portal. And of course, it has a lot of features and information, but which I would like to stress out that there are the data from hydrodynamic models and also from modeling, for example, like the vulnerability maps, but probably the most important are the 17 thematic maps that combines there the information that has been already available, that has been updated for each specific pilot needs, and also the newly developed information. And as well as more than decade-long monitoring data sets that are freely available for everyone. So, yeah, next please. If we go into the thematic maps, then let's say the big key message of it was to create something that stakeholders can use without turning to another sources. So therefore, there are the information about, for example, Korean land cover that is quite easily accessible for everyone, except for, in this case, Ukraine. And we created such data from the satellite data. Moreover, there are inside the data about the intakes or groundwater monitoring sites that are usually in national languages, stored in national databases, and let's say you need to be pretty advanced and to know a lot of languages to actually compile such a data set. And it is always the reason why there is no exchange of information. It's just too complicated. I would also like to highlight that there is the information about spring locations that are very important from the point of view of groundwater-dependent ecosystems and also from point of view as a free drinking water source, especially when there's like in Ukraine can be problems with electricity, so you actually cannot use any other sources. So this is very important information. And in case of Estonian Latvian area, this information has been developed in combination with the citizen science approach. So we actually ask for society to go outside and search for such spring locations, because that's the most logical way how to gather such information, and many more other layers. So next, please. When we started the project, the first was the mapping of the stakeholder needs. And not for no surprise, the stakeholder needs are quite different. Their understanding of the groundwater is quite different. And therefore, the map portal provides information at different levels of complexity, starting for the basic user who just needs to know whether the water in a well or spring is okay for drinking, so good or bad, or maybe in some cases minor information why it is not of good quality, such as iron as a natural condition, or maybe arsenic that is a toxic element. But for scientists or practitioners, there is a need for downloading the raw data, or at least seeing it. And so here you can also download the raw data set and use it for any of other purposes or scientific activities. And what is also important, it is easy to create some simple graph already on site without switching to another program or media. So you can create quickly a time series for a decade of groundwater abstraction. The next, please. And yeah, if we talk about our stakeholders, of course, there are a variety, but we can divide them in 4 large groups. And the science, of course, the scientists mostly valuable raw data sets. And also this map portal is used for education. So for students, how to teach them the groundwater governance process, it's a good educational tool. For governance or water managers, it is important to see already all the information in one side to carry out the assessment. So for example, also the municipality level, and it can be used for implementation of directives, for reporting, and also for planning some future investments in the area. For businesses, it is very important to know the territory, to know whether there is enough of groundwater resources, which in our pilots is the major water supply source. To know how, for example, costly will be to develop a well, whether there will be needed some expenses on purification and so on. So it brings trust and in the particular area you plan to invest. And for society, it is important to know your data. So the data are in easy to understand way, so you can have this basic level of information or representation, and also to feel safe that the water resources are actually managed and there's someone who is taking care of it and they're monitoring and so on. Next, please. And so here is an inspiring photos of to prove that there's not only me, but there are a lot of people behind this project that actually care about it and develop the results. So we have a lot of practical trainings on site. For example, to exchange experiences, how we take samples, how we transport them, how we care about them, how the analysis are taken in laboratory. And also you can see that, for example, we do a lot to actually use the map portal ourselves to talk with our stakeholders and to improve it. So it's not just for our specific needs, and we as a team that work on this issue know quite well, but we also try to take into account the stakeholder understanding. Next, please. And if you are interested, of course, the most important part, everything is freely available for everyone. So you can visit our EU Waterways project. There is a variety of reports that are showing the good experiences from very different countries. As I told before, that we have EU countries, non-EU countries, countries with different political and economical development and experiences. So there's a lot to take home with you. And of course, the map portal that is still in development, but already available. So there could be some bugs, but still you can use and test or inspire from it. The next, please. And that is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. And we will continue with the presentation of Ms. Lucia Samaniego of University of La República, that will present to us the ISARM Americas program and the advances on this program, focusing also on the knowledge of transboundary aquifers in Latin America and the Caribbean. Ms. Samaniego, please, and reminding that the simultaneous interpretation is now fully working again. Thank you also to our interpreters, Spanish and English.
Gracias, Miguel. Voy a hacer mi presentación en español. Si están... Ok. Bueno, un gusto estar acá, bienvenidos a todos. La siguiente, por favor. Bueno, para los que no conocen, ISARM es un programa sobre acuíferos transfronterizos del mundo, es un programa mundial de UNESCO y especialmente donde yo trabajo, en el Centro Regional para la Gestión de Aguas Subterráneas en América Latina y el Caribe. Desde el año 2017 estamos coordinando la parte de ISARM Américas. Siguiente, por favor. Que bueno, el programa global empezó en el año 2000, por más o menos 10 años se realizó junto con la OEA, UNESCO, y bueno, a través del programa hidrológico intergubernamental se empezaron a estudiar estos acuíferos transfronterizos, especialmente los de América, como dije que les iba a nombrar. Fue muy buena la colaboración entre todos los países de América, se logró una buena cooperación y una buena transición de información entre los países que tenían acuíferos transfronterizos. Next, please. Los objetivos principales de este programa fueron generar más que nada conocimiento sobre la situación actual, la conservación, el uso y para qué se usaba esos acuíferos transfronterizos entre los países que lo compartían. Después también fue generar una guía que pudiera usarse en los países para ese uso, para esa gestión integrada de los acuíferos, que no solamente focalizara en el agua subterránea, sino también que considerara el uso del agua superficial. También que sea un ámbito donde se pueda intercambiar la información que los distintos países tenían, que muchas veces no era igualitaria en cantidad. Entonces, bueno, lo que se hacía es generar un buen intercambio, porque había información que obviamente algunos países tenían, que otros no. Entonces, bueno, era un espacio de intercambio y de comunicación, que eso es muy importante. Después también intensificar el desarrollo de estándares, de protocolos, tanto de toma de muestras de agua subterránea, de información, de consensos científicos, y también apoyar el desarrollo y estabilizar, establecer marcos legales, que como sabemos en muchos lugares del mundo todavía no existen marcos legales sobre agua subterránea y bueno, sobre acuíferos transfronterizos, y eso quería mejorar ISARM. Estos fueron algunos de los acuíferos transfronterizos que se describieron durante el programa. Siguiente, por favor. También durante este programa se generaron 4 libros. El primero en el año 2007, que describió esos acuíferos transfronterizos. El segundo en el año 2008, que ya se situó en lo que es el marco legal. El tercero en el 2010, que se hizo una actualización de lo que se había hecho en el primer libro, y aparte se estudió todo lo que es el ámbito socioeconómico, el ámbito ambiental y el ámbito climático de esos acuíferos transfronterizos. Y el último, en el año 2015, es la estrategia de evaluación y gestión de esos sistemas acuíferos transfronterizos. Siguiente, por favor. Bueno, como les comentaba, Ceregas, que es el Centro Regional para la Gestión de Aguas Subterráneas, desde el año 2017 es el coordinador de este programa ISARM Américas. A partir de ese momento empezamos a volver a contactar a todos los países, diciendo que se venía otra instancia del programa, que como vieron en el 2015 fue el último libro. Entonces de 2015 al 2017 el programa estuvo en pausa. En el 2017 empezamos otra vez a contactar a los países, pidiendo actualización de los representantes. Lanzamos también la página web del programa, isarmamericas.org, que están desde ya invitados a ingresar. Y bueno, nos agarró también la pandemia en el medio, y la mayoría de las actividades fueron virtuales, pero fueron muy importantes, y mucha gente acudió también a ellos. Next, please. Algunas de las actividades que se han realizado desde el 2017 hasta el 2022 es virtualmente la reunión de todos los representantes de los países. Se ha hecho también el curso de gobernanza de acuíferos transfronterizos y también hay un curso que se dio también virtualmente sobre el uso integrado del agua subterránea. También participamos en un módulo. Next. Y bueno, específicamente en lo que es el estudio se apoyó a dos acuíferos transfronterizos. El primero, el Yucatán Península Candelaria Hondo, que es compartido por México, Belice y Guatemala. Y el segundo es el Masacre Artiborito Los Lagos y Pedernales, que es compartido por la República Dominicana y Haití. Siguiente, por favor. Otro de los tópicos importantes durante esta nueva etapa de ISARM Américas fue el ISARM Américas, el simposio de ISARM Américas, que tuvimos la suerte de que mucha gente participó de él. Se hizo a partir de 4 temas que nosotros veíamos en las reuniones que era importante tratar, que era el sistema acuífero guaraní, el proyecto Greta, el término transfronterizo, lo miramos desde varios aspectos, y también la nueva información que existía sobre acuíferos en las Américas. Next, please. Bueno, después en fin del año pasado, en diciembre, también participamos de la conferencia ISARM Global que se realizó aquí en París. Next. Este año participamos con varias ponencias en el Foro del Agua, en el Foro Mundial del Agua, que no me detengo por el tiempo. Y bueno, esto les quería nombrar algunos de los tópicos que nosotros vimos en las diferentes reuniones, que de los diferentes países los nombraban como tópicos importantes para desarrollar, y bueno, uno de ellos es el ODS 652, también la falta de muchos sistemas geográficos, información de sistemas geográficos en los diferentes países, la falta de marcos regulatorios, una adecuada también intercambio de información entre los diferentes países, que muchas veces no existe. Entrenamientos también o capacitaciones sobre distintos temas, eso también nos piden los países, y cómo comunicarse con los distintos actores. Ese es otro de también los tópicos que iremos tratando en futuras capacitaciones. Siguiente, por favor. Y bueno, algunas de las futuras actividades, el año que viene tenemos también planeada otra reunión de ISARM Américas, esta vez presencial, que creemos que es mucho más fructífera. Se va a hacer una publicación con todas las actualizaciones que los países nos están enviando, y también tenemos planeado una nueva capacitación de acuíferos transfronterizos. Bueno, muchas gracias y a las órdenes.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed with the presentation of Mr. Alberto Manganelli, Executive Director of the Regional Center for Groundwater Management for Latin America and the Caribbean, and he will present us the project implementation of the Guarani Aquifer Strategic Action Program, enabling regional actions, and also focusing on its importance for the governance of transboundary aquifers. Mr. Manganelli, please, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Miguel. Buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, como dijo Miguel, hablaremos del acuífero guaraní. Creo que a esta altura casi todo el mundo lo conoce, es bastante mencionado en la literatura internacional. Siguiente, por favor. El acuífero guaraní ocupa más de 1 millón de kilómetros cuadrados, subyaciendo los territorios de Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay y Uruguay. Entre el año 2003 y el año 2009, un proyecto para la protección ambiental y desarrollo sostenible siguiente, por favor, del acuífero guaraní fue llevado adelante, financiado por el JEF. No, una menos. O 2 menos. No, para atrás. Back. Next. ¿No está? Bueno, entonces, siguiente. Si no está, se los cuento. Ese periodo entre 2003 y 2009, donde el proyecto fue llevado adelante, estuvo marcado por un esfuerzo enorme de cooperación entre los países, donde se concretaron experiencias importantes en cuanto a el aumento del conocimiento de lo que era el sistema acuífero. Y, siguiente, por favor. Bueno, todos los productos del proyecto están en la página de Ceregás, se pueden ser descargados, absolutamente todos están allí. Y el producto principal de ese proyecto, como todos los proyectos JEF, es un programa estratégico de acciones, ¿no? Que es el que va a guiar las acciones a llevar adelante en el futuro. Siguiente, por favor. Después de que se completó el proyecto, cada país avanzó en forma separada y de manera independiente en la ejecución de acciones nacionales. Bueno, entonces, dada la necesidad de avanzar en la aplicación de acciones establecidas en el Programa Estratégico de Acciones, los 4 países del Guaraní decidieron avanzar en conjunto proponiendo un nuevo proyecto al JEF, un Medium Size Project, que inicie de alguna manera esas acciones del SAP. En 2019 el JEF aprobó el proyecto, el cual comenzó a funcionar en julio de este año. Los objetivos de este proyecto es institucionalización de mecanismos para el fortalecimiento de la cooperación transfronteriza, permitir a los países detectar la evolución en tiempo y espacio de aquellos parámetros clave de calidad y cantidad, y promover la igualdad de género y fortalecer las capacidades e incrementar digamos, la preocupación por los niveles de manejo del agua subterránea. El proyecto tiene 3 componentes. Gracias. El primer componente es la consolidación de la cooperación técnica. Lo que busca es, el programa estratégico de acciones preveía la creación de algunos comités, particularmente el de monitoreo de modelos y el de creación de capacidades y diseminación, y ellos representan la institucionalización dentro del nuevo contexto de la implementación del programa estratégico de acciones. La unidad técnica de facilitación de la implementación del programa de acciones representa el link entre los comités técnicos con niveles superiores de decisión. El siguiente componente es el componente central de este proyecto, en el cual se propone el diseño y los test en campo de manera piloto de redes de monitoreo y de protocolos de monitoreo. El objetivo de esta actividad es responder a la necesidad de tener, obviamente, información en forma compartida entre los países, de manera de poder avanzar en esa gestión, si no compartida, por lo menos coordinada. El tercer componente es bueno, el involucramiento de los actores interesados, la actualización de ese plan de acciones estratégicas, la diseminación y la creación de capacidades. Los países consideran que todo lo que sea creación de capacidades y diseminación es importante para poder abarcar y llegar al usuario final, que en definitiva es quien se tiene que beneficiar de todos estos proyectos. Sí. La financiación del proyecto, bueno, es un medium size project, son $2 millones para la ejecución de las actividades de los componentes 1, 2 y 3. Los países ofrecen una contraparte in kind de 3.200.000, y el Banco de Desarrollo de Latinoamérica como agencia del JEF y UNESCO como proyecto por un total de 1.600.000. Siguiente, por favor. Bien, y para finalizar, este es el cuadro, digamos, de gobernanza de lo que es el proyecto, que es muy similar, por no decir igual, al primer proyecto. Hay un comité director que está integrado por representantes de los países, de ministerios de agua, ambiente y relaciones exteriores, y luego está la agencia de implementación, la ejecución por parte de la Oficina Regional de UNESCO en Montevideo, con el soporte técnico de Ceregas, y luego a nivel de los países se establecen 4 coordinadores nacionales y agencias, digamos, grupos de ejecución integrados por todas aquellas instituciones que tienen algo que ver con el agua subterránea y el guaraní en particular. Y luego los 2 comités. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Mr. Manganelli, thank you very much. And we will proceed with the presentation of Mrs. Nidhi Nagbatla that will present us on a conundrum of subsurface water management with a spotlight on cross-border regions. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much. And sorry, just to add that Mrs. Nagbatla is from the United Nations University Institute of Comparative Regional Integration Studies. So, please.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm going to... There's something wrong with this. Yeah. Oh, all right. Okay. Thanks for the tip. Okay, so let's start by looking at some data points. We all know this data by heart. We are in the age of SDGs. We are in the age of SDG acceleration mechanisms. And we all know that transboundary context, transboundary settings are complex. 60% of freshwater resources, 3.5 billion people, directly or indirectly impacted, around half of the world population. And the World Water Development Report very, very significantly outlined this agenda on the global forum. Next slide, please. So after the bit of a context and some numbers again to sort of set the scene for the governance aspects that I will be discussing in relation to some of the regional dimensions and insights that we have heard from the other co-panelists. Water security is a global crisis, and water security is made up of surface water management and subsurface water management. In conventional water governance globally, surface water management has got its due, but subsurface water management is still catching up. We can see that we have transboundary agreements, arrangements, commitments in place, but only 148 countries, of course, have shared water systems. The SDG connections are well drawn to urban context, to clean water supply provisioning, also to a good extent health, especially in the groundwater context, the health issues linked to arsenic and other pollution dimensions have been well reported through by academia, by agencies around the world working on this. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to repeat, but I'm going to just bring you back to this whole notion of conflicts in cross-border regions. When we manage surface water, we have seen that the frequency of resolution to international water disputes, the international water treaties have done their fair share by ensuring that water is more a source of cooperation than conflict. Next slide, please. And in that pace, you can see that though a lot of work has been done on these agreements on the surface water sharing to prevent conflict, the aquifer, transboundary aquifer map, courtesy UNESCO IHP, you can see that these countries already have some sort of formal, informal, customary arrangement to share surface water, but leveraging that, there is a potential that groundwater management and governance becomes an extended part of those arrangements, because there are more than 600 aquifers that crisscross around territorial regimes. Next slide, please. And SDG has done a bit of a positioning there. 6.5 in particular talks about integrated water management in terms of transboundary governance. It has 6.5.2 that talks about transboundary cooperation. When you see the text of those cooperation and agreements, you see that they under-reflect on groundwater governance issues and context. So the progress report per se, which we all read perhaps earlier this year or the end of last year, of 153 countries sharing transboundary rivers, lake, aquifers, only a quarter have 100% of their basin covered by some kind of operational arrangement, and only an additional 22 countries have more than 70% covered. And this is a data between 2017 and 2020. So you can see there's a lot of ground that we have to cover in the integration that we talk about in different forums. Next slide, please. Well, water security, again, courtesy UN-Water, did bring that integration in some form of a conceptual framework where elements that are prerequisite to good governance, subsurface and surface water, was outlined. Financing, peace and political stability was very surprisingly a part of that conceptual framework. And then, of course, at the regional level, Commission, Economic Commission for Europe in particular, has come up with strategies on how to take this agenda to integrate this global governance mechanisms that have been endorsed by a number of member states to make it a part of regional and national legislation and regulatory mechanisms, including enhanced focus on groundwater. So just an example to flash in that context on the uptake of global governance at regional and national scale. The progress in 6.5 is also very crucial to monitor because perhaps we don't need any more agreements and arrangements, but we need to enact on what we already have in hand. A list of some of these multilateral agreements you can see on the screen, but we also took a stock take of how these global water conventions are fostering sustainable development and peace. So from, again, the notion of conflict resolution using integration for both for surface and subsurface, for creating an atmosphere of cooperation, especially in cross-border regions. And of course, we can, while doing this work last year that we launched with several, it's an interagency cooperation report, we noted that there are significant gaps and needs in global water governance that can be taken up in high-level water meetings such as this, such as the UN Water Meeting of 2023 we all are waiting for. Next slide, please. Well, I don't want to emphasize on this. We have some good reference points. We have some good practices. We have some ongoing studies that's taking that could serve as a reference to see how this work can be done. We just heard a case study from one of the biggest aquifer system in the world, Guarani Reservoir, and then the US-Mexico Transboundary Aquifer Assessment Program is another good case study that we can learn from on how to bring different actors who share not just surface water but also aquifer systems to agree on a common agenda. Next slide, please. There are certain platforms, and the good news is that we don't have to start from scratch. We already have commissions, we already have expertise, we have stakeholder groups, we have had conferences, we have documents as we saw at the national level, at the regional level, at the global. So I think some things that could serve as low-hanging fruits is taking stock of good practices wherever they are in operation, then understanding the use of technology and innovation, as my co-panelists pointed out, how GIS systems, how other kind of monitoring systems can be put in place, and the capacity building on multidimensional impacts and trade-offs in economic benefits and externalities. This is a sort of a mouthful, but to give the long message short, I just want to emphasize that in many countries, including in India in 1970s, when we shifted from use of surface water to use of groundwater, unregulated mechanisms to use it as much to ensure food security, the externalities, which is the cost of overuse, was not accounted. So kind of, again, taking that stock of trade-offs between use and misuse or unregulated extraction. And solidarity and common responsibility, of course, is something that we all understand through SDG 16, 17 in particular, but also the relevance of cooperation at international, regional, but also intergenerational. A couple of other points before I conclude is that we have sort of a guiding document, the transboundary, the law of transboundary aquifers. You can see the nice statements it encompasses and outlines for us to take note of on kind of taking into account the demands of the demand-supply dynamics at a time-space continuum. But Article 19, in fact, really caught my eye. The data and information vital to national defense or security. So the state's sovereignty often could be an undermining factor in ensuring that data and information on these systems are shared across, especially in cross-border regions and systems. Nevertheless, the state shall cooperate in good faith with other states with a view to providing as much information as possible under the circumstances. There's an element of subjectivity in this article and throughout the law, but I think in a good faith, in the faith of having a common collective water secure future for all, these articles and this set of principles do give us some guiding framework, and you see how they have evolved over time in the visual, again, courtesy UN Water Convention. Next slide. And I think I'm going to really take a pause here, and maybe I don't have to read this, but we see that ground cross-border water governance, off-surface and subsurface water systems. One thing we have to understand is intersectionality and interlinkages. We can't isolate governance modalities for management of surface and subsurface water. We have to see interlinkages and intersectionality. And from our research for the past many years on this, understanding this intersectionality, we can conclude one point to make the long message short, that understanding it from a wider perspective of elements that have been under-reflected, like peace building, conflict resolution, atmosphere of cooperation, and so these are good triggers. Sometimes the economic indicators are bad triggers, but the peace building is a good trigger. So I think we can embark on some of these indicators to create alternative pathways for consensus building and cooperation. Next slide. And I think one thing that we are doing in some of our projects is embarking on multi-level governance. That gives us at least some kind of a framework to integrate horizontal and vertical stakeholder needs, interest, but also their role. And we have been doing that, taking account also of climate crisis and water crisis that are acting in tandem. So I'll leave you with this, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. And next we'll continue with Dr. Henrique Chaves of University of Brasilia, and also coordinator of the Graphic WAC project. And Dr. Chaves will present us on groundwater as a strategic resource for following natural disasters in the Caribbean, and share his experience. Dr. Chaves, please.
Thank you, Miguel, and good day, everyone. And thank you for being late this afternoon here, talking to us and discussing about shared aquifers. In our case, we're going to explain, last one, please, just the title slide. We're going to talk about the disasters that have been, the title, please, title. Yeah. The UNESCO graphic experience in groundwater management following natural disasters in Caribbean islands. Understanding that the Caribbean islands are not, don't share actually frontiers or borders, but the issues, in fact, the Green Climate Fund are treating the small islands as a transboundary type issue today. So that's why I think, Miguel, that this issue is welcome in this session. Since it's so important. Okay, next, please. So UNESCO Graphic Project is a platform to, as you say, exchange information through use of case studies, working groups, scientific research, and communication. It's basically a group of researchers, water managers across the world that look into problems and issues and solutions arising from groundwater issues such as contamination, climate change, and other urban type pollutions and so on. And the vision is to promote advances on sustainable groundwater management, considering projected climate change and linked human effects. Okay, the first example that we are going to look into is the critical issue of storm surges arising from hurricanes in the Bahamas. We have here on the left the island of Grand Bahama, which is the country of our friend here, John Bowleg, just on my right. And what happened in 2019, given the situation of the Dorian hurricane. On the right, you can see the freshwater lens across the island, on a cross section on that very island. It's a very low-lying island of karst, carbonate, and you can see that the lens is very shallow. You can see the topo map on top of that. And the first thing that we did following that disaster that I'm going to talk about will be to look into the hydrogeological parameters of the aquifer, like the depths of the lens, the area, the groundwater volume, the groundwater renewal rate, the water balance, the frequency, and the safe field, which are very important for reasons that I'm going to explain. Next, please. Now, in September 2019, the island was hit by a Category 5 hurricane, and you can see on the top left the storm surges going over half of the island, and those dots are well fields, and the ones that are not blue are basically salinized after that flooding. So, and you can see in the bottom a picture of myself in the former pine land that was totally destroyed by the winds and the storm surge. So basically what we were left was with a very high saline groundwater, which is the only source of groundwater of that particular island, of about 60,000 people. So what we did with this project, we did a field survey, well monitoring, water balance and groundwater recharge analysis, mapping of groundwater quality with 70 plus parameter, which I think was unprecedented in the Bahamas, mapping risk of storm surge and sea level rise, and adaptive management. A publication was published on that regard with the University of the Bahamas and UNESCO. Okay, as far as sea level rise, we looked in, that was the eastern tip of the island, and you can see we did a very simple vulnerability map of seawater intrusion, and looking at the freshwater lens, we could estimate the loss of aquifer or freshwater as a function of the sea level rise height. As you can see, there are about 4.6 million cubic meters in that very tip of the island. So this types of analysis could provide the Bahamas with an adaptive type tool to more or less see what could be done as far as sea level rise in the future. Next, please. So the next island that we looked at was St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Graphic went there after Miguel Doria's request to look into what could be done after the volcano La Soufrière exploded last year. And it was a very complicated problem because all their water was surface water, and the ash simply polluted all their sources of water. So they still have some groundwater, some wells, but they didn't utilize. So what we did after arriving there was to look to assess the quantity and quality of groundwater of their existing wells, which were observation wells, boreholes, look at the hydrogeological geology potential, and firstly, the soil water balance, look into the possibility of using that groundwater as a water supply source. Next, please. And then using this other information, such as water quality that they had, to assess what impact the explosion of the volcano, which is a small island, could affect, say, the groundwater, but fortunately it did not. And the other question was, what do we do about not having enough information on groundwater to assess, say, the safe yield? So we use basically stream flow data, and we could assess from the Q95 more or less the safe yield, which is in the literature. So basically, the idea here is that to make any type of data useful, no matter if it's groundwater or surface water, say to provide the Grenadines and St. Vincent Island with some safe water supply systems, such as the one in the left, using this borehole, existing boreholes, and creating this more or less dependable type water supply systems. Next, please. And finally, we are preparing for this 7 country islands, Antigua, Bahamas, Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, this GCF fund, and we hope to, approving this, providing the means, sustainable means for those countries to assess and to adapt to climate change and have groundwater as a sustainable source. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chavez. And we will proceed now with Mr. John Bullock from the government of the Bahamas that will present about groundwater energy nexus as a climate change adaptation strategy. Mr. Bullock, please.
Thank you, Miguel. Thank you, Enrique. And I'll just go quickly through this. Graphic, as you can see, for the Bahamas, the graphic program and also the ecohydrology program. Those are 2 very important programs that we consider to be very beneficial to the Bahamas and to be a part of. What's different with the water resources of the Bahamas is that we're totally reliant on groundwater. We don't have any freshwater streams, lakes, or rivers. The hydrology is just that it's all of our fresh waters by way of rainfall just floating atop of the lower brackish and saline water, so we're totally reliant. But one benefit that we do have that we've come to realize is that the deeper that we go with our groundwater resources, the cooler the water gets. This is reverse geothermal conditions from the continental United States that we sit right next to. So this is something that we want to focus our efforts on. We know that due to climate change, rising sea levels, these groundwater resources will be affected. So while they're affected, there's still quite a benefit in them. Next slide. So the groundwater resources, again, all the freshwater resources by way of groundwater in the Bahamas. And if we know that that has been impacted, that is continually being impacted. But we're now, next slide, we're now looking deeper into the resource and what we want to, I guess, our adaptation method for continual use of our groundwater is that we heavily depend on seawater reverse osmosis desalination. But that's totally tied to the grid. The deeper we go, the cooler our groundwater resources get. So we want to, what we're doing is we're starting to look at it, overall groundwater management. So we know that the fresh water is from 3 to 24 meters. We get our salt water for desalination at 30 to 60 meters. We don't practice sea outfall, so we put drainage water down at 27. So what we've done is boundaried off the areas. The brine from the reverse osmosis process, we put that further down into the seawater lands also. But what's really good here is that the deeper we go, the cooler the water gets. So we're going to explore ocean thermal energy conversion, but instead of what they're doing in the Pacific, utilizing groundwater for ocean thermal energy conversion, a much cheaper scenario than and less environmental impact going to the sea. Next slide. So we're hoping to work with our counterparts in the Pacific, specifically that on the left-hand side is the Kimijima, Japan, ocean thermal energy conversion. They are presently using direct to the sea source, but we can access on the right-hand side, we can access cool water from our groundwater wells. So we want to utilize ocean thermal energy as an alternative energy source to power seawater reverse osmosis facilities to produce fresh water in a renewable concept, utilizing groundwater wells. And what I want to end here saying is that, sometimes we look at the clearly visible, it is beautiful, but the benefits, the potential uses are somewhat invisible to us. So we welcome the message of going with groundwater because groundwater is invisible. So you can imagine what you cannot see. And I think it's very important that we go to the UN Water Conference with this message that groundwater being invisible, making it visible, because we take for granted the visible. So it's much clearer that the invisible is totally neglected most times. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bullock. We actually, don't have time, but because of this exit, let's give space for 2 questions. If anyone has any question or comment that would like to make, raise the hand. If not, please. And then we also have on the chat another one. But go ahead, please.
Thank you very much for all the interesting presentations. I can speak also in Spanish. I have a question for the colleagues in Seregas about the Guarani Aquifer project. And you mentioned that this project focuses on the countries cooperating on the basis of a strategic action plan for the aquifer in the areas of knowledge development for the aquifer, coordinated monitoring, and stakeholder engagement. And I was wondering, based on the experience and the assessments already made for this aquifer, which will be the incentives for the countries to actually coordinate their actions in these areas, instead of working on them separately like it sometimes happens, beyond the framework of the project. So what incentives do the countries find? Thanks.
El incentivo que tienen los países para trabajar en conjunto es en principio porque desde su inicio el proyecto fue preventivo. Se hizo un proyecto, luego se hizo un acuerdo, hoy tenemos un nuevo proyecto en ausencia de conflictos. No ha habido conflictos entre los países por la extracción de agua del acuífero. Lo que no quiere decir que en un futuro pueda haberlos. Tenemos algunas áreas fronterizas que se abastecen 100% de aguas subterráneas, de un lado y del otro de la frontera. Bueno, en la medida en que esas ciudades puedan ir creciendo, se pueden generar conflictos por la extracción y el uso. Hay otra área entre Uruguay y Argentina que extrae agua para complejos turísticos termales. Es interesante porque previo al proyecto, primer proyecto, en Uruguay había una norma que impedía hacer pozos a menos de 2 kilómetros entre sí. Pero la frontera es el río Uruguay, que no tiene 2 kilómetros. Entonces, si Argentina se ponía a hacer pozos, esa norma uruguaya no tenía sentido. Entonces, bueno, a través del proyecto se logró que Argentina adoptara también una norma equivalente y por lo tanto se fue avanzando en aras de evitar precisamente que hubiera ese tipo de cuestiones a futuro. Creo que es una buena iniciativa de los países buscar ese tipo de colaboración. Y voy a decir algo más. Muchas veces los países no quieren una gestión compartida, desde el punto de vista de tener algo supranacional, que les diga lo que tienen que hacer. Los países, el acuerdo del propio guaraní dice que cada país es soberano en su país, pero sí están de acuerdo en acciones coordinadas, es decir, saber lo que hace uno de un lado, saber lo que hace el otro del otro lado, y así ir avanzando en lo que seguramente en un futuro más corto, más lejano, sea una gestión compartida. De nada.
The question in the chat, we'll pose it to Mrs. Nagabatwa and also to Mrs. Retek, and is if you can comment on the holistic management of transboundary waters in terms of aquifer resolution.
Thank you, Rafi, for asking this interesting question. I think there are several modalities which we already have in place. For example, if you see some from the research side or from international agencies, you have something called a Blue Peace Index that talks to mainstreaming water as a vehicle of peace and cooperation than as a source of conflict. So I think those are some of the examples that can trigger or be taken as a reference for holistically building consensus, or maybe the agreements or some kind of discussion to resolve conflicts. It's never easy. There is no blueprint on how to do that, but it's like more contextual. It's context based, but there are always these aspects of socio-cultural dimensions that connect regions, that connect communities, and those indicators can be a good point to build consensus and to resolve conflict. So I think this is a step-by-step, context-specific process. But as we have seen good success stories in management of transboundary surface water systems in many countries who have had geopolitical volatile environment, for example, like India and Pakistan, the Indus Water Treaty was never dissolved. It has been carrying on because human right to water is at the forefront for nations, for states, and for regions. So I think we do have good news there, but for every context, you have to take that approach which fits to that region and context. So I think I'll pause here.
Very much.
Thank you, yes. Well, it is a very interesting question for our pilot areas because we are lucky enough to not have a conflict regarding the transboundary aquifers. So it is a totally different issue for us. We usually have plenty of them. In some cases, the groundwater is more than we need. So we need to think about some tillage or some reduction of water. But even though it is still an issue to consider, especially if we are considering building new energy systems like atomic electrical stations. So there's a lot of pressure on which side of the country it should be put. As we are, for example, in Baltics, quite small region, then of course we should think about how to solve the conflicts. At the moment, we don't have any ideas and actually what to do in such cases if something like that happens, because we haven't experienced any. And we also have had a lot of discussion when we were harmonizing our data sets and everything on how to actually carry out conflicts, starting from just like sharing the data. For example, if it goes across the EU and non-EU borders, then in case of that, probably even now when we don't have conflicts, we should have some kind of an agreements, what should be done, and that we should start maybe to sit at the table and think about or share the data and think what to do next, because it's a very tricky case for us, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. And there were a few other questions on the chat. I recall one of them that will be for Mrs. Samaniego. If you can do a very quick comment on the monitoring of transboundary aquifers. How is it done? And maybe to give also an example of an aquifer you know.
Bueno, el monitoreo de acuíferos transfronterizos en América Latina es muy dispar. Hay buenos En conjunto todavía no hay monitoreos conjuntos, sí hay de los países, separados, pero no hay monitoreos conjuntos de los países que comparten un acuífero transfronterizo. Sí había cuando estaba el proyecto del acuífero guaraní, el primero que se hizo del 2003 al 2009, ahí sí había monitoreos conjuntos, tanto de la parte de Argentina, Brasil, Paraguay, Uruguay, eran en conjunto los 4 países. Ahora ese monitoreo, una vez que terminó el proyecto, también entró como en una pausa, y ahora a partir de este nuevo proyecto del guaraní, el proyecto 2, se quiere fortalecer otra vez ese monitoreo conjunto. Para eso se va a crear una comisión y bueno, esperemos que otra vez pueda realizarse. Pero otros ejemplos de monitoreos conjuntos entre los países que comparten acuíferos transfronterizos, actualmente no hay ninguno activo.
Thank you very much. Is there any question for Mr. Chavez or Mr. Bollig? Well, there's no more time, so I'm sure there's lots of questions, but please approach them outside. I will do that myself, but
We start in about 1 minute. Everyone can please have a seat. Thank you very much.
I hope so. Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now reaching the last session of today, which is entitled Achieving SDGs 6 by Making Invisible Visible, organized by the Danish Water Forum. And we will have as a moderator, Jesper Gudle Danisoy. Jesper, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for being here and for not sort of having gone down the drain, because I know there's a big event going on in the sewers of Paris. You're still here. We are happy for that. We are going to give you a presentation about how groundwater can be managed, how groundwater can be found, how technologies are already there. I hope the presentation will come up in a short while. It comes here. Thank you very much. My name is Jesper Danisoy. I'm the Managing Director of Danish Water Forum, an interest organization for the Danish water sector. As you probably know, the Finnish Water Forum, the Netherlands Water Forum, the French Water Forum. We are a group of water fora operating together, also with Japan and with Korea. Next one, please. Just a quick few words on what we are doing. Let's not spend that too much, but we are engaging the whole water sector in Denmark in the different areas. Next, please. This is the program. We'll have in Denmark been relying on groundwater for many, many years as the only source of drinking water. Not that we don't have any surface water, but we still use the groundwater. And we would like to tell what are the possibilities, because through the work we have been doing over the years, we have learned a lot. We have been active many, many places in the world with trying to establish water supply of various kinds, but mainly based on groundwater as a source for the water. So we are going to take you through a number of presentations today where we will dig deeper into it. So, and before we do that, the next I will hand the word to Ines Breda, who will give you a short introduction to the Mentimeter, which is sort of a poll that we are running currently. So, Ines.
Hi, everyone. For the next slide, please. My name is Ines Breda. I am here on behalf of the Danish Water Forum and the Young Water Professionals from Denmark, and I am responsible to collect your feedback. Next slide, please. So for that, I have prepared a Mentimeter, and that can be available on your mobile and computer, as indicated in the instructions on the next slide. I will kindly ask you to go to menti.com and write the code shown in the slide, while I will reveal the questions. Next slide, please. So we have the code, maybe I will just repeat it, 67370778. Let's skip it a little bit, that's fine. So let's give it 30 seconds. I will follow here how many people we have. Okay, I think the ones in the room are joining. I hope the ones online can also join. Perfect. We can move to the next slide. So there's only 4 questions here. 1, where do you come from? Second, how much of the current water supply is based on groundwater in your country? Where should the focus be to drive the groundwater agenda? And the last one, which presentation was most useful to you? Of course, I will expect that last question should be submitted only after all presentations are completed. So just keep that in mind. We have a packed agenda, so I'll pass the word to the next speaker, Esben Auken, professor from Aarhus University.
Thank you very much. So I will introduce this round here with a very technical presentation about how we can visualize the groundwater resources. Basically, how do we image the size of the aquifers and the extent, and also to what extent are these aquifers, are they protected from the surface? So please, next slide. Yeah. I guess I'm talking here to the convicted, to the already convinced that a groundwater is a very attractive solution. And just to spend a few words on it, good groundwater quality has a very low risk of contamination, basically because the soils act as a cleaning filter when we pass nutrients or bacteria and other stuff through the soil, and also it regulates the temperature of the water. And it's also, we have often seen that we find groundwater in regions without access to surface water. And of course, also it's accessible in dry season. It doesn't evaporate once we have it into the aquifers, which many people uses when they make artificial aquifer recharge. So, but how do we visualize? How do we map? How do we make pictures of the groundwater bodies in the subsurface? Please, next. So if we can go to the hospital, if you have an injury in your knee, we know that the first thing the doctors do with that is not to sharpen the knife and start making a cut. They actually put you through a scanner, and then they can see what is the injury, what is the action to take. And if you take the next slide. Geoscanners is the same thing, just that we can make images of the subsurface geological layers, and by that we can get images of how the subsurface look, and we can use that to better pinpoint, for example, drill holes and also sizes of water-bearing layers in the subsurface. And next slide. So I'm going to present here some of these scanning methods. This here is a towed system which can reach a depth of 100 to 130 meters. And we have used that system several places in the world. Basically, you transmit energy into the ground and you receive signals coming back, and then you can come up with pictures of how the subsurface look like. This is just one example of such a system. If you take the next slide, we can also slung it below a helicopter. Can you take the next slide? Oh, that was too much. One back, please. That's it. Okay. Yeah, we can also put it. For example, for regional surveys, we can put systems like this below a helicopter. This is what is shown to the left. And with these systems, one can image aquifers in a depth of down to 300 meters on over hundreds to thousands of square kilometers, with some resolution. No, please, that was too fast. Whereas the small system to the right, it exists in different variations, but that system we can use for very local high-resolution imaging of well sites. So where the left, the airborne methods provide us with regional overview of large aquifer systems. They could also be transnational. They can be very, very big. We can use the smaller methods to the right to pinpoint where we want to put a borehole or where the best location is for artificial aquifer recharge. Then you can take the next slide. I'll show you one example here, and this is actually from aquifer or from Africa, but what we measure in these geophysical signals is unfortunately not the water directly. We measure a geological contrast, and we have to put that into geological units. So we basically need to be able to translate our, in this case, colors, the reds and the blues, as you see on the figure below, into what is the geological units, and then we can understand the spatial extent of those units, and we can also get an understanding of where is our water-bearing geological layers. And then next, please. So this is an example from Togo. This is actually a survey we did funded by the Paul Du Jensen Foundation and in a collaboration with Water Mission. This is the location here is known to be have very little water, and the problem was to find a successful borehole site for a small community of about 1,500 persons. The blue curve to the top is where we draw one of the profiles, and the result is shown in the cross section on the left bottom. Here, purple colors or the overall geology we know it's a bedrock geology with a weathered zone in the top from a few meters to a few tens of meters, and basically we see that image. The purple colors here is the unweathered rock, whereas the blue colors in the top is the weathered zone. And what we are looking for is fracture zones, and fracture zones in these pictures shows up as in these red colors. You can see we have one in the middle of around 450 meters. There is a narrow fracture zone where basically because of the colors, we know that this has to be weathered, and there was put a borehole just in the middle of that fracture, and there was they were able to get 20 cubic meters of water per hour, which is more than sufficient to supply sustainably for a village of these 1,500 persons. You can imagine here, and that's my whole point, that if we did not do our scanning first, we wouldn't know where to actually put the borehole. And this is from a pump of the same place, which is a fantastic result. And then if you can just take the next and the next, then I'm done. You can change slide. And the next one. Yes. So my last slide here is basically where we're using these geoscanners and those technologies. They are very much used in the US, where there is flown very large airborne surveys for groundwater in among other places, California. Africa, it has been done quite a lot of local water supply investigations. And also we hope to see more of this in India. India also flies very large airborne surveys for groundwater, especially in the northwestern part. Yes, and with this, I would like to conclude and give the word to Lars Schrøder on the next talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Esben, and good evening, dear colleagues. A short example showing why this mapping Esben just told about is very important also for water utility in urban area. Next slide, please. Aarhus Water was established more than 150 years ago. We started serving drinking water, taking water from the river of Aarhus, but the river was polluted. So after some years, still more than 130 years ago, we started to abstract groundwater, and the water supply in Aarhus has been based on groundwater ever since. We have a growing population still, and our only source is groundwater now when we talk about drinking water. Next slide, please. It's water of very good quality. We tell our customers that the water we serve in the tap is better than the water they can buy in bottles, and our water is still much, much cheaper. It's based on a very simple treatment, aeration and filtration, and no disinfection at all, no chlorination, no disinfection at all. So of course it demands a high level of hygiene, and we are certified in documented drinking water safety to be sure that the drinking water always is totally free from bacterial and high quality. And of course, this figure shows our customers to take care of groundwater protected and not use pesticides in their garden. Next slide, please. But of course, we have challenges in Aarhus like everywhere else in the world. And the challenges about groundwater is mainly pesticides from farming. All the area around the city of Aarhus is farmland, and most farmers in Denmark, and I guess in most of the world, wants to use pesticides. We, next slide please, we see pesticides in more than 1/3 of our wells. Our wells are normally about 100 meters deep, so we have pesticides all the way down to the deeper groundwater reservoir. And when I say 1/3, it's low level, but still we can recognize the pesticides, and our customers don't like if we can measure pesticides in the drinking water. I understand that. So what to do? Next slide, please. And that's why it's so important to have the good groundwater mapping and know exactly where our groundwater reservoirs are bad protected. In those areas, we go and visit the farmers and ask the farmers not to use pesticides. And of course, they still want to, but we pay the farmers. We pay them a high amount of money not to use pesticides, and the money is from the water utility. So when we ask our customers, do you prefer drinking water without pesticide? Yes. Is it okay if the price is raising because of that? Yes. So we go to the farmers and ask them not to use pesticides. Next slide, please. Yes. But still, even we pay the farmers high amount, they don't like to make those voluntary agreements. So now we are changing our strategy a little, and we plan to buy the farmland, not only pay compensation, but we'll say to the farmer, we would like to buy your areas where our groundwater is bad protected. It's not much more expensive than the compensation we have paid earlier. And if we buy the land, then we can use it for forestation. Next slide, please. Or for nature areas. And as you all know, in EU and in Denmark especially, the politician wants to make bigger areas with nature and biodiversity and foresting and so on, so on, so on. So we can, from the water utility, help this development and buy farmland for growing pure groundwater. Another thing in Denmark is that, next slide please, helping us is that the water consumption is falling and falling. 20 years ago, inhabitant in Aarhus used about 220 liters per day. Today it's 104 liters. So we have more than halved the water consumption in the city of Aarhus, and it's both in households and in industry. So people use less and less water, and non-revenue water is now about only 5%. We have legislation in Denmark saying if you have more than 10%, you have to pay a bet to the state. Nobody like that. But now we are around only 5% and only 104 liters per person per day, and that's very nice. Next slide, please. Compared to the rest of the world, it's very low. Next slide, please. One of the reasons to the low water consumption, of course, is water-saving campaigns from the water utility, but it's also the price. You can see if you look at the total water price, about half of the price is for wastewater treatment, 1/3 of the price is taxes, and the rest is the price for the drinking water. So compared to other countries, next slide please, our water price is rather high, but then because of the low consumption, you can compare to every other household in the world, and then it's not that bad, and it's much more sustainable to only use half the resources. People still take the baths and wash their clothes and so on and so on, and then have a water supply of high quality. Thank you.
I'm going to give you a brief introduction to the organization of the Danish rural water supply, which is community managed and groundwater based, of course, like every other water use in Denmark. Next. The Danish water companies, they started Lars said 150 years ago, and at about the same time our rural water supply companies began to emerge, and they became cooperatives because at the time the rural population in Denmark had found out that in order to manufacture or to also produce and process and produce and market their agricultural products, they had to form a unite, and this was done as cooperatives. And soon this cooperatives, they also spread to the rural areas, to the water supply. So all of Danish water supply outside the big cities is groundwater based, and it is run and managed and operated by cooperatives, i.e. the people who own the water supply, they manage it, and they are free of a lot of government taxes. You will see here that we have at the present time around 2,200 rural water companies. It has been reduced, or actually the peak probably was around 1960 when Grundfos developed the first slim, very narrow submersible pump that could fit into a borehole. So I assume we've had around 5,000 at the time. Today we have less because of the people have wanted to harvest the benefits of large-scale production. So this is mainly reduced by mergers since then. Right, next slide. It probably started, this is from my village, the first slide. And this was a joint hand pump that people used. And but when we had the opportunity to make deeper boreholes and the centrifugal pumps from Grundfos, then we moved the boreholes outside the villages. And the last step you see here is that we have now started making the water treatment visible to people. Not only can we make groundwater visible, we are now also making the processing of water visible to the people in order to raise the awareness on how the water is produced and where it comes from. Next. Like Lars said, we have very good quality groundwater almost everywhere in Denmark, though pesticides is an emerging problem. And basically we need only to aerate it, to precipitate iron and manganese that we have in the groundwater, and then to filter it in a sand filter. And today, of course, this process has been highly mechanized and concentrated in two tanks, one for aeration, one for filtration, right? And the cost of drinking water, you saw Lars telling you that it is very high in urban areas, but the processing, I hope you noticed that the processing of extraction and production of drinking water is actually very cheap, 1.2 euro. We have it per cubic meter. And you can see half of this is repayment on investment. Investment in rural water supply in Denmark is basically bank loans, so they have to be repaid. And the other half is the abstraction and treatment and distribution. So very, very affordable. Next. And especially affordable when you compare with bottled water. I mean, today, where I stay here in Airbnb, they bring back tons of bottles of water. And not only does it not taste good, as well as our drinking water, but it also creates a huge plastic problem. Next. So what we think we can do is we can show that this example that we can move from open. We think this can be made use in development assistance and also in government investments in water. First of all, we can move from collecting water in an open water hole, carrying it home, I don't know how far, and then into a solar-powered water treatment plant. The pump is powered by solar power, the treatment is by solar power, and in the best case, most modern cases in Africa and Tanzania, we actually have ATMs where people can tap the water and pay for it. So you have heard also today that payment for water is very important. So fundamentally, I think that it is possible to deliver affordable and safe water to rural areas if governments are willing to delegate management to local communities. This is one major obstacle. If governments take away the taxes, replace the costly wastewater treatment with nature-based methods, if governments or donors are willing to finance the investment, perhaps as concessional loans, and finally, if we deliver the necessary capacity building in operation, financial and system management. So to me, it may be a lot to ask for, but in my opinion, it's not a matter of whether governments can afford the investment. It is whether they can afford the cost and the consequences of continued inaction. Thank you. And now I shall introduce Ida, who is representing the Danish Ministry of Environment, who unfortunately can't be here because we have had elections, so we have no government at the present time.
Thank you, Lars. In the previous speeches, you've heard about the technologies and the methods that we use in Denmark for mapping and protecting the groundwater, but also how we utilize groundwater as the absolute core of our water supply. So on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment, this presentation will focus on how we as an authority secure clean groundwater for drinking water in Denmark. Next slide, please. Danish groundwater policy is based on prevention rather than purification, and the Danish Parliament has implemented national water management plans and designated protection zones around water supply wells. Nitrate, phosphorus, and pesticides are all heavily regulated in order to protect all natural waters. One example is a tax on pesticides that is differentiated according to health and environmental criteria. This encourages substitution in order to motivate use of products with a lower load in terms of pressure on human health and environment. In order to protect valuable groundwater resources from pollution activities containing a high risk of pollutions placed outside areas with valuable groundwater resources. We also invest heavily in remediation of contaminated sites, as previous industrial activities and landfills are well-known sources of groundwater pollution. The costs of most of these efforts are, as Lars mentioned, covered by the water and wastewater consumer charges. The utilities in Denmark are operating not for profit, and they all operate under a break-even principle based on full cost recovery and within a price cap set by the national regulator. Next slide, please. Hydrogeological mapping, as shown by Esben, has been a basis for establishing site-specific groundwater protection zones in Denmark during the last 3 decades. A key element of this program was the identification of areas of special drinking water interests, also ASDs. These areas, they safeguard our adequate, clean and well-protected water resources to meet the future demand for potable water. Next slide, please. In Denmark, we have a holistic approach to regulating water. We therefore, over time, have implemented many regulatory measures to ensure clean water and reduce water consumption, as Lars also showed, for the city of Aarhus. Since the 1980s, we've passed a range of significant milestones, such as tariffs on drinking water and non-revenue water, general mandatory water metering, and introduction of a groundwater protection fee, as you can see here in 2011. Next slide, please. This graph depicts how we've managed to avoid the typical correlation between groundwater consumption and the overall growth in society. Since the late 1980s, we have a 30% reduction in Danish water consumption, and in the same period, the GDP increased by 40%. Today, the average Danish consumption is 104 liters per person per day. The Danish water sector is now among the most sustainable globally, with the expectancy to become energy and climate neutral by 2030. Next slide, please. Denmark has a long history of working within the water sector in development cooperation, and we generally very much like to share our experience with other countries. The toolbox for this, I think, looks like the toolbox for many other countries. It's ministerial travels, delegation visits, events, international cooperation through our network of embassies, bilateral cooperation with authorities from other countries, strategic sector cooperations, and water technology alliances, which is an outreach program providing specialized know-how on innovative water technology solutions. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the Danish mission to build bridges between water sectors around the world to exchange valuable knowledge and technology. Next slide, please. During the IWA World Water Congress and Exhibition in September this year, Denmark organized a high-level summit to discuss how to accelerate implementation of the SDGs. Also, a specific groundwater forum and a large number of specialized groundwater sessions took place, thus uniting groundwater knowledge from around the globe. Based on our discussions, 5 key messages came up. Number 1, we must link water and climate. We must aim for groundwater solutions with the least impact on the climate and ensure that they are robust and adaptive to change. 2, address all SDGs in a holistic manner. Improved use of groundwater is important for achieving SDG 6.1, but as groundwater is an integral part of the water cycle, sustainable abstraction is very important in order to avoid adverse effects, for example, on terrestrial ecosystems. This perspective calls for holistic solutions. Number 3, connect to sub-basin scale and address urban water challenges. Basin management is of course important for groundwater management. Groundwater aquifers, like all waters, do not know administrative borders. Number 4, foster transformative, equal and cross-sectorial partnerships. One of the strengths of the Danish water sector is our ability to work across disciplines. We are engaged in and will continue to be engaged in international partnerships to implement SDG 6. And number 5, the last but certainly not least, we need to focus on overcoming governance issues as well as financial barriers in order to support sustainable use of groundwater worldwide. Thank you for your attention. I will now pass the word to Bjørn Jensen, talking more about the global outreach of the Danish water sector.
Thank you, Ida. As the last man standing, after a very long and interesting day, I will tell you the story about Denmark's road to international reputation as a key provider of sustainable groundwater management tools and solutions for the world. Next slide, please. It all started in the 60s. The Minister of Environment in Denmark was established in 1971, And the decades after that, a number of programs were launched to develop tools for this management of groundwater, as you can see here. So it was mainly the consultant companies who took part in that, but also the tech companies like Grundfos and others, which also took part in this major programs. And these companies, in fact, became the backbone of the first wave, I could say, of international outreach, which was development aid mostly to primarily Africa, Southeast Asia, and also to a certain degree in South America. And I think that that was the first aid of the first wave of reaching out to the world. The next wave came with a large environmental fund in the 90s, which also involved help or assistance and aid to middle-income countries, and not only poor countries, both in Africa and Southeast Asia, and also later on in Eastern European countries. This fund, in fact, allocated some 1.2 billion, I think 1.2 billion euro within 15 years for this. And it also included a lot of groundwater projects. But then in the late 90s and also in the beginning of this century, there was a growing understanding in Denmark of water as a business domain with a large export potential also. And that also made the government change strategy to a dual strategy, you could say, with two legs. The first leg was, of course, still to develop tools and solutions and technology to solve our own problems in Denmark. But the second leg was then to marketing these solutions and technologies to the international market. So that was what happened. Next slide, please. One good example of the first wave, which was development aid, was Uganda, where Denmark allocated some 300 million euro to a water and sanitation program. And it was a large success, as you can see, since access to clean drinking water in the same period, 1990 to 2017, improved from or increased from 20% to 70%. Next slide, please. Another good example of this first wave was in the other end of the world, in Vietnam, where we had a water sector program allocating some 100 million euro to a number of different water projects. Both the Uganda program and also the Vietnam program was taking place in where there was a huge donor competition. And I think that the success of the Danish programs was a good proof of the competitiveness of the Danish experts and solutions, and that was a very good thing. And next, please, next slide, please. Well, but as I said, it changed a bit in the late 90s and also in the beginning of the century, and this dual strategy on water was also dominated the thinking within the last 20 years. And I think that one of the programs coming out of this, evolved from this dual strategy, was the strategic sector cooperation, which was mentioned by Ida also, so I will not go into this. But this strategic sector cooperation was, of course, a door opener for Danish business and industry. Next, please. A good example of this approach was the project in India, where we, together with Indian partners, demonstrate a integrated concept for groundwater-based rural water supply in Tamil Nadu, having all the different elements of such an integrated approach. We have with scanning, as you can see on the left. We have water quantity assessment, relying also on the data from this scanning, and we also had water quality assessment, and we also considered the use of aquifer or the managed aquifer recharge as restoring the groundwater aquifers which were overexploited. and also to keep back the saltwater intrusion. Next, please. Well, just to recap a little bit on the new strategy, we are developing solution and technology to ourselves and to the world. It's a cooperation between the public and the private sector. We have this strategic sector cooperation as a late program, which is just being launched. And then we have revitalized donor support to Africa on water from 2020. Next, please. Well, to implement this dual strategy, we have launched a lot of initiatives last 10 years. I will not go through them all, and I think Ida has mentioned some of them. But they are in a mix of all kinds of things, of funding and investment facilities, of campaigns and programs, and so on. But the key thing about those, I think, which is important to remember is, and in all these initiatives, the whole water sector of Denmark is participating. We have the utilities, we have the research institution companies, of course, but also public authorities at different levels are participating in all these different initiatives. And I think that has been the key of success. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Rounding off, I'll give the word to you, Ines, to give a short intro to what came out of the questions.
Yes, so I think I was too fast, but we added in the chat again the possibility for you to join the Mentimeter. So if you haven't done so, please do so. There's also now a chance to answer the last question of what was the most useful presentation. What do we have here? We are lacking some representation in Asia, I should say that, but we do have a good spread in Europe and America, both North and Southern America. How much of the current water supply is based on groundwater in your country? We have most people replying, or eight here we have 25 to 50%. Then we have some similar responses for above 50%. Okay, so there is some work to do, but there are some people with knowledge on groundwater in this session. Where should the focus to drive the groundwater agenda be? Well, and first, governance. And I think, Lars, this connects with this maybe lack of that we still need to realize the cost of inaction and how important that is. So first is governance, the second, data and information, third, capacity building, financing, and only then innovation, which I think it makes sense based on the presentation that we had to start with, showing that the technology is in fact ready. And which of the presentation was of the most value? I have here the second presentation on sustainable and affordable water supply as being really, really relevant, as well as the first one on technologies, which I think is great because it opens the possibilities of the understanding of how we can monitor data, which was a point that we touched upon today quite a lot of times throughout the day. We should end. So most generally, and because we are at the end of a full day of sessions, I will just resume my learnings. I hope that's okay. Yes, I'll be very fast. Yes. So water quality is deeply intertwined with the ecosystem, human health, and food security. And solution strategies and technologies should realize those co-benefits. And it is precisely in this nexus and plural environment that innovation and finance will find a nurturing environment. Data is key, we talked about it today, and open source science and data is a must and must be enforced by all public funding entities. Now, to move data to policies, we must ensure that environmental intelligence leads to decision-making positions. So we need to learn how to provide science-based recommendations to policymakers. And this is where I strongly invite my youth peers to focus on developing a network with social scientists, anthropologists, and governmental agencies. And it might seem that each country is walking its own water journey. For one country, the priority might be data collection, whereas for another, the focus might be on policies. But the water journey of a country is part of our water journey, and our task is to coordinate that international collaborative action by sharing science-based systematic approaches that can make the many values of groundwater visible. I will end here and give you the word. Yes.
Thank you very much, Ines. Yes, you have been through a journey here on what can be done. My question to you, which you can sleep on for the next couple of days, is why are we not closer to fulfilling the SDG 6? What is holding us back? We heard here that it may be something about the government, it may be something about the capacity to do things. But we know that the technology is there. There's no reason for new conferences on technology. We can do everything tomorrow if we can get some people to find the finances to help build the capacities, and then we might be pretty much closer to ending at a positive level on the SDG 6. So I think that we have we used all our time, more or less. We started a little bit late because of the alarms and everything. But then I will open the floor for at least one or two questions, and then I hope that we will be forgiven. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Gift from South Africa. I have two questions. The first one is about the geoscanner. So on a broad or bigger area, how good is it? Because I know for sure when you use remote sensing, the resolution is a problem. And when you interpolate the data, you always have some discrepancies. So I just want to know from this geoscanner if it can be used in a large area. And the last question is, how do you detect water leaks in Denmark? I mean, in Denmark, and illegal connections as well.
Okay,
thank you.
I'll take the last one first.
Okay.
On all our distribution networks, we have sensors listening to the water pipes all the time. So we can actually hear whenever there is a leak. And then we have a lot of meters, bulk meters, house meters. And if you see a leak on the street, 2 hours later, the utilities will be there to stop the leak.
The latest novelty is actually that the water meter now can also detect the noise from the leaks. So houses that have water meters in urban areas, they can actually cover the entire urban area today. Then I shall return to the first question, which is that the totem has a reliability around 98% in the measurements or in the surveys that have been carried out until now. And it's about 20-25 surveys in Africa, mainly, has been the primary target for these surveys. And one of the examples that we did not see today is refugee camps in Tanzania, a refugee camp of 150,000 people, and 7 surrounding villages. And all of these places, the surveys have actually found water. No 100% success. So this is the,
Yeah, any other questions? If that's not the case, I would like to end up and thank you all for being here, for standing out with us as the last show on Earth for this day, and hope you will have a good evening and see some of you tomorrow. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your service. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone. Just a reminder that tomorrow, the opening ceremony of day 1 following the side events will start at 10:25 in room 1 at UNESCO, and will be, of course, live on Huva and on Zoom. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye-bye.
is the entrance the same place as today? Same. Okay.